hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark. No fear, getting ready for the ride. Yeah, stepping into the light. No limit, aim high. No limit, the prize is mine.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator, listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone. 'Cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. We're not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Mobile Challenge. We're starting at the proper time today. We're all leveling up. I'm Lee D-Man Smith. Joining me again is Ark and Lethal for what is going to be an explosive day of action. We're into play day 6 today, and things are getting exciting, guys. Ark, let's start with you. You obviously finished the show with Lethal yesterday. What a day of action once again. Amazing stuff from SK, Clash, and of course, obviously, you know, SK also played with Pedro for a little bit there as well.
Yeah, it was great to see Pedro give it a go, and honestly, he did really, really well, far better than I expected. Unfortunately, though, you know, for them, at least, you know, EXO did still take the win. It was a big, big day, actually, for EXO free agents, for sure, and they are definitely reaping those rewards today.
Certainly are indeed, like we said before, you know, SK did manage to get that W on the board in the end, and Clash actually get a loss, which is not something you normally see every day. Seeding for them to doubly matter at this point. I said it twice earlier, yesterday in the play days, pretty much pick your poison, doesn't really matter, because sometimes a better team might actually turn up being fourth place anyway, so it's anybody's game in terms of the standings to get those last couple of qualifying spots.
Yeah, and as you pointed out, obviously, EXO free agents, they had a great day yesterday, taking down Big and SK Gaming, puts them back into third place with 5 wins, 4 losses. Big up there, of course, having a great performance. If you're wondering why Tribe are down there, that's because they had a default loss yesterday, or 2 default losses were given to them. Actually, you know, they forfeited themselves for the first 2 games, and that gives them, means they are issued a major penalty point, which equals a 10% deduction to the earned prize money. And they have confirmed that they will be continuing on for the rest of the season with KC. So KC going to be carried on. That's due to Drage. Obviously, I know there's a lot of community wanting Drage out there, but the fact is he was still 16 at the start of the ESL Mobile Challenge, so maybe we'll see him in the fall. Well, almost certainly we'll see him in the fall.
Yeah, it'd be great to see him, but ultimately, you know, that's the way it is, and, you know, Tribe are going to have to definitely look to rekindle some of those points that they lost as a result of that. Down at the bottom near Navi, but ultimately, you know, Navi have got still yet to get a win, and that's going to be a big separation between that 7th and 8th place, and, yeah, looking forward to seeing them today, you know, pull something out of the bag, because, yeah, they really would like to end at least with some, you know, modesty if they don't make it into that top 4.
Yeah, we have to be pretty straightforward as well. Navi pretty much got no chance at this point, but Tribe Gaming definitely do, and we're going to start off with against Reply Totem. And Tribe are not going to have any internal struggles or anything like that. They're still very good friends, even with Casey still on board. It's not going to affect them anyway in the slightest. Have to go through the usual strategies which they've been going through over the last few months whilst they were a team. So seeing Totem up twice today to see what happens against Tribe and EXO, some spicy ones.
Absolutely. It's obviously the double header for Reply Totem, who have started to step it up. You know, they had a really close game against Navi yesterday, one that they'll be happy they won. Of course, did get smashed by Clash later on after that. And speaking of Clash, it is a big one for them again. EXO free agents on a bit of a tear after 2 wins yesterday. We'll see how they do in their double header. It is just one game for Clash today, and then we go into the double big games, Noble Elite and SK Gaming. SK Gaming going straight into Navi after that. Navi, as you say, bit of a torrid time for them. They lost yet again 3-2 yesterday, so they're 0-8. They are ending out the day with Noble Elite, where they may look at that as an opportunity to pick up a win, Hawk.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, they had default loss yesterday, default win, sorry, against the Tribe. So we're getting some points from the back of that. Definitely have shown some promise recently, actually, Noble Elite, sort of coming up a little bit, you know, experimenting with the meta and some really outrageous brawler choices, which always get me tickling inside. Hopefully we'll see some more of that from them today, and hopefully we'll see it, you know, work for them, because I do like to see some unusual choices work. But maybe now they've done it so much that people are starting to, you know, be tuned into that, and that could go against them as well. So I'm kind of curious to see what their strategy is going into today's games.
And I said it as well with Navi, like, you know, their win percentage doesn't reflect how they've actually been performing. Like, even yesterday's playday, they were still a lot better than they were previously and past 4 playdays. So it's a little bit of a shame, but all they're going to do now is play for pride and maybe ruin some teams' days to stop them from qualifying later on.
Well, anyway, we're going to move on. Let's get the games on your screens. Hopefully, Harry is going to be back and join us for the Reply Totem EXO Free Agents game. But for now, we will say goodbye to Harry. See you soon, mate. See you soon.
See you later.
So, Ark, let's talk about what we have coming up. Starting out in the first game, as we mentioned, it is a back-to-back game for Reply Totem, who, in all honesty, had a pretty good day yesterday. They took down Navi. Yes, they lost a Clash, but let's face it, I think they were probably expecting that one. And honestly, it's a team that I feel has been elevating over the last few weeks.
Yeah, genuinely have been doing so well, and you know, I've always said really good things about Reply Totem. Sometimes they're a little bit, you know, every now and again overcommitting on their aggressiveness, but that is something which they do really well. Soy Depressor, Maori, and Maru all going to be performing today, and yeah, I'm really looking to see how they fare. You know, going back to, you know, how these two teams clashed the last time we witnessed, it was Reply Totem who came out on top, so they're going to want to have a repeat of that today.
Yeah, and of course, obviously, their opposition today is going to be Tribe Gaming. They have got here. They're not going to be defaulting today. They will be playing. So that's once again Tom, Spen, and KC. The originals continuing on throughout the rest of the season. We'll see how far they can get after their, obviously, 2 forfeits yesterday. Of course, they put them at the moment on 3-0-6. And you know, as we talked about, you know, 2 wins today, they're almost in 3rd place. You know, that's where EXO free agents are. So it's like way doable. That's a really bad English there. But anyway, easily doable is what I'm referring to, because all they need to do to reach the finals is be in the top 4. So absolutely possible still.
Yeah, there's really still a very close degree of separation in that middle part of the leaderboard. So, you know, if they can just be consistent themselves and maybe with a little bit of luck, hope for some downfalls of other teams above them to sort of bring them below them, that would go their way in that respect. But yeah, I think they've got what it takes. It's going to have to be definitely something that they're going to have to think through a lot in terms of their choices. We've seen a couple of ideas from them recently, which I'm not too sure about myself, but ultimately at the same time, if it works, it works. I want to see some good bans and some good comps going into our maps.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the picks and bans, the bands to come through. That's a game of the past kicking in my brain there. Just waiting for the bands to come through, and we'll get the maps on the screen for you. I can see the bands already there, so it should be on the screen any second now. But yeah, Casey obviously is playing once again today. Is playing on his phone incoming sweep. There we go, Spen. Thank you very much. That's it. That's the information right there. I guess used to playing on an iPad or an Android tablet. I don't know, but I always play on my phone. I don't know about you.
No, I can't do that. I was actually one of the first really big tablet advocates actually way back in the day, and it seems to have caught on quite a lot since. But I know Casey's been moving house as well, so he's definitely had a lot going on in his life. But here are the bans. So from Reply Totem, they're going to be El Primo and Bell. The tribe is going to be Jean and Taro. I mean, I'm surprised to see tribe banning their own.
Ban.
Yeah, well, I mean, Tom can't play Tara anyway. We all know that. But the Jean ban is definitely going to be something which I think was a good ban to have, but one which I would definitely have liked to have played, as we know that Tribe can do wondrous things with that magic hat.
Yeah, we're going on to Double Swoosh to start things off. Kaboom Canyon, Backyard Ball, Julian Beetles, and Bot Drop. All the maps we've seen many times so far throughout this season. So we'll see how this one's going to play out today. Very interested to see how that's going to affect things. Obviously, with the Gene being taken away, I expect to see the Stew starting things off with Double Swoosh, probably looking at as the gem carrier. Possible bruisers, who knows? Poco is still available with Primo banned out there. I gotta be honest. I'm starting to get to the opinion that I don't think Primo is ban-worthy anymore. Because I think the knee-jerk reaction that happened throughout, and yes, I understand can be strong at times, but let's face it, the times we've seen Primo not working, I would say are more than the times we've seen it doing well.
Yeah, I think it's one of those picks where it's just a threat more than anything. It's like, being able to close the gap, and also in the back of players' minds now, they're thinking we can go for the takedown on this brawler, but at the same time, midway through that interaction, he might get super and then jump us, and then there's no real telling as to when that time could occur. So I think it's that unpredictability of that brawler now, since you will recoup your super as you take damage. I think it's that more than anything else which players kind of want to eradicate from the mix, and it can be a real threat when you never know when something could be coming your way.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just thinking of like a more impactful brawlers that we've had throughout. It's let me think. Obviously, Bell almost always banned these days as well. Poco, by the way, still available. Haven't seen too much of Poco yesterday, despite the fact that if I were to look back, I think really didn't have too many bans. I think just 2 games. Yeah, two games was banned, and they both EXO free agents games. They banned it out still, but still certainly out there. I think of the more impactful brawlers we've had, I think Stew's definitely been more impactful over the last sort of few days. Certainly since the patch came through, I think everyone's adapted back to it, and Stew's very much back on the driving seat.
Definitely, for sure. I think that, it was funny yesterday, we saw like none of Poco, then towards the end of the day it was kind of being banned, and but we hadn't seen it prior to that anyway. But definitely still on the cards. I'm not sure whether to see it in Double Swoosh, but definitely something that teams will have to keep a firm eye on, as it can really help everyone stay in the mix. Going into Double Swoosh, I would say that without Tara here, it's going to be an interesting one, actually. I think Amber's probably going to be the go-to. Possibly M's also. Probably, yeah. But yeah, Jean and Tara here are 2 big players that are going to be out of Double Swoosh. So we saw some good effective plays with Sandy yesterday as a kind of mid instead of the Jean as well, I think. And various other brawlers could be at play here. We might even see some Rosa have a little bit of an opportunity to shine. But the big brawlers here that are banned for Double Swoosh really for me are Tara and Jean, and they're pretty much the go-tos for most stable comps. So definitely could be a chance for both of these 2 teams to experiment in that respect.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you say, the Sandy's definitely started to come back into it once again. We're almost back to the play-ins, right? When the play-ins were happening, it was Jean, Tara, and I don't know, probably Max actually most of the time, I would say, was pretty much predominantly back then. We have started to see more and more. We started to see Lou coming through, obviously, a fair amount. Yesterday we actually had Gale as well come out. That was SK that brought Gale out, right? So starting to bring a couple of those different choice picks out. Obviously lots of Crow these days as well, starting to come through. Do we feel everyone's kind of settled in the meta now? I mean, we're 2 weeks on. The meta's kind of like settled back down. The knee-jerk reactions of the panic mode of this brawler will never ever be played once again. That's all gone out the window, and everyone's kind of back to normal.
Yeah, and Crush is one that I hadn't thought of, and that could well be an option here as well. I think that's definitely going to be serving to provide a good purpose, being able to see people in the bush is ideally what you want in Double Swoosh. So definitely, Crow could be up there. I think Surge, even, we know what Casey, loves to do with that particular brawler and is a bit of a go-to for Tribe. So there's definitely a lot of options. I think this is a quite interesting bans, actually, having Jean and Tara out of play here. As they, do thrive in a lot of gamers right now. They're very versatile brawlers. So Bell, is pretty much banned in every game, and I can see why it's a great to have that range steal space. We are going to see the Sandy mid. We're going to see PSG Mike from Spen as Gem Carrier and Penny. I think Tribe are having fun today.
Wow. Okay, Maru just going round the back and absolutely dominated. That was some pretty impressive stuff for Maru on the Stu there. Actually thought Stu would be the gem carrier, but no.
Yeah, it's good to be able to go on the aggressive thing with Stu, but it can sometimes work in that respect. Spen, she gets to get a takedown there, surprisingly so, running the fidget spinner gadget. I would expect nothing less going with PSG Mike on double swoosh. But yeah, absolutely, as a result of those brawler choices, I think that Tribe definitely on the back foot going into this matchup. Totem to be quite in control, and yeah, I don't think that Tribe are taking this particularly seriously right now.
No, I'm not sure. You know what the irony is, right? The irony is that when you sometimes do that and you just sort of go, you know what, let's just have fun with it, sometimes you actually do really well because the pressure's completely off, everything's gone, you just go for it. But it does look like Reply Totem are going to be taking this first game. They're going to be collecting the 10 gems, and we'll see how they hang on.
And just to verify as well, TBEKC2 is Casey. It's just a name change. TBE being the best ever. But right now, not necessarily the case, as Totem are going to be getting a nice countdown and no chance of trying to be able to take that one back. So Totem will take the first game.
So, I think we're in for some interesting games from Tribe today.
I mean, I did say there's a lot of brawlers to choose from, but yeah, those were not on my list, I'll be honest. But, attention to detail, PSG Mike's skin, is very much the go-to to combine with the Dynamite. But we've seen some experimentation with Penny also, which has worked out from time to time. But yeah, I don't think that was the intention of Tribe going in with that particular pick.
No. I think Totem will be happy, though, because this is giving them a great chance, of course, going forward. They're currently sitting in a great position in the table, so real chance for them to continue to extend that. Currently sitting fifth, they're going to be closing in on big and EXO free agents if they can pick up the win today, so they'll be very happy with how things are going. We'll see, of course. Right now, I've been talking about what brawlers they'll be bringing out, but I've got to be honest, I think it's anyone's guess. Like, Mr. P could be making an appearance in a second.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, it could be pretty much anything. I wouldn't be surprised if it's PSG Shelly, actually. That could definitely be on the Tribe cast today. I think that Totem winning with a good comp, though. I think that, Sandy with the mid and Ems and Stu for the aggression, I don't think they're going to deviate too much away from that. Not that they really necessarily need to worry about that, but you never know. Tribe might come out with something a bit more, traditional in the next game. Maybe they're just trying to give Reply Totem a little bit of a feeling of, in control, and then come out with some aggression of their own. Who knows? But yeah, one thing's for sure. I think that we might see some surprises from Tribe.
Let's see what we got. We got Penny coming out now. Okay, with the M's in there. There is a Mortis, there is a Poco, and there is a Penny.
Okay.
A Penny? Peter Piper, sorry.
Yeah, Piper, yeah. I mean, yeah, Mortis here can work. Poco's interesting. Piper as well. I'm not too sure on the Tribe comp here, but it is looking a little bit better. Spen can obviously focus on Maru there and does so very successfully. Now on to Maori, who's going to use the sleep stim to stay in the mix. So that makes Spen hesitant then to go for the swipe, and rightly so. Pick up there onto Tom, forcing him back, and Totem now with mid control.
Yeah, so the rest are coming back in. We'll just clear them out, and that is going to be a full wipe. All the gems control very much in Reply Totem's favor. Spen's going to dive in and die instantly. So that didn't work out there. Mario misses his shot onto Tom there. Now Soy DeBress is just going to keep them at bay. Not too sure what exactly the Poco is bringing to the table in this one, but I think they're all having fun.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about. But also, winning is a good way to look at it as well. But Spen gets a takedown. And the help from KC going in. Maori is forced into the corner there. Follow up from Tom as well. We'll drop the gems. Won't go into the pocket a try, but definitely showing some fight now at the moment. Gems going down as Tom does falter. Let's see Spen here cycling pretty well. Actually, he's going to have one gem in the hill from KC as well. Really clutch. Picks up another gem and Tribal one away from Countdown.
Absolute clutch heel coming in there. That's going to be the gems. And they have it. Spen just sitting there, spin to win. And now can they hold into this one? The irony is coming in with a bit of a troll comp may well pay off here. Mario's going to try and come through. That will force away the cover with 2 seconds to go. And they will take themselves the game. Tying up the set 1-1.
Well, it was a different kind of comp, but you know, they were playing it seriously, and that's the most important thing there. Gave them the win, and I have no idea whether we're going to see that comp or going, you know, reversing back to something else. But the plays were there, you know, the heals were there, very importantly so from Casey. I was surprised to see the poker on double swoosh, but it did work out with the combination of the Mortis, and Tom was able to use that range so well, and yeah, spin to win.
Yeah, absolutely. Spent pulling it off somehow with the clutch heel from KC, making it work out. So now the question is, will we see something similar once again? Will we see a massive change around? I expect we're probably going to see a massive change around here. Something that Tribe should be aware of is there is a sporting behavior rule within the ESL rules that applies across all ESL games, and esports is you have to take it seriously, or you can forget about that prize money.
Yeah, that's a worthy point for sure. I think if you reply Totem, going with some tankiness might actually be beneficial here, especially if they're going to go in close range with Mortises and bros like, you know, Dynamite that are going to really struggle to hit a lot of shots under pressure. At the moment, reply Totem are probably kind of like, you know, thinking like, what are we going in with, guys? what are we going to pick? Because yeah, at the moment, Tribe being very unpredictable to say the least, and that's something they've got to consider.
Yeah, I expect to see the Stew back. I've got to be honest. I think they need a bit of speed to get away from that. I don't expect to see the Pipers. We'll see what they change around. Let's have a look. It's getting on your screens. Here we go. So the Stew will be back with the Amber and the Rosa for Tribe. It is going to be Frank Mortis and... Okay, so they've gone almost full Bruiser to try and charge him down. We'll see at the moment whether Casey can get close enough.
This is what I was thinking, you know, like having a tank of their own was actually quite a smart call from Soida Brazier, and one that I think is actually going to work out pretty well here, and focusing on Spen would be the ideal person to focus on. Ultimately, they've got to be very cautious. Tom going with an early smash was really smart considering how low he was in HP, and Casey now is going to be able to use that that Stomper gadget there so nicely there, get that takedown. It's kind of interesting territory now because, you know, Totem can't really predict what Tribe are going to be coming in with, and triple tank here is actually, well, double tank and Mortis could be quite an aggressive idea if not shut down well. But the Totem, to be fair, seems to be holding their own quite well for the moment, for the most part for the moment.
It's actually a comp you would quite easily see Fnatic. Oh, we're pulling that one from SK and Clash coming into this with. You know, it's totally possible that they could. Maybe we'll see Fnatic join in the Brawl Stars universe at some point, but at the moment it is going to be Maori once again on that Stew holding the gems. He's just going to back away, so impressive with one himself, who is pretty low, but that's going to put pate to any attack they have, as Tom will go down and Reply Totem will take the first set.
Actually, so I think they thought that through well. You know, going with Rosa and the Stew like you recommended also was a really, really good shout. And they could just keep dashing around, and you know, with all those HP to sort of kindle away at, it just meant that Maori was able to really utilize the map and just be going super on the aggressive whilst healing along the way. So I really like the choices from there from Totem. I think they were pretty smart in the circumstances. Yeah,
and they answered the call well. They kind of recognized what was likely to come out there. Frustrating, I know, certainly as an Amber with a Mortis on your head. Definitely hard to do something about that, but yeah, it didn't work out for them this time around. So we're moving on to the next set. That will be going over to Kaboom Canyon, the heist map. So obviously looking towards the likes of Piper. Bell, of course, is banned out there. We saw some very successful Nanny yesterday, actually, on heist as well.
Yeah, that was SK bringing out the Nanny pick, and it works very, very well in terms of just bringing back the attention of EXO free agents at the time, and they were able to win that set, I believe, as a result of those choices. We also saw Pedrick using Sprout here, which is kind of interesting to see. But I don't know, it's not really the go-to, but it kind of worked on the situation because obviously Jetson had the timeout with his internet, and then Pedrick came in, so I mean, the roles had to kind of be considered a little bit more so to allow, you know, Semantic and Skarx to go the aggressive there. I think for me, I think Crow be a go-to pick, one that we've seen work out time and time again on Kaboom Canyon. Brawlers like, Colette as well as Byron here are not banned as well. So definitely some options. We saw a little bit of 8-bit, but at the same time, not my go-to, but one that is starting to come back a little bit on some maps. So I wouldn't be at all surprised if we did see something like that. But at the same time, I think that you can't really go wrong with Byron, Colette, and a Crow. But you can support the Byron for other things as well. But without Bell here, yeah, that's going to be the main brawler ban, as well as the Primo, I guess, in the situation to consider here. I don't think really Jean and Tara would have come necessarily into this particular game mode, but at the moment, I mean, who's to tell?
Well, who knows? Indeed, we'll see how this one's going to go. It's definitely going to be an interesting one. I'm very interested to see what sort of picks we get once again for Tribe, as they do appear to be having a little bit of fun with this one to close out the season. Just a couple of play days remaining, of course. And hopefully we'll get that on your screens in just a second. But at the moment, well, there we go. I was just about to get something else, but the game is about to start. So let's get it on your screens and see that. So it is going to be the Colette B and Crow for Tribe. And oh my, okay, all right. Dynamite is back.
Yeah, I mean, actually, this can work out well. I mean, those walls can be utilized as well. It's been hit some shots, and we just spin a gadget there just to kind of get some area denial. For me, B here, though, is a really, really solid choice. I was going to mention B or Piper could be also used if you want to vary it up a little bit, but I think the Reply Totem comp is the smartest one for me. B and Colette can have that range at their disposal. Tom is going to go in with Tick, and the nice part of the last hurrah, as a result of that balance change recently, will not take 100% of the damage, and he did see the nasty side of that amplified shot from Mari.
Well, Spen getting the spam out, Mari's doing what he can to get out of the way. In the end, it will be the Tick Tom that works out well there. And now Soy DeBresta trying to get around the back there. That's not going to happen. Didn't manage to get the damage down. So B is going to get focused as well. And, you know, Troll setup or not, this is actually working out pretty well for Tribe here as they go looking for the push, try and get towards the safe and try and do a little bit of damage.
I mean, experimenting the meta, not necessarily a bad thing. We saw a little bit of that yesterday, to be fair, with Penny, but this is definitely on a different level to that. Dynamite, I can't remember the last time I saw here, but it is an underrated brawler. I actually really do quite like playing with Dynamite at the moment. Tribe are in a good spot to be able to get a fair amount of damage if they want to commit to this. But on the other side of things, I think that there is someone from Reply System on the safe. I think it's Soy DeBreza causing some havoc there. Yep, there he is. There he goes. 59% dealt. For 53% remaining for Reply Totem. Definitely Tom, he might have lagged out there as well. They got the takedowns, but they're still behind in terms of the points. Tribe are going to have to bring this one back pretty quick.
Absolutely. This is looking good for Reply Totem, but we'll see. The aggression's coming out here. Tribe are going for it. They're throwing the kitchen sink at the safe, and they're almost going to get it. But meanwhile, you can see Totem are doing the same on the north side of the map, and that's going to be it was Maru around the back there. They just waiting for it to all be over. So DeBresta comes in and Reply Totem pick up the first game of the second set.
Yeah, they did concede a lot of damage in the process, but at the time that it was happening, there was already someone from Reply Totem on the safe dealing enough damage to compensate. So I think they've got to be a little bit cautious because I feel like, you know, with a good team wipe, this could actually do a fair amount of damage. They're still keeping with the Colette, and you know, Dynamite can just kind of hide away behind the walls as well as a Tick, but were able to make what they had work. I think they had by far the better comp. Brawlers like B can do so much with the range that they have to really take down a lot of those throwers. So unless Tribe can get mid-control and kind of assert their authority like that, then that could be something to consider. At the moment, for me, Reply Totem are just going with the more traditional, more meta-based comps, and that's much the reason why they're on top.
Yeah, we'll see whether they stay in meta or decide to drift away from the meta a little bit more. Once again, just to remind you guys of the bans, obviously was Primo, kind of a standard ban these days. Amber was banned out. No, looking at the wrong one. Bell was banned out.
That's it, yeah.
Jean and Tara. I was like, for a minute, I was like, wait, Amber was just played. I was like, hang on a minute. Yeah, El Primo, Bell, Jean, and Tara banned out. So obviously they're the ones that are not available. Didn't get any Piper in that one. I expect to see maybe a Piper exchange coming out here. No. Oh no,
Mari actually.
Mari hidden underneath.
Yeah, I mean, Piper here can work really, really well, but bringing out Mortis is actually going to be a big deterrent of that. He missed a bit of a dash there. I think he hit the wall. But still, that will be something to consider for Reply Totem side. It's not a bad shout from Spen actually to go in that. Probably never see it happen. But this map does case the Piper a fair bit. So one that is actually going to work out well for Tribe here, but they all are very, very low. Casey and Tom are having to be very, very cautious of their HP right now. They're going to struggle on the defensive side with the Mortis, however, and that's going to allow Totem to be able to get a lot of shots on that save.
Yeah, Maori and Mari doing work once again here. Maori just avoiding the damage, mitigating it. Tom with the Colt trying to work out, but Spen's going in. He's on the Maori. I don't think he's got the super to get away from this one. Will be able to pop it. Gets around the back there. Gets the damage down, but it's Maori and Soydebressa that are getting the damage done. And this will be them picking themselves up the match. And it will be 2-0 in set.
Very nicely done. Haven't seen Daryl for a while. It's nice to see him making an appearance, and one that I think can work out pretty well. Just struggles a little bit with B being such a prominent brawler in the meta right now, but Totem were able to just, really establish their control and maintain it, most importantly as well. I think the range as well of Mari was going to always do pretty well, as long as they stayed away from that Mortis pick, and they saw it absolutely wrecking the safe and getting a ton of value. And yeah, I think that Reply Totem are doing pretty well, because a lot of these actually ideas can counter some of them, so they're having to still remain on their toes enough to make sure that they don't make any mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going on to Backyard Bowl next. So into the Brawl Ball meta. This is actually something Tribe have done generally very well on. But honestly, I don't know what the heck they're going to bring out here. This is their one and only game of the day. They're definitely enjoying it.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely taking the opportunity to try out some new ideas, I guess. I don't know. I mean, if they're going to go in with something, I mean, I would probably predict triple tank. Just simply because it can be quite threatening when you're just kind of advancing and all three of you are committing to that advance. At the same time, Spendy seems to be quite attached to his Mortars and his Dynamites at the moment, and I kind of feel like he might bring out them as well. Poco again could be another option for both teams, really. I mean, this is a much more open space map, so I would be surprised in the event of seeing tanks on both sides here if Totem want to go that way. Also, range, you know, being a big factor here would cater a lot to brawlers like B, as we've already seen today a little bit of. Byron used to have a little bit of a place in Backyard Bowl. Now, not really necessarily so much. We did see a bit of 8-bit being played yesterday by exit free agents, and I kind of feel like that might be coming back and creeping in just a little bit. That same old strategy that we used to see so frequently of throwing the damage booster across the barrier and then cheek arching gadget through and TPing towards the goal. Used to be such a great mechanic to watch, and I quite like to see that again today. It's something that I kind of miss in the current meta. Definitely options either way you look at it. Tara, Jean, you know, would have been options here as well, but the bans as well as the El Primo and Bell, not going to see those. But still, plenty of ideas and brawlers available to these teams.
Well, it is going to be once again Spen on the Mortis. We're going to see the bow in there as well as the Max. And, well, this is okay. We've got a double bow. 4 enough. Didn't expect that one on Backyard Bowl.
Well, it's a weird one, I've got to say, but at the same time, the Super Totem has received a recent nerf, so that will eradicate some of that. Soydebressa going in with a stop and gadget. That one is all over. 28 seconds and a very dominant play there from Totem. Just wanting to wrap this one up quick.
Yeah, looking like they're going for the quick 3-0 here, and I think they may well get it, just judging by the way that one went. So, Spen's apparently been putting time in on Mortis. Maybe a little bit more required. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we were playing a bit of basketball the other day, and he was trying out on there, and it's definitely one that he likes, but one that he doesn't often play. I think that the comp wasn't necessarily actually anything too radical in that respect.
Yeah.
You know, maybe just the bow was a bit of the odd choice for me, really, there. If they swapped that out for something else, would have been better. But yeah, Totem are looking very, very at home with their tanky ideas with BB and Bull. I think Bull is a great underrated brawler actually at the moment, especially since the introduction of that Stomper gadget. You can do a ton of work with it, and as long as you've got the ability to close the gap, it can work out well. Tom going to bring out PSG Shelly, Spen going to bring out PSG Mike, and Maori actually is going to bring in Shelly as well in this instance. Maori wants to break but can't. Once he gets his super, he'll be able to open up some opportunities there on the goal side, but try with a good defense and trying to push up the ball now.
Well, let's see how it works out, because as irony as it is, this comp could actually work out pretty well against this one. There's the wall breaker coming through, but the ball was cleared back. KC will pass it to Spen, looking to try and get it through. He's actually going to try and walk it in. Not going to happen. Tried to get it through the line, didn't man it out. And the reply Totem, well, one behind them, they don't care. They can just the pass move. Just try and get it through. The wall break comes in, and Maru scores.
Nice synergy there as well. I mean, it's a simple play to make, but ultimately one that you've got to make sure that you are in communication for to get the timing just right. And looks like Totem are looking to wrap this up even faster. Soy is just absolutely dancing around. Tom gets the super as well. Should find a shot.
No,
misses. Hits the left-hand side post. Disaster for Totem, but the scoreline's still very much in their favor.
Yeah, they're going to get back up. The spawn's coming back through, but yeah, completely whiffing that shot. That gives Spen the ball once again, and he takes Mari down as well. And yeah, okay. Well, you know what? Everybody makes a small mistake this time. I don't think it's going to cost them too dearly. And looking to try and wrap this one up 3-0. Match point currently at the moment, but you can see Tom pushing forward on that Shelly onto Soyda. Trying to chase him down. Will get the kill for kill. In the end, Maru's going to come around the side. KC now left alone. Can't do anything with that ball. Slowed down. And that is going to be Totem on the attack.
So Brett's got super here as well. That'll be a key person to get the ball to. Ideally, Mario going to have to force himself back just a little bit here to allow that range to really come into play. Soy looking to get just one shot is all it will take to get that super, and there it is. He's going to try and go in. Actually on Spen, not the ball there, and doing a wondrous job of taking down the end by KC. And now it's down to Mari. Can he get the ball in time? Either way, the score stays the same, then Totem will take it. They are a match point. They will win this series. And I don't think there's going to be enough time for Spen to be able to return this.
No, he's going to try it down the field. Not going to happen. Maru and Soyda are there to watch him, and it will be Reply Totem taking the series 3-0 in what was a very interesting game. I think that's the best I can say about that.
Yeah, interesting, experimental, and unexpected. I think are the 3 words I would use to describe that. But yeah, Totem now going to be in a very good headspace for sure. As we pointed out as well, you know, their points on the leaderboards are looking in a really, really good spot, and adding that win to the mix is definitely going to close the gap between themselves and Big, and they're only just shallowing outside of that top 4. So this could be a good day for them.
Yeah, Reply Totem will happily take the win and the W there, so they're going to be going into 5-5. So great start for them. That equals about a 20-20 in terms of sets as well. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, the next match will be ready to go. That will be Reply Totem up against EXO Free Agents. See you in a few.
So we'll talk a little bit more about the ESL Mobile Open, because you just made it into the play-ins. You only just did it. You guys came 9th, but now you're here and you've made it through the play-ins and you're out the other side, and the challenge season is in, you know, reaching distance. So how does that feel?
I mean, as we told the last time, we were at the 12-2 situation and we were like actually top 5, I think. But then we had some connection issues for one of our players, so we couldn't play the whole week. And yeah, in one way we were lucky to get in, but then coming into it like 9th place, we didn't destroy them, but we won versus like #1 seed FA Trio, and then we won like quite easily in the semifinals. So I think we proved we deserve to be there, and anyway or the other way, we were gonna have to face the top teams. We faced them in the first round, we beat them, and we're in.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it, when you're at the mercy of technology sometimes. So sometimes when it doesn't work, we're still happy to have you, though, through the play-ins and now into the challenge season. But also, I have to mention your dominating performance against FA Trio in your first match as well. And they've been obviously performing extremely well. So did that give you an extra confidence boost coming into the challenge season?
Yeah, for sure. They are always a tough opponent for us. I think they were like the last match we lost in the open ladder too, so it was quite nice facing them again. And let's see how it goes now.
Well, which team are you most excited to face in the challenge season now?
Well, for sure SK, because they're the only team we never beat. So let's hope this is the first time we do.
And what are your expectations for the tournament for Reply Totem? I mean, do you think that you can go the whole way?
Yes, for sure. In the last couple of months, we've been placing top 3, top 4 in almost all the tournaments we're playing in. So I have high expectations and we'll give our best.
Good. I love that kind of confidence as well. So finally, just to wrap it all up, is there anything that you would like to say to your fans who have been supporting you throughout this entire journey and now into the challenge season?
Well, thanks for the support as always, and let's keep rolling, guys. Go Totem.
Love it. Thank you so much and best of luck.
Yeah, thank you very much.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. ESL Mobile Challenge, $45,000 on the line. But you've got to be in that top 4 teams to get there. Right now, Reply Totem are a team that are absolutely chasing it, Harry, after the win there over Tribe.
Yeah, very convincing to say the least. I'm going to be pretty happy with that result, just in case it does come to sets overall. So we'll find out on the circumstances at a later date. But yeah, EXO between these two, like these are definitely one of their rivals to try and qualify into the top 4 to make it to the challenge finals. You can see it there, Brazier, Mori and Maru, some very, very good players to really make a tight-knit team, which is trying to cause some havoc here and there, and they have done really. They've really taken SK Gaming and AC Milan's clash to the wire in a few of their bouts in this league and some other tournaments as well. So they're still looking very, very strong, very impressed by their recent performance, and like to see what more they can do later on.
Yeah, they also had a very close game with Navi yesterday, one that they will not want to remember. But of course, their opponents are coming in hot here. It is EXO free agents off the back of 2 strong wins yesterday, taking down SK Gaming 3-2 and then 3-0 sweeping big. A massive performance for them yesterday.
Certainly is indeed. He needs to have a word with his teammates, see where the pictures are as well. Don't get me wrong, Kirsty's looking beautiful, very hench indeed, and definitely one of the game changers in game as well as off the server as well. But EXO, I've been very, very impressed. Like, you normally see EXO and Reply Totem kind of in that top 4 kind of area in the competitive Brawl Stars scene overall. And I'm just going to be coming the standings at the moment, because I'm just curious to see exactly where they currently are in terms of the updates. So Reply Totem are 5th. and EXO are third. But the only thing is, though, with Reply Totem actually back in that last W, but not really too far apart. So if Reply Totem actually win this, they could completely change the standings overall.
Absolutely. Obviously, in terms of standings, it's 5-0-4 for EXO Free Agents right now. Reply Totem will be on 5-0-5 now as well. So, yeah, they could be on 6 wins if they were to take down Free Agents, and it would stick them up into 3rd place. It would be a massive move for them, no doubt about it. We're talking about the top 4 that have to go through. Here are the bans coming through, as well as obviously the map. Starting out, dry season split, hot potato, some assembly required, and sneaky fields. As you can see, it is Bell, Primo, Poco, and Bell. The double ban, obviously blind bans, which is why you see them twice.
Yeah, normality is it's been restored, D-Man. I feel like, you know, Bell, Primo, and Poco, these are the bands you would normally expect, considering what the game modes and maps will be competing on here today. And yeah, we did see some weird stuff yesterday, some odd picks, but I think it was more, you know, very strong counter picks just towards that team in particular due to the amount of research they've done, or again, you know, could be something we're quite weak on. But you see normally SK and Clash with those very in-depth bans as to, you know, why they're doing it and the reasons behind it. I'm sure there's plenty of reasons behind it, which of course there is. But yeah, Bell, Primo, and Pogo, yeah, completely understandable. And this is a must win for Totem, because they don't want the fate to be in EXO's hands where they have to rely on them to take the L against one of the other squads at a later playday.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I could do the bans for EXO Free Agents for them. They've done the exact same bans, Bell and Primo, since Playday 2. Playday 1, if you remember, was obviously pre-patch. They banned out Stu Poco instead. But outside of that, they basically... oh, to lie, there was a Poco Barley against Tribe as well. But outside of that, it's been Bell and Primo all of the other playdays. So it's the standard bans for EXO Free Agents. So whatever they obviously don't like about them that work against their comps, they just don't want any of it, that's for sure. So expect, I mean, you know what, I'm just gonna, I may just fill out the next box against Clash and just do the same. And actually I could probably do the same for Clash as well, because Clash tends to ban the same brawlers every time as well. But anyway, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's talk about the game on our screens here. We're going to be starting out, it will of course be dry season bounty. I'm not going to read too much into Reply Totem's game that they did just have, but obviously going into a bounty game, it's probably going to be the standard Nanny, a Piper, maybe a Gene in there, because Gene's obviously not banned now, so like he was in the first game, so probably expect to see the standard brawler come.
Yeah, always see a tick on either side as well, just to create those stalemates, and we're just like looking at our watches thinking, waiting for the last 30 seconds to appear for the final engagement. We do see it time and time again, but it depends how aggressive you are. It's very, very difficult to get any kind of hold of your opponents with that huge amount of damage to push on up, because the tick doesn't give you the aggression you need, but it does put them on the defensive at the same time. So it works wonders in some ways, but it can be a little bit of a pain in the backside at times, depending on the circumstances. But yeah, you are right into those picks. Like, may see a Nanny as well, may see a Piper, because Bell isn't there due to the fact that with the how versatile Bell is, that's why you normally see a Piper straight afterwards, and that's why Bell's also banned 9 times out of 10 nowadays. And we'll probably see a lot more Bell bans, as you know, like I said earlier, the normality is slowly, you know, restoring itself here as we push on now, and now the meta is becoming more established at a later day as well.
Absolutely, we're starting to see Max back in the metas. Stu's become, I think, the standard to replace Max. I think basically is basically all that's happened. You know, obviously as the patch balances itself out and people's knee-jerk reactions to changes suddenly realize, actually, you know, it's not that bad. It's not the end of the world. You know, obviously the big shout was that the reload, you know, the fact starting without bullets was starting without ammo, I should say, was the big change that everyone was like, this is the end of the world. Everything, the sky is falling. But then everyone's like, yeah, it doesn't really matter actually that much. It hasn't affected us too much. Yes, I guess if you get spawn camp, that's a big problem. But let's face it, these teams are not at that level. It's not going to happen. So we're just waiting for them to get themselves ready to go. Don't worry, that's why you're looking at our beautiful faces and not the game on your screens. As soon as it's ready, we'll get it on there. Don't worry, we're not just talking for the sake of it. And speaking of which, here it is.
We are going to get straight into this one. Like we said before, we feel like Totem is a must-win for them because they don't want their fate to be in someone else's hands towards the last couple of play days next week. That's the last thing they would like here. But a good start for them in that first innings against Triumph. They want to try and continue with that momentum swing. And you can see in terms of the picks where Riley said about the tick early on, but can Brazier have been very aggressive with that as Bentley's actually gone all the way back in from that left lane, doesn't want to take any more damage because one more tick would actually take him down, doesn't want to give him that kind of early advantage. But speaking of advantages though, Totem does have that blue star.
Yep, so the mirror match in there, obviously with the Gene Ruffs and Tick, seems to be working relatively well. The single blue star that was picked up by Mari is looking for that big moment. Oh, the pull came in and all he got was a sandbag. That's not what you want to be looking for, that's for sure. As Whitey starts to force him back.
Certainly does. Indeed, and Brazier does get taken down. That was a great pull, yeah, indeed. So that will give EXO that advantage once more. 1 minute left remaining, so we can see Totem on the aggressive. Depends on how aggressive they want to be at what time, but Mario is on the front line. He loves to overextend and try and make them as uncomfortable as possible, which is perfectly understandable. It's just a little bit of damage, but Maury's still looking to push up on the front line as well. He could take out YDE. He's only on 778 HP, but has already recovered way too quick. It's gone all the way on the back foot. Kirst has taken down Brazier. So now EXO are looking very good leading up to the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, this is where it's all going to happen. They've got to go for it here. The pulls have been working out well. Sun Bentley stepping in for Yoshi and has done really well yesterday. And we're seeing it once again here after a 2-0 yesterday. They're definitely feeling confident. EXO free agents on the charge. They're a team that a lot of people expected to be at least in that top 3. And it does look like it may well happen today. Let's see. 8-1. They're going to get pressured. They're going to get pushed, but they're just instead going to turn the kills in their favor. One will go down, but it's not enough. 10-5. The first game goes to EXO free agents.
Very standard game of Bounty, what we expected as well. A little bit more back and forth, which is what we like to see, not just, you know, complete stalemates for the couple of minutes we have to witness between both teams. And it was nice, really, because you can see Maru, he loves to, I wouldn't say, I think overextend is probably the wrong phrase I'm saying. He just likes to push himself and make it the opponents feel as uncomfortable as possible in that front line. He's trying to find some very little tiny mistakes to try and exploit him and make it even a bigger problem, to try and push the rest of the defense of EXO into a corner. But that's where Tick will then further excel in terms of the amount of damage he can do and put in place to maybe get a full team wipe rather than just take one of them and then just have that defensive strategy set up straight afterwards. But good stuff there from the side of EXO, kind of what we predicted in a few ways, but now we can see if Totem can respond better than they did in that first game.
Absolutely. So we'll see. They're going to have to get themselves involved already because the blue star's already been collected by Whitey as he tries to sneak away. Maru getting a lot of damage down, but they just don't have enough to complete it. You can see Ruff's just sidestepping out of there. Going to get the supply drop come through. Should be able to get Mari back on his feet, and it's all going to be down to those pulls, I feel. The magic hands. How's Mari got them right now? Because Sun Bentley was landing them perfectly last time, but didn't get the kill this time. Mari managed to get away.
And EXO are just all the way back. They can't go any further if they tried. Mori trying to sneak into on that left lane to get a fantastic angle. Just needs the support from Brazier and Mari. They also need to try and find that opening. YDE is way too close to Brazier, so can't really do too much. But YDE realised that, yeah, just needs to back away just a little bit more, as now Mori's going to try and see if he can find that opening in the left lane once again. But you've got to remember, EXO have actually recovered their own left lane, which means that they have to be super aware if they want to try and push up onto this.
Yeah, with 40 seconds left, they're really doing a great job at forcing Kirst and co back here. Kirst is going to try and get the flank, so he's moving up to that right lane. But Soy and Bress are in there. The Tick, they could really definitely work them out here. Mari's going to get around the side. Sun Bentley's really low now. The damage is going through, but it hasn't quite gotten down. 20 seconds to go. There's the pull they were looking for. That makes it in their favor. Sun Bentley's going to go for this one. Kirst on the respawn, and you can see Reply Tournament just running away from this one.
Yeah, that was their plan the entire time. It's kind of like an ice cream scoop. Just try and scoop it into the corner, keep them trapped so the Tick can do a huge amount of damage overall. And there we have it. Totem managed to take that 4-1, a lot more methodical compared to the last game. but you could see that there was a few openings in that left lane that Mori was able to exploit to push him back even further. So all the pieces in the puzzle came in the end for Totem.
Yeah, perfectly played. They were just slowly falling them back. Apparently, the headset fell off for Kurtz there mid-game or something like that. So, you know, I don't know whether that's just like whether he was shouting so much or what, either way. But definitely was forced back there. You can see, and the pull came in. That was Kurtz going down. That must have been the exact moment where he bent down to pick the headset back up.
Yeah, I can imagine that. His headset. That's a good one, Kirst. That's a good one. I'd like to see your next excuse next game, mate. We'll see what happens there. But you know, it is possible. I probably do believe him actually. But we'll see if it makes any more difference. So we'll see if his headset falls off again going into game number 3.
Not an excuse, he says. Not an excuse. It's just. Oh, it was in the start. It was in the start, so it wasn't at the end. Okay, it's just the start. So nothing too forced, but obviously, you know, you will lose sort of that positional advantage. I wonder whether we're going to see another mirror match here because it has gone very even so far. Now's the time to bring some sort of surprise package out to try and change things out. Let's get it on your screen and have a look, see exactly what they're going to do. Changes, nothing for reply Totem, nothing for. I'd tell a lie, and Bentley has changed. He's gone away from the Gene. He's gone over to the Sprout.
Certainly has indeed. Don't worry, Kirst. I'll believe you. Don't you worry about that, as Maru now is already on the front line to push on up. But Kirst, funny enough, does take down Maru and are up 3-2. But saying that, though, Brazier has made me eat their words slightly. Has gone, no, actually, we're going to regain that lead. Now up by 1 star as Bentley's trying to pull all the way back from that left lane. Kirst is now going to push up with him. It's taken a bit of damage in the process, so we'll have to delay this next bout, and you can see now Kurt's also trying to just dwindle around a little bit just to try and survive and just wait for the rest of his teammates to push on up before he can on the back line. Maru, Mori and Brazier just sticking in the wolf pack towards the center, and you can see now that X are just trying to find a positional advantage. They're the ones who have to make the first attack and the next engagement. A minute left remaining, and Mori's already pushed all the way to the left side, has found another opening with just sadly the lack of awareness on XO, but it's also because of the fact that once one of the players taken down, that was going to create a huge opening on the map for them.
I do like the idea of the double thrower, but they're trying to, you know, execute it and corral them effectively. That's the current plan at the moment, which is what they're trying to do. You can see the overgrowth coming through, and when they group like that, that's the danger moment. You can see YD was instantly in there with the tick trying to get the damage down, but they are still trailing with 30 seconds to go. It's now or never. They've got to go for it.
Certainly have to indeed. I think Brazier's going to be their main target, but considering how Tick normally plays, you will see him the furthest back, which makes perfect sense. So, you know, but potential team wipe may be required depending on how well they'll take these fights, how much damage they take. So this is the push coming in now with Bentley coming in the left lane. YD and Kurst looks to push the right side onto Mori. Mori's actually taking a fair amount of damage, but the pull comes in. Mori takes down Kurst. Surely that is going to be it, and yes, it is. As Totem managed to win the last game 9-3 and now 1-0 up in the series.
Great start. I like the thinking that XO Free Agents brought to the table. They're thinking, okay, if we can push them back, just like they just been done. That's where the double throwers, you get them squashed in this corner like that. Double throwers coming in can absolutely punish. But Mari's hooks, once again, are going off there. And Sunbunny was caught right at the start, which put XO Free Agents on the back foot immediately.
I will say, no, XO had much better map control, a lot better aggression. In terms of positional advantage was okay, but I'm still finding Mori, finding these little spots he can sneak around and get a flank going every single time. And, you know, you've got to really keep tabs on the man because sometimes he can be quite cheeky and get behind and get some of the damage done you don't expect.
Absolutely. So fantastic first game. Now we're going to be moving on to Hot Zone. It will be split. So we'll see how that's going to play out. We have seen a bunch of Jessies in the past that is not banned. Generally is a clash ban, so we might be seeing that in the next game. But generally has been very strong, obviously getting that turret down as the solo player, what I'm talking about here. But we'll see where this plays out. Obviously, we had some very different games yesterday. On Hot Zone, SK bringing the full brawler team out, you know, making things work. And sometimes you can just sort of get the mental edge on your teammates. Not your teammates, your opponents. I mean, if you get the mental edge over your teammates, I'm not sure what that says for you, but if you get the mental edge over your opponents, you can catch them off guard in just maybe a one-off game, and Hot Zone is definitely where it could pay off.
It certainly could indeed. I just feel sorry a little bit for EXO in that last game. It's just they had map control. Curse had a very good start and a very good running at the very beginning as well, getting a few of those kills and playing very well, supporting in terms of the damage he inflicted. A little bit of a shame, but I think with Hot Zone, this is where the map control will heavily go in your favour. So if it did exactly what they did, but in this next game, been great. But of course, compositions are going to be completely different. Things are going to change entirely in terms of how they're going to play this in a calculated fashion. But let's see as we're going to jump into this now. We are going to go into the second set as Totem are currently up 1-0 in the series. Still early days yet. We'll see if EXO can bring this back.
Was not expecting a Colt, that's for sure. Curse bringing the Colt out here. It is going to be relatively standard for Reply Totem with the Surge, the Ruffs, and the Stew. The Ruffs, of course, for Sudden Bentley as well. But yeah, the Colt, definitely didn't expect that one coming out. Obviously, the difference, Stew also in there and unable to really try and break through. So great work from Mari to start things off. They're getting the sandbags down. Will finally get cleared out. And now's the chance for EXO free agents to take control.
Yeah, Maury knew he lost that bout straight away. As soon as the sandbags came down, he knew that was pretty much it. But Maru now is going to push up with Brazier this time around. Good teamwork and good coordination as Maury's having a little duel with Curse. Oh, sadly, he does not get away as he will take down his Colt. YDE with the Stew in the bushes directly in front of him. Brazier making the assumption he's gone all the way back on spawn, but actually it was pretty much next to him as YDE is going to try and control that right zone. Curse is coming with the Colt to try and support that if he can. A couple of missed shots, but Curse still leading the way with the range game and trying to take down range as well.
Oh, they're back and forth. 38 hit points apiece. It's Sun Bentley that comes out on top. Oh, some clutch sandbags and Soy Depressor as well. A mega battle on the left-hand side, and Sun Bentley will come out on top, and I think that's just won EXO free agents this game. It absolutely has. They're going to lock out the right and left. What a clutch performance from Sun Bentley there on 38 hit points, taking down both players. Incredible.
Typical. I was keeping a really close eye on the right-hand side with YD and Curse trying to keep him at bay whilst trying to control the zone at the same time. I actually completely missed that engagement, and as soon as I saw it, they managed to take down another straight after.
Just look at the duel. Look at this duel.
Low HP. So yeah, let's keep an eye on that.
Here goes, look, 38 and 38, so he comes out on top, and then Soy Depressor goes in, he's like, panic, quick, slows down the sandbags, instant style, and gets him. So clutch performance, some mega reaction skills coming out there from Sun Bentley.
That was clutch. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I think it was literally, 0.1 of a second when he jumped in with the Surge as well to actually put that sandbag down. And of course, the sandbag had enough HP to it to help him recover. That was ridiculous. You were on the money there. It's a shame I just missed it by the smallest margins when I was concentrating on the right lane. But going to keep my eyes on Bentley now. It just shows his individual talent ever so slightly, and look forward to see a lot more of it as now Bentley's going to be going to that left zone against Maru in a kind of dual fashion. Kind of similar as last time. Bentley doesn't get the better of that engagement, but as I say that though, he does take a lot more HP off in the end with Maru left on 420 HP.
I like the thinking there. The wall break comes in. That opens things up though. You can see Soy Depressor trying to get around the backside, but I'm not too sure if that's benefited Reply Tournament at all here. Curse is going to get in their faces, and with that map being now wide open, it's perfect for the range shots of the likes of Colt, who will just back up Sun Bentley here and work well. But they're being pressured away. They've picked up 50% already, though. That's a good start.
That's a fantastic start indeed. EXO are up by 10%, but you've got to remember, the Totem's got both those zones, and they're already going straight past them here. They're just planning their next attack, as Curse is just trying to do a bit of damage for Bentley to then pushing straight afterwards. Good shots there from Curse once again, but YD does take down Brazier. YD's going to give Curse a little bit of a helping hand. And again, I like what Curse is doing, just constantly keeping his distance. But at the same time, he does have a few missed shots here and there just due to how far away those projectiles are being, but still doing a huge amount of work, almost taking down Maury. Doesn't finish him off as Brazier finally comes in, takes down Curse, and then Bentley will get the trade on Brazier straight afterwards.
Yeah, not enough though. It will be Totem closing out this one. So we're tied one apiece once again. This game looks to be going the distance, doesn't it? See whether Reply Totem can turn it around and even up the series. One apiece in sets at the moment. EXO free agents winning that first one over on Dry Season for Bounty. So will we see any changes? I mean, both teams sticking with the tried and tested in that game. Very different game though for EXO free agents.
I must say, individually, Bentley is actually pretty good. Like, he's a little bit of an aim star. He always makes the right choice at the right time. At times, a bit of an understatement compared to what we saw in that first game, like you mentioned with the sandbags. But yeah, I've been very impressed so far. I've been interested to see how much of an impact and what he can actually bring to the table for EXO, considering after Yoshi's departure. But he seems to be doing pretty good so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly playing very well. Now, will we see the changes, as I mentioned? Obviously, the Surge has been in there as well, and obviously with the big wall break coming through. Remember, Primo banned out. Just to remind you guys, Primo, Bell, Poco, all banned out. So lots of options available for them here. Try and put the pressure on them. Maybe one of those strong brawlers to try and take control of the hot zone. I'm very interested to see how this Colt's been stuck with by Kirst. He's certainly making it work, rocking it. But I wonder if we're going to see a change now.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because I don't feel like he's playing bad with playing bad with Colt at all, because I think the first game was a bit iffy, but the second game he was hitting a lot more of his shots. He was supporting very well. I think his position is perfectly fine. It's just getting those projectiles timed right in order to try and get a lot more damage across the board, which he did do in that second game a lot better in comparison. Just didn't get the W in the end, which is, I know it sounds a little bit strange considering they did win that first game. But yeah, from what he's doing, he seems perfectly fine. I wouldn't be surprised if he did stuck with the Colt, but we'll find out. Don't be surprised if we do see a composition change to try and swing the favour in any way, shape or form, or of course, with the mind games being played, it wouldn't be too much of a surprise in the slightest either. So we do see a Rico as well, and even with Curse, he actually has switched up from the Colt, which you were definitely correct on, Liam, and he's actually switched to the Barley now.
Yeah, so he has changed it across there, going with that throw up, keeping the pressure on, but also the Rico coming out from Maru here as well. So feeling the need for that change, and there is a Surge as well. So a couple of changes from both teams. We'll see how it pays off at the moment, both holding their respective sides. And Bentley taking Soydebressa down on that left-hand side once again, though. Now's the time. They're trying to find a moment to try and get in, but Maru is just absolutely keeping the pin. Whitey goes for it, comes in. Mari goes down, goes aggressive. Can he come out on top against Maru? The Barley comes in. Curse lands it, but Soydebressa's back in place.
Oh, that was pretty tight, but you got to remember though, Totem are not too far behind, only down by a 6% deficit as Brazen Mori just trying to hold to that right-hand side. Maru now is going to try and do his best to contest that left zone with the Rico, but it seems like Curse doing a good job just making sure they stay out of that zone, but also just piling on that pressure while staying out of range. But Bentley's still able to save his life on 548 HP on the other side. Mori does take down YDE, but he's got to be careful though. He's trying to push right up on his right lane, which is great because he's wasting a lot of time, but EXO are just not falling for it. Just continue to push him back. Mori takes down Bentley. Curse takes down Brazier in the meantime, but Curse is also trying to keep Maru back here, which he actually is doing a fantastic job of it, and now up by 20%.
Whitey's been doing a fantastic job of jumping over and getting in their faces, keeping a hold of it. Some Bentley finally down, so Reply Totem in control at the moment. The respawns coming back through. Ooh. Curse landing himself a nice couple of beer balls straight onto the head there. Whitey will get picked off instantly though. Sun Bentley back in place, and I really like the switch that they've gone with here. Again, Soydebressa over on the right-hand side on the defensive side. Seems to be working out. Reply Totem 2v1 in that left side. Whitey will come back in, but he can't hold it, and the bouncing shots from Soydebressa are causing him real problems, and Totem are now in control.
It certainly are indeed. As Brazier takes down Bentley, this could be it. They have the numbers advantage here, and they keep the respawns completely, in terms of the death cycle, keep them really separated. That could be it. They won't have the numbers advantage at all for the rest of his game. It's on 93%. Maru takes down Curse. It's going to be a massive leadway. Bentley is way too weak to engage. He's going to push it anyway, but it doesn't matter, which is a little bit of a shame, as Totem do win another set added to the scoreboard. 2-0 now in the series. But Bentley did such a good job just playing for his life throughout the entire course of that last bout, but it just wasn't enough.
I tell you what, I thought Sun Bentley was about to do it again.
I know.
There for a moment. The way he was pushing through, I think another second and he would have cleared out that zone on the left and maybe forced them down, but it's not to be. Reply Totem, though, will close out the set, and that takes it to a 2-0. It's going to be down to a reverse sweep chance here for EXO free agents. They've got a lot of work to do as we move on to the next one. And of course, that will be heist. It's going to be hot potato. And this is going to be some real pressure for EXO free agents in, honestly, what is one of two hard games today. They're playing Clash after this. This is not how they dreamed about starting the day, especially after taking down SK Gaming yesterday and Big.
Well, this is it. It's definitely not impossible, even though both these teams are very similar in terms of skill stature. Like, look at SK and Clash yesterday. SK did a fantastic reverse sweep in the end, you know, considering they managed to solidify that series win. And there's no reason why EXO can't do it either. I don't think they've been playing bad at all in the slightest. It's just some little things here and there just haven't gone their way. And once again, every second has been decisive, and it's just very tiny mistakes. They just got to keep a very close eye on a couple of players here and there and have a little bit more map awareness, because we've seen it before where Mori and Maru, both of those two players are very cheeky sometimes and also very sneaky with on their whereabouts and what they plan to do, because the worst thing is they're very aggressive on how they approach the map. But at the same time, they do it on the slide quite often, and it's very difficult to keep tabs on them sometimes. And that's what makes them, you know, such great players. And added to this, of course, with Brazier, he's pretty much a hoover, cleaning up some of those kills on quite a lot of the occasions. But let's see if EXO can respond with something big here.
So the double Ruffs and double Barley, the difference being the Colette and Rico in the mid at the moment. And wow, Curse just absolutely spaffing that one in the end. It comes through, just completely takes dominant control. And that's buying time for Sunbelly just to get a couple of shots through onto that safe. Now he's forced back away on that right lane. Meanwhile, Whitey and Maori having a great old Barley battle on the left.
Certainly is indeed, as Brazier's going to take a little bit of damage there. Maru has to pull back just ever so slightly, but the main thing is the fact that Brazier was able to jump in and do 13% to that save. So one more super will give a little bit more leadway, but then again, who needs it? It's already down to 77%, now a 6% deficit, so it's going to be EXO who need to try and figure out a way to force out the situation and push on up. But the amount of time left on the board, we're definitely going to see that at some point, but not with YDE getting taken down there in the right lane against Brazier. Curses take a little bit of damage into the center, but now things are looking very good for Totem.
Absolutely. Sun Bentley tried to get the switch, tried to change the lane round, but Maru has come to match him once again. So the Ruff's over on the left and now the Barley's on the right. Meanwhile, the same old duel happens. And I got to be honest, Soyderbresser's not getting anything at all from this game right now. That's only going to make it even worse for him now as his cover gets cleared away. Or maybe it'll work out in his favor. I don't know, because obviously Rico for Curse was doing a great job at bouncing those shells all the way through the grass. And now Soyderbresser's been given a little bit of freedom.
Certainly indeed, but that's two members down for Totem. This is going to be EXO's opportunity now to do a huge amount of damage on the safe. Maybe as much as they can, but it looks like they've done plenty here. And that's exactly what they needed to give them a little bit of leadway in this matchup. But we know what Totem are like. They're very, very good on the retaliation after that kind of engagement, as Curse is just trying to stay alive in the center.
They've got to go.
Just missed one of those damage points here with 15 seconds left here, D-Man.
No, not going to happen. Maru gets taken down. Whitey's gone around the back already, so Maru can't do anything about this. There's the super going down, and it's going to be EXO Free Agents closing out the first game here on Heist.
Yeah, definitely not what we expected leading up to the very end, but good retaliation there from EXO to respond to a lot of the push we just saw there from Mori, and especially, you know, with some of the collect plays as well. You can see what their plan of action was, but Totem were just having none of it. They just knew they had to keep on the aggressive the entire time, considering the composition they're working with here. YDE got caught with his trousers down a couple of times in that right lane, but made up for it massively with the amount of damage he did, not just on the safe, but just keeping the opponents back of Totem.
And for me, that was all about Curse. Curse absolutely bossed the mid there, and not a lot that the Colette could do. So I do wonder whether we're going to see the Colette change here. Colette is kind of a staple diet on Heist, in fairness, because that super can be so strong getting onto the safe. But I just wonder, maybe we're going to probably get the Barley change in there. We'll see whether that's maybe going to be a thing. I wonder. Definitely going to be an interesting one. The double Barley, as you say, it was a bit of a stalemate more than anything. He didn't gain anything, but he didn't lose anything either.
No, he certainly didn't. No, I'm just hoping that Totem can continue this now. At least they've not taken them to a point where Totem are on match point and they're things are looking pretty bleak here and there. But that looked much better from EXO. It's like I said, they've not played bad at all in this series. Just very little mistakes are costing them. A little bit more map awareness on a couple of players on Totem will just absolutely do itself justice. And now YD is actually played a little bit more diverse compared to last. Still stick with the Barley, but he's also at the same time just making sure he keeps switching up the lanes here. But Mario does get taken down by Bentley, and Bentley gets traded off by Brazier.
I like the change there. Soydebress is going to try and close in YDE, though. They know he's in the corner. Soydebress should be able to close him down relatively easy, and he'll do just that. But Kirsta's just gone straight down the middle, ripping on. This is going to be a base race at the moment. You can see it's working badly, though, for Reply Totem. Now you can see they're just going to come back. Curse comes back in again, gets the Maru down, and now once again takes control, and that Sprout usage, I love it. I love it. Just lock up the mid instead this time. Well aware of the change. Maru tries to jump in once again, getting as much damage down, and he's making it work so well. Now the Colette's through as well for Soydebressa, and this is looking great suddenly. It is going to be a trade back and forward as YDE and Maori go for it, but back at the top side, finally Kurtz is back on his feet, and we'll get the kill in.
Oh, this is ridiculous. That was almost a
it's so
potential
tight, 30-30.
base trade here as well. Exactly. It's like EXO are up by 5%, but this isn't going to stop here, D-Man, at all. This is going to be outright aggression here. Both of them are trying to go for the trade. It just depends on who has enough DPS to push on forward, but you can see Totem down to 17%. They can't let any more damage occur onto this, and they need at least a team wipe in order to take out his opponent. Safe down to 1%. Will he be able to do it? Yes, he does. And the EXO do get the first set on the board to give a bit of leadway in the next couple of sets.
Well, here we go. Is this the turnaround? So close. The barley ticked the damage, the burn, everything was working out well. And they just still, while I love the changes they had, still didn't really have an answer to Kirst's Rico, who kind of continued to boss it despite the damage that Maru was doing, jumping on that back line and really causing them problems, causing obviously problems for the throwers. The throwers continue to still have that same fight that was going on there, but you can see Sun Bentley continuing to be a nuisance in the backside, but a much closer game this time around. But it doesn't matter. EXO Free Agents picked themselves up hot potato. We're moving on to some assembly required Siege. We've been here many times before, and I'm very interested to see if this is the beginning of a reverse sweep.
I think it could be, just due to the fact that we saw EXO yesterday. Didn't they take SK Gaming down on one of their best modes? And I think afterwards as well, in their following series, they were dominating in Siege. Again, not matter what map it is. So Totem were probably hoping just to make this a clean sweep, just end it now before things get out of hand. And I think it will do. We'd be surprised if EXO had a huge advantage coming into this.
I think SK still won that bot drop game on Siege, so they did still win it, even with Pedro in there. You know, you don't mess with SK when it comes to Siege mode. That's for sure. They definitely have something special figured out there. But yes, I'm very interested to see what we're going to get. Okay, so what realistically could we have? Obviously, we got Primo band out there as well as the Bell and the Poco. So take them off the cards, because Primo has been a thing on some assembly required a couple of times, but so has Frank. Frank has definitely played a part in here a couple of times, but with Poco taken out, we'll see. I actually think the way that Curse just played the Rico may just come back out again here.
Yeah, it's difficult to say the least. We haven't really seen much Frank in terms of, like, you know, recent play days. And at one point we saw him like a huge amount, loads, but now it's just on the old rare occasion here and there. But you're right though, like if we did see him here, that wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. I mean, it'll be the double sprout, right? The double sprout's almost, I think that's just like everybody's expecting that. That's kind of like a thing that goes with it. It's Siege mode. You've got to get something in there. If not sprout, a Lu, just basically to either lock out, freeze, or, you know, overgrowth, whatever you want to do, just basically to force that bot in a different direction. Gene, also a possibility, don't forget, because obviously you can pull the bot out the way, which is also another way of maybe doing it here. So that's a strong possibility as well. Yeah, it's the good thing with Jean as well, that she can be used in almost any composition, really, like in any mode, depending on like what your plans are with what you want to do going forward. But let's have a look now as we are going to go into the fourth set now between Totem and EXO. And we have seen Cole quite a few times here and there. We do see a Stu as well, which is not really too surprising either. Do see a Barley as well as the Jean, and so yeah,
survived an 83.
Seen quite a few, but we are going to find out exactly who's going to get this Bolt lead. But who's going to do it? They might even force it just to a tie, and it looks like they will be having level 2 siege bot for Totem here, and that's going to see the early defense from EXO.
Yeah, it's only a level 2 though, so not really going to get a great deal from this one. YD should be able to slow this one down. You can see immediately going to go in and just face tank that one and just take one for the team effectively, not losing out on too many bolts either, because the bolt spawn's only just coming through. Now, How can they push out here? Kirsten's going to be the one that should try and flank around. He's going to get himself some clean shots on Tamari here. Should be able to take him down, although he's pinned against the wall. And Mario will come out on top.
Yeah, great stuff here from Totem. That first bot, of course, isn't really an indicator to try and get as much damage done as possible. It's just them to give a map control and positional advantage. But let's have a look so far as already 7 bolts go in the hands of Totem. Looking to increase that even further if they can. Mario trying to stay alive. Brazer's going to be pushing into that left lane, but not too aggressively. Waiting to see what Bentley and YD are going to do. But the bot is now going to be coming towards EXO. They're going to try and defend it the best of their ability. They should be able to defend this just fine, but may take a huge amount of damage in the process. But look at this, though. All 3 members of Totem are literally just diving on it here. Only down to 15%. This should be it, and there we have it. I wasn't really too sure if they were going to jump it or not, but considering the level of that siege bot, do you know what? Why not?
Yeah, absolutely. Loving the Jackie as well, coming out there, really working well, obviously dominating the Stew on the right-hand side there. So, yeah, full marks to reply Totem, taking it to match point once again here. And it was such a strong, dominant start. They really read the picks well.
Yeah, they certainly did indeed. That was a great composition for Totem to work with against EXO, which is a little bit of a shame. So we'll see a composition change from EXO, but will we though? It depends if Totem actually stick with the exact same one. That's, the never question which will be answered momentarily. But I think at the moment Totem are going to be very, very pleased about that. And finally, we actually get to see their first match point.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see whether they can close this one out. Obviously, it really read the situation well with the counters there. So obviously, we were talking about the fact that, really, I got to be honest, for me, Siege is kind of becoming one of my favorite modes because in terms of meta picks, it really is wide open. Obviously, if we go to certain to sort of heist, we kind of know what we're going to get. If we go to bounty, we kind of know what we're going to get. Same with the gem grab, you kind of got an idea of what the team comp's going to be. But certainly for me at the Siege is the one that's like the most open. People are bringing all sorts of wacky picks out there, even the throwers, brawlers, etc. All sorts of picks are on the table. Let's see what they're going to change it to. We are going to see the Rico once again. The Carl stays, the Jackie stays, and actually Reply Totem stay exactly as were. But we'll see whether this counter works with the Surge.
Because then you just said that you actually really like City is one of your favourites. You can tell that D-Man's probably wearing an SK Gaming jersey underneath his jumpers. So make sure you keep an eye on that.
They are Cologne-based, SK Gaming. So, I'm just going to see Alex over the road. I would say SK's main point is like 15-minute walk from me right now, but someone that is getting a good walk here is the Siege bot. EXO free agents, they're up against a match point here, and they are delivering. What is this for a first bot? 32%, that is brilliant.
Okay, normally most teams do it for the map control, but it looks like they've actually done some heavy damage, like you rightly said, and one more bot could do it here. Let's see what Totem can do to prove themselves, but YD is having absolutely none of it. It takes down Mori, does get traded by Brazer, and Bentley will get the trade on Brazer straight afterwards. But Maru is so weak, and will he be able to stay alive to try and keep him off the rest of his bolts? It doesn't look it, but it seems like Totem will win this next spot, but you got to remember, you've got a little bit of a recovery process here. Yes, EXO do have that 3 bolt or 4 bolt advantage, you could say, going into the last one, but at the same time, they know that EXO at some point will be jumping with that bot later on. But Mori has taken down Curse whilst the bot's still going towards north on the side of EXO. But it looks like the defense has been very, very good, and if EXO win this next one, that's going to be game.
Yeah, and don't forget, they've got that bolt advantage already. I do feel the Reply Totem maybe missed a beat here, sticking with the same comp, the tried and tested. Maybe because it works so well, they were just thinking they were in a dominant control. Jackie will get taken down on the right-hand side. That's Mari. But they are starting to get the bolts. They've tied it up now. They're going to get the advantage here. 10 seconds to go. Sun Bentley has to win this duel, and he does. Curse will pick up that one, but he can see 8-6. Is it going to be enough? The bolt's going back. 8-7, not enough. It will be Reply Totem with the final bot.
The main thing is these guys have cushioned the blows, so let's see how well they can try and defend this if they can already. More than half the damage has been taken, but they have enough ammunition to put it back. It should be okay, and yes, it will be.
Absolutely nothing.
Totem only on 32%. EXO are going to be quite happy with this, but it does mean we are going to go to a third game of this set, and Totem have another match point.
Yeah, absolutely solid defensive work from EXO free agents. You know, I feel that Reply Totem, and this is, you know, no shade on Reply Totem at all, but this is like the smallest differences, obviously in terms of player skills as well that's there, but the differences between the likes of Clash and SK is their adaptability. You know, Reply Totem just stuck with the exact same comp. Just thought, you know what, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Well, for EXO free agents, they said, yeah, well, okay. If they do bring the same out, we're going to counter it. We know what they're going to be up against, and it will work out well. And they absolutely dominated that game. You know, from a level 1, the first bot, which I think was a level 2 bot, if I'm not mistaken, absolutely dominated that. And Reply Totem should be a bit more forward-thinking with their choices and thinking, you know, like the mind games is really a big part of this game, more than the actual just the skill with the thumbs.
Certainly is indeed, and you know, rightly what you said about the composition of EXO, much better, but their defense was clean in comparison to last time round. Like, it was really, really good, and I expected, don't get me wrong, I think Totem did a great job just cushioning the blow, making sure in terms of the bolt advantage, when things didn't get out of hand, they didn't have to do a level 12 or 13 siege bolt, but level 12 or 13 siege bot, but even then, their defense was amazing and a lot better than I originally anticipated. But this is going to be another match point for Totem here, but you never know, the way EXO are playing, especially in their recent form, they could take us to a set 5.
Yeah, well, this time the Jack Eat coming out for EXO, so we'll see whether that counter plays off. Mari on the Gene, the double Barleys, as well as the Carl for Whitey and the Colette for Soy de Bressa, trying to get in their faces. And again, it is going to be EXO free agents with that first bot out, but they aren't going to have quite as much backup here. Curse, I think, was expecting something different. Is going to go with that Jackie, so we'll see. Just going to be a small amount of damage. They do manage to get a couple of kills down. I say a small amount of damage because this has not been defended well. 25-6%. What in the world was that?
Oh my God, yeah, I was just watching the percentage dwindle. I can't believe how much they were doing with that first spot. And I said it before, EXO yesterday played really well on Siege. Okay, yeah, we know SK had Pedro, but it was another team as well on one of the final matches of the day where we saw EXO just being incredible at this game mode in particular. But Bentley and Curse now trying to push on up. Brazer in with the rest of the pack as well. Maury's going to be joining to try and support him, but they're trying to bait and switch. They have managed to switch in the end, but they do have a level 7 siege bot heading towards EXO. Let's see how well they can defend this, because 2 of their players are actually on respawn, and they could jump this as well. Not a huge amount in terms of jumping it, but just try and add a little bit more in terms of the damage output onto it. But still though, 35%, this next siege bot is going to change everything between both teams.
Yeah, and 20 seconds to get 3 bolts at the moment. Make that 4 or 5, 6, because already you're seeing Reply Totem collecting quite a few here. And even at 6%, I think what they're going to do is just try and go for it. Just try and get the super off onto it, try and get the damage down. They want to buy time for some Bentley. That's the super down. Is it going to be enough damage to tick, tick, boom? Gets it down. And EXO free agents will take the set and even things up 2-2.
I thought to myself, at some point that Barley's going to slide in somewhere. He finished up the damage, and he did, so you didn't even need to fight anyway. And I think they realised that as well. It's like, well, do you want to go for bolts and increase the lead so much that it's almost guaranteed? Or that's the thing, though, that map is very, very wide as well. It's very, very easy to kind of slide past them, and Totem getting a little bit of their own medicine now, where, you know, Maury and Mari, one of them would always find an open, especially Maury as well. Like, in particular, who find these little openings to exploit. But, you know, with this map being so wide, it made life a lot easier for EXO to go on forward and Bentley to finish it up.
I love the little, the Carl super from Whitey just spinning in there to fully distract as best as he could there. So, wow, okay, let's move on. Sneaky Fields is the final set of the series for Brawl Ball. I love the fact we are going the distance in these. I know while it does take the show really long, I love the competitiveness of these teams. Reply Totem obviously coming off the back of that 3-0 over Tribe into a really strong position, had a couple of match points and just not been able to close it out here against EXO free agents who are looking for that reverse sweep and honestly are looking good for it now.
I need to stop being surprised with XO. They did it against Tribe, didn't they, in one of the first play days, and now they're just doing it again. And it's not like they're doing it against Navi or Noble Elite or any other teams. They're doing it against the top slammers here, like in terms of Tribe and Totem. It's remarkable, really. It seems like they're very slow to begin with, and eventually they're able to pick things up after they get warmed up in the series. But it's like I said before, many a times they not played bad at all, just very tiny mistakes along the way, and it's slowly getting rectified, and now we're up to a 5th and final set. I should not be surprised, but I am.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see what they're going to bring to the table this time around in Sneaky Fields. We haven't seen a B yet today, which is a possibility. I think the Gene is almost a slam dunk. I think we're probably going to see a Gene in there. And what else could go with it? Possibly a Crow. We could see a Crow's maybe coming out there. Or will they completely flip the script, go with their Bruiser, set up, come diving in like we've seen work successfully? This is probably the time to try something in the first game, not on match point.
And not take it to overtime if you don't have the range with that baller. We'll have to see. It's a lot of things to take into consideration if they're either going to play it safe or risk it. I feel like for Totem, they can't risk it, but EXO can due to the position they are in the standings. They don't have as much to lose compared to Totem, like we already mentioned before this series even began. So if we see it from EXO, wouldn't be surprised, but I wouldn't really want to see it from Totem.
Remember what Totem brought out, though. If you do remember against...
That's true, yeah.
They had the Bull in there. They had did they have the Mortis? I'm not too sure. Instead, it's going to be a Nita. There is the B as well, as expected, and the M's, of course, and the Gene as well on the other side for Bentley.
We are going to start with a stalemate here. Let's see who's going to get the first advantage in this game. If you're just joining us, it is a best of 5. It is 2-2 between Totem and EXO as we are heading to the first game of this final set. And Bentley gets that first initial kill in for Mori to give him a little bit of time now to try and get that positional advantage. And Bentley gets another.
Nice pull coming in there. They get Soy Depressor down as well. So at the moment, only 1 up for Reply Totem, but they're not going to go full aggressive on this one. Whitey are taking quite a bit of damage from Mari on the respawn, which meant they weren't able to force the issue. But in terms of supers, Curse should be ready to go shortly. He's landed quite a bit of damage. Maru also around the side there, but Sun Bentley taking a couple of hits from Mari. There is the Bruce Bear. That's going to cause some problems both sides. It forces Whitey to push up. Soy Depressor escapes with next to nothing.
It's a very, very methodical game, this, but I've noticed EXO had some slight advantages in terms of positional advantage after that first kill, and Totem's still on the back foot, and they haven't been able to find any openings. Bentley, again, with another pull, getting another kill to his name. And Mori and Brazier now have to wait on the back foot. Curse, you can see he's tempted to go round onto that left side, just making sure to put them in from a bad to worse spot.
He's got him pinned in the corner, I can't do anything.
Well, and will he be able to do it? No, he will not, as he does manage to stay alive here, D-Man.
Yeah, he knew he had enough to just regen through it. He knew it wasn't going to be enough damage. That's just knowledge of the brawlers to know exactly how that super's going to work and whether it's going to be enough to take him down. Mari does go down. The pass from YD. Oh, no. There's the pull. It opens the goal right up. The Bruce Bear comes out, and the ball will go over the line with just 33 seconds remaining in this game. EXO free agents looking for match point.
Yeah, that was incredible from EXO. I didn't feel like once in that engagement at all in the slightest things got out of control, but this is where it could do. It's already gone all the way back onto that line, and that's going to be surely an easy goal. Yes, it is, as Mori brings it back to tie things up.
Oh, it's like watching Raheem Sterling go through the middle there, just absolutely dazzling the EXO free agents players. Now in overtime, it is wide open. Now, the Bruce Bear was just used a moment ago. Oh, the grab missed there from Sun Bentley. So that's just going to be a big problem for them. Looking for that super shot. Sun Bentley will protect it. Get into the corner. The Bruce Bear comes out. Bentley has to dodge. All this damage coming through. Curse having to face down. Get on the line. He can't take too much. Now the shot comes in over the line. And just like maybe tomorrow, who knows, Italy take the lead.
How strange. I just felt like EXO were just... It just looked really good, like a very well calculated approach, and I felt like things never got out of hand and things never went out of line in the slightest. And then Totem scores 2 goals in like 30 seconds and just literally doesn't muck around. As soon as they're on full aggro mode, it's very, very hard to control against them. And you can see there, look how quickly they got pushed back. They planned that down to a T and then managed to tie things up. And then, of course, their composition worked in their favour towards the end to score that last one. So, third match point now for Totem.
Yeah, now, can they close it out? Because, you know, let's face it, they're 1-0 down, and a really good response came out there. When they were under the pressure, that's when they delivered. So, whoa, what sort of change are we going to have? Now, obviously, they didn't have the Gene this time around. They had the B instead, so maybe they'll think about changing that, because Sun Bentley... I mean, I hate to point it out, but, you know, when it went to overtime, that's when he missed. He missed the magic hand. He hit him every time, all the way throughout. And when it came to the clutch moment, he missed it this time around, as opposed to when he was obviously on roughs on hot zone when he pulled out to that mega play. So, yeah, I mean, it sucks when that happens. So maybe from that perspective, and what we've seen from Reply Totem in the past is they tend to stick with what works. So I'd be interested to see if they even change anything.
They just got to control the aggression the best they can, and I'm talking about XO, because the way Totem played the last, like, 45 seconds, they're like a pack of Rottweilers, literally just being super aggro and just couldn't really control it. Things just got out of hand, and, you know, they couldn't really do anything to counter, and it was very, very difficult. It's weird how Totem just managed to turn that around, even get away with that. Bentley already with that first kill with the Barley, and a replica opening, but will it be a replica scoreline?
Well, they've changed around, though. So Kirst is now on the Gene instead, and Sun Bentley switched over to the Barley, because Sun Bentley was playing the Gene in the previous game. So they've just brought that Barley out. So Debressa got away with it. YDE on the M's as well. So they've done away with Anita, and now they're going to start with the pressure. They're 3, and honestly, I like this change because, you know, throwers work well, and a Barley on this map can be lethal. Look at this. They're setting up for it already, looking for the shot through. The super shot not going to happen. Oh, it does. I thought it actually had been blocked out by Maru, but no, it snuck past.
Yeah, the pull coming in, and that was beautiful stuff there for Kirst to finish that off nicely. Good objective efficiency. But look at this. This is what I'm talking about. Totem just on the get-go, just being super aggressive instead. They just get fed up, and when on the back foot, they just instantly turn into this beast mode on. Brazier takes down Kirst. Bentley trying to survive for dear life here, trying to do what he can to keep them back, and he does recover. So at least he can kick the ball away into somewhere where it can delay a little bit more time for the rest of his teammates to then rejoin with the rest of the pack. But they're both sandwiched in between each other as Maury going to push him from the right-hand side. But then again, Maury does take down Bentley. Kirst gets to trade. Kirst is actually so weak, and YDE just making sure to stay alive here. So things are looking okay so far, but Totem, the aggressive approach here is finally under control by XO.
Yeah, their ultra aggression almost paid off. Kirst finally getting Debressa down, so giving them the advantage, and now they can start playing that ball out of their corner. At the moment, they're just being defensive because, you know what, why not? You're 1-0 up at the moment. They don't need to go searching for this. The Bruce Bear comes down, so that's going to be that super pretty much wasted there, just buying time for Mari to get back and get some reload on. Debressa now coming in. There's going to be Whitey using that ulti, and it's going to work out. Manages to get Debressa down. And that's going to buy them yet more time. 22 seconds on the clock. Mari gets away with 50 hit points.
Oh, that was dirty. Good stuff from Mari to predict that shot from the Barley. And now, how is it going to happen? 10 seconds left. This has to be done now. YDE does need to be cleaned up. Mari takes down one, but Bentley gets to trade, and Maury does take down another. But it's way too little, too late. He got risk, but it don't matter. It does not matter. EXO do take it, and now Totem. Fourth match point now, Totem, and now EXO will be on their first.
Well, if ever there was game going to go the distance, we knew this one was it. For EXO free agents, they have fought their way back to a potential reverse sweep opportunity here. You know, they're playing Clash next, guys. We should just point that out.
Yeah.
But my God, they are being run through the ringer here by Reply Totem. A really exciting game. And look at the cheeky smile from Kirsten here. The Bruce Bear swiping away. Mari with a shot. Nope. Gets a hold of it. Cheeky grin from Kirst. And he holds off. Defensive work coming out well as we go to the final game.
Yeah, Kirst was very patient. He had no reason to push up, and why should he? You know, it's just literally just stand your grounds, and there's a very good chance you better stop it in line. Literally as simple as that. So, fourth match point now for Totem. A first or second now for EXO. EXO just been looking absolutely phenomenal. And I said it before the second game. I said that they need to somehow control this ultra aggression, like you rightly said as well, coming from Totem after that first goal, because they struggled to keep it under control. But this time round, they did. They stuck as a Wolfpack, prioritised some of those kills, and this is why Totem and XO, a lot of people were probably predicting, normally see them as one of the top 4. So now we'll go to the final game, final set, how we should do.
Big changes. So Curse back on the Nita this time, but the Rosa and the Carl coming out from Reply Totem. I like it. I actually like it. But then again, the Ems should be able to counter it a little bit here for Whitey. We'll see how this one works. Obviously, Sunbent is also going to be looking for those big grabs. As I say that, Mari gets a hold of him by the scruff of his neck, pulls him back in there. And now with a bit of wall broken away on that left side, the pressure is on EXO. They don't want to get forced behind this defensive barrier.
They certainly do not, as Mori in that left side. I told you, you always find an opening here and there, and they're trying to keep him away or keep him at bay or try and stay alive if they can, but Mori does take down YDE. And you can see now Kirsten Bentley just trying to deal with him here, just keeping him in that left lane. But Bentley's so weak and doing a great job valuing his life. But Mari finally cleans him up. YDE trades him out. And Fraser and Mori just trying to push up into the center. And they've kicked the ball into the top right corner just to delay time.
Puts it back there, yeah. All the work they did with the Carl Murray there, trying to get it out, trying that little cheeky angled super shot. Didn't quite work out in the end there. And oh, Whitey getting plucked. That's dangerous because as we were talking about, that front wall is going to be wide open. That has not worked. He hooks in. Amara goes super. Now he tries to bounce it back out there. They do back away expecting the spawn, and Whitey will manage to get him down, but he's really low on hit points. There's the pull once again. Mario making it work. Will manage to come out on top, and Soydebressa goes aggressive right on top of Curse. Nothing he can do about that one, smashing him in the face. Now he pulls him back over the line, and we say once again, calm. But this is honestly, I feel this is more EXO free agents hanging on than Reply Totem in troubles.
They really are indeed. But then again, EXO have had a really good defense so far. Considering, like you rightly said, the structure on the front completely evaporated. And now they've got to watch out with what's going to happen later on. So it means overtime's not going to make too much difference for them. As Brazier, again, doing a great job with this Rosa, just finding these opportunities to push on up close enough to them. But he is going to make this push with 10 seconds left. But what he's able to do is on the goal line, but Mazda keeps it away.
He's looking for the
open.
open.
For him, there's only 5 seconds left. Can Mori at least put it in? No, he cannot. There's only one member left.
The Bruce Bear!
Delay him enough. Can Curse keep it? Yes, he does. Curse actually managed to keep him back. And now Brazier and Mori have to pull all the way back to their line.
And this turns around completely because the Rosa's kind of useless now because he's just going to try and walk into it. Now this is advantage for EXO free agents. This is what they were holding on for. Now they have a real opportunity here. The pull will be massive. That's going to be what they're looking for. They don't want to get Maru. They want to go for Maru if they can here. Soin Bentley looking for the opportunity. In goes Maru. That's super working well. He gets picked off. They're pushing forward. The ball thrown into the corner. Soydebressa goes aggressive. Just gets kited away. The pull comes in. YDE will get taken down by Maru and buys just enough time for Maru to come out. But I'm still not sure this is enough, Harry.
The worst bit is, I don't think Totem have the composition for the overtime, but somehow they are making it work. But Brazier realizes this. If he just keeps it away the best he can, then they should be okay.
They're going to get the shots away.
Possible with 5 seconds left. They do manage to kick it away, but that's going to be plenty of time. Would it be able to? No, it did not. As EXO do manage to score at the very last second of overtime.
Oh my God.
This is ridiculous. I don't know what to say. Cursed with ridiculous defense in that 1v3, and then of course the score the goal right at the very end. That was madness to say the least. Absolute madness. Great job from EXO.
3 seconds to go, gets a hold of the ball, the quick pass and shoot. Love to see it. Honestly, you know, EXO free agents, they were up against it here. Reply Totem were all over them in regulation time, and then as soon as it hit overtime, you knew the danger of bringing a Rosa here. There's the pass, there's the shot. That's got to be like 0.2 seconds. We've seen it stop on the line. It's happened, and that was 1 second when he took the shot. That had got to have been so close.
I was so close to actually saying I think it's going to be pretty much impossible now, but I do want to say it because we've seen him do these things before. But I must say, great job to Kirsten and the guys to be able to bring that back. We've seen EXO do it before. The fact they've done it in that fashion, just, it's just, what a great series, honestly.
Yeah, you feel for Reply Totem, no doubt about it. They had about 4 or 5 match points throughout it, but it's EXO free agents that will take the win and continue their storm after beating both SK and Big yesterday. Next, they're up against Clash. You don't want to miss it.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge, joined by Arc this time round. And yeah, I'm still trying to recover from that last series. That was ridiculous to say for this. I'm sure you're watching the entire series as well. It was just absolute madness, but loved every damn second of it. And you know what? They've now got to play against Clash, so at least we could say they're pretty warmed up.
Yeah, you could say that. I mean, that was insane. Honestly, watching that back and forth and the amount of match points flowing around. Oh my word. Incredible to watch. Whitey, Kirsten, Sunbentley, of course, hanging on against Reply Totem just then. And did so very, very well. I mean, they were under immense pressure and just regained composure and maintained it at the same time. So I'm very keen to see now whether that was enough of a warm-up to take on Clash.
Yeah, we'll see. There you go. Big boy Cursed, Hench Cursed, whatever you want to call him. Him and the gang are definitely going to try and prove themselves once again. And Bentley, we saw some great individual skill from him. A lot of elements from his gameplay during the first few sets, as well as YD, just great support all round. Just find those little niches in a lot of their openings, just find those opportunities for the side of EXO. But there we have it. We do have AC Milan's Clash looking to try and, you know, put a foot on the brakes for EXO. Tell them to, you know, like, all right, boys, like, you know, you need to calm down a little bit here. You're getting a little bit too much momentum in your favour. Time to put you down a pedestal a tad. So we'll see if they can do that. But this will be a nice little taster of maybe what's to come for the challenge final. That's if, of course, EXO do qualify. But Clash still looking very, very good. And is it to be expected? Well, of course, you know, they are Clash after all. But yeah, we'll see if they can put up a better fight against Clash this time round. And we do have the maps and bands here, Ark. So we are going to start with parallel plays, and we do have Purple Paradise. So that should be an interesting one, as we do have Factory Rush, Safe Zone, and Gem Fort to finish things off if it gets that far. With the bands, EXO banning Poco and the Bell, and Clash with the Gene and the Max.
Yeah, nice bands, gotta say. I like the look of those. Primo, though, is definitely still available. One that might not see its space in Purple Paradise too much, but at the same time, one that could have caused havoc elsewhere. So I do like the fact that Bell is banned here. I think that would have been a key one for Purple Paradise, as well as the Max and Gene as well. Gene being out of the mix actually is a really, really key component with that second set in mind. Parallel plays at first, though. But, you know, we've got to talk about Clash as well. You know, they took their first loss yesterday, and I kind of wonder now whether, you know, are they kind of so high in the leaderboard that they're going to be maybe, like, just taking this one a little bit easier than normal? If so, then it could open up the doors for EXO to come in and get a win here. I don't think so. I think Clash are going to come out to win no matter what. I think that they look at everything as, regardless to being where they are on the leaderboards, good practice, to say the least. But absolutely, EXO, following that last match, they had the work cut out for them, so they're going to have to take on those learnings as well and apply them going into this next matchup. I've got to say, they do fare pretty well on Purple Paradise. They seem to be, you know, the sort of team that thrive in that circumstance. I'm looking forward to this. I'm really, really looking forward to this. And, you know, EXO free agents have given Clash a real, you know, time in the past with various matchups. So I feel like if there's a team to do it, then it could be EXO free agents today.
Yeah, like Clash aren't going to reveal or give anything away or anything like that. They'll still have the sweatbands on up, but yeah, I don't think they're going to give it the absolute 110%. They'll probably treat it as a, you know, not as a scrim entirely, but I don't think, like I mentioned earlier back in the pre-show right at the very started, I don't think seeding really matters to them anymore because the leaderboard's been choking up way too much, and I don't think it matters who's third on fourth really, because at the end of the day, they're both going to be in terms of like similar skill tiers. So, I don't know, we'll find out here. But we are going to get into the first set between these two titans, between Clash and EXO. EXO came up with a very interesting series. I'm sure, you know, I was close to having a cardiac arrest in that final part of the game, and I'm looking forward to see if they can take it to another 5 sets here. But let's see what's going to turn out here.
I like the Stu pick. That's going to cause a lot of problems for iChaos. Curse is doing a really, really good job as well of going down the back here to flank this off and get the pinch on a very, very aggressive start for EXO free agents. Sprout here, though, not to be underestimated by any means. Really, really good at shutting a lot of these defensive lanes down. So that's exactly what iChaos is going to do now as he starts to cap some of the zone. At the same time, though, Sun is doing a good job of contesting Guille, but now under pressure, he might go down. Great. Wow, I just realized the wall was actually not great for iChaos. It was his own. He got caught up in the corner there. So now this is going to be a really, really aggressive push coming in from EXO.
It certainly is indeed. YD's been doing a lot of work so far, but typical, as I say, mate, Guille does manage to finish him off and put a stop to that. So Kirst and Bentley looking to try and keep Guille and Chaos at bay. They have done for a while, but not long enough to keep the zone any longer, as Kirst takes down one, Guille takes down Bentley as well, as YD pushing straight onto the bottom left zone for a little piece of Lanan, and they do actually take him down. So good retaliation there. Kirst looking to push into that right lane to see if he can get round Chaos and Gear, but I don't think he'll be able to. He's way too trapped in a small place, but you can see their 513 HP manages to stay alive a little bit longer, and Clash is still up by 19%.
Yeah, EXO have not really capped any of their own zone as well, which is an observation to note. They've been going entirely on the aggressive with over half that top right-hand side captured, and none of their own. They'll be able to actually take the lead, but at the same time, they're not really showing much sign of touching on it until they actually cap the top right zone, which may come back around to haunt them. We'll just see this now, half of that one done. But Clash now are in a really, really advantageous position. Gear can actually go in with a black hole of his choosing when he wishes, and Chaos going down with some supportive walls on the right-hand side. It's very, very close. It's got to be said as now EXO start to bring back their own zone. That would be a good thing to do now with 40 seconds approaching, because ultimately they want to go on the aggressive. They have to.
Yeah, EXO looks like they've got plenty of fuel left in the tank from that last series to bring it into this one, keeping a close fight against Clash, up by 3%. Lenan takes down Bentley there. YDE having a little bit of a scuffle against Lenan as well. He's on 76 HP. YDE just trying to get out of a bad situation. He cannot. And Bentley now has rejoined just a little bit late to the party. Chaos takes down Bentley, and this could be it here for EXO, depending on what Curse can do. And there's not really too much he can do. Does taken out by Chaos in the centre. Wiley gets cleaned up as well. Bentley is all on his lonesome in the centre, and that's going to be it. So great finish there from Clash. A lot more methodical in comparison.
It looks very calm, for sure. Absolutely. I was wondering whether the deficit might be able to be obtained back, but I think that kind of play is a good one, but you've really got to show signs of control from start to finish to be able to come back to your own defensive side. It's a good strategy. It can work out well. It just didn't work out well for EXO there. I think there's a little overshot from Whitey as well in the primo towards the end, which may have made a little bit of difference and deflated some of the pressure that Gee was putting on that zone. But yeah, I think the primo pick here is a decent one, but I think one that could potentially struggle with for a lot of the ideas that Clash are bringing forwards, and I think that their comp was just a bit more safe in that respect. You know, it was able to have a combination of control combined with aggression, and that was something which I felt lacked a little bit from EXO.
Yeah, it's quite an open map for Primo, and even with the elbow drop as well. Like, as long as they time it right to move out of the way, they're perfectly fine. It's very difficult to kind of comprehend what their thought process is. Depends. I think really it does depend on the scenario you put yourself in. But yeah, Primo's great nowadays, don't get me wrong. But of course, you've got to think about the matchups from time to time. We'll have to see. But Clash, you know, not phased about that last series at all. They probably watched it and gone, yeah, it's all right. You know, we'll be fine. No pressure on them at all in the slightest. And why should they? You know, they're going to treat this like a scrim and not going to reveal their, you know, the full deck of cards, are they, coming into this either? So we have to see if Clash can continue on with this progression, and I think that's going to be a little bit worrying for EXO, because if they're playing as standard competitive Brawl Stars as possible, then, you know, what can we do at the later stages in the challenge finals? And the reason why I'm saying this, guys, if you're watching at home, is just due to the fact that they're looking very good in terms of the leaderboard standings. They don't need to worry about seeding too much, almost guaranteed their spot, but this win will definitely give them a bit of leadway here. It's Lenan and Chaos in the centre here, just trying to hold their ground, but also trying to get them out of that bottom left zone, as Bentley's very, very weak, and YD is just as weak as Lenan's having absolutely none of it. He's just going to be pushing straight in to try and do a little bit of extra damage. Do manage to take him down in the end, and Curse is going to get cleaned up as well. Yes, he does, by Chaos momentarily, and Bentley's already taken a fair amount of damage even on the respawn.
I like the Jesse pick from Clash, and one they didn't ban today, which was kind of interesting to know, actually, now that I see it. So Chaos going to be changing out to that. Curse going to be swapping over to the Primo as opposed to Whitey, and Whitey going to be going to Amber. At the moment, though, Clash have been dominating the zone, and Curse is going to really struggle. Yeah, Chaos with the pickup as a result of that use of the gadgets. Some Bentley on the right-hand side as well. It's going to swiftly take it down and join Whitey at the top right-hand side. Kind of similar to what we saw in the last game, really, just going very much on the aggressive, but at that same time, as is Chaos, someone win the transaction there, and Gear puts down the sandbags for good measure as well. Let's see, you know, Chaos going to pop there as a result of the fire. That will be a little bit of a sigh of relief for EXO, but still a ton of pressure. Very close scoreline, it's got to be said.
Oh, absolutely. Now, YDE and Bentley in that left lane. Curse trying to sneak around to that right side if they can, but don't worry. Both members of Clash have realised that. Both Chaos and Gear just make sure to keep him back. Leonard just double-checking to make sure, but also pushing to the centre, try and keep up Bentley. He does clean him up to a little more damage than he would like, but you know what, Ark? It doesn't really matter. 15% difference now between the two. Almost going to close this out, and guess what? They do, and they win it by 18%, and again a more of a methodical approach towards the end, which just shows the consistency there from Clash. So good stuff from them. Already 1-0.
Yeah, really, really dominant, and I gotta say, I felt like just better choices in terms of brawlers. I felt like the Primo was probably worth the adaptation from EXO, but there she just kind of swapped the player for it, and I still think the problem still remained there, really. Primo's a great brawler to have when you're on the zone, really big and tanky, but I don't know, personally, despite him being so frequently banned, I feel like maybe even like a Mortis would have fared better, just to kind of like, you know, be able to advance on the zone and bring back the momentum of the way that the game was being played. But Clash didn't seem that deterred. They were just very methodical, taking down, you know, one player at a time. Whilst also they just seem to have a bit more control when they were capping the zones and the times in which they chose to do that.
We are going to go to our next game very shortly. It's going to be on Purple Paradise, Ark. Love it. Absolutely love it. Look to see exactly how things are going to turn out in this one, with the fundamentals and mechanics from both teams, and yeah, just see what the compositions are going to be like. Normally it's pretty standard from what we normally see, but from these two, you know, not really too sure. We'll find out.
yeah, especially the Gene and Max bans there, as well as the Bell, Poco as well. So yeah, I mean, normally you would all hunker down behind the Gene and get much use out of the healing qualities of that and under the healing buff star power, but that's not going to be here for that. So as well as Poco being out of the mix, we may even see some Byron. I think Piper's pretty much a go-to here for me as a must-have, but it's going to be slightly different. Nanny as well is definitely an option now, considering these bans in play, and that's one that Curse is actually going to go to. And the Gene is there from Whitey, and I think that is going to be an issue. And yeah, it looks like everyone has realized it.
Yeah, that's not really going to help, is it? Not really, anyway.
No, not in bounty, especially because the timer doesn't change. The objective remains the same, and it won't stop until 1 minute 30 seconds. So definitely going to be an issue there, and possibly that would have then be that particular game going in the way of Clash, no matter what way you look at it. But yeah, gotta write down your bans, guys. Not the first time it's happened on these streams.
Who was it? Who they chose a
twice.
band? Yeah, I knew. Yeah, it was. That was a great day. And a great time to get a sticky note on your desk and go, please, this is banned, don't select it. Do you know what? I would actually put a sticky note on my monitor, and do you know what I'd do? I'd probably still select it.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these players will just go straight to the brawler that's the best, and often a lot of the time it's easy to forget.
Habit.
Yeah, habit, absolute habit, and you know, it's one of those things where, like, you know, you've got to be vigilant and remember those when they come through. And you know, when you're doing back-to-back games, it can be kind of hard to keep up with those bans, to be fair to players sometimes. But ultimately, yeah, one that's going to cost you in terms of the games and the sets potentially as well, if you're not paying that much attention to it. And it's funny because we were just literally saying before going in how much of a staple diet Gene really is to have on this map, and yeah, so much so that Whitey went in with it despite it being banned. So yeah, there you have it.
Absolutely. Do you know what? Seeing the Piper and the Nanny, like, completely standing. I expect that from a mile off. But yeah, that was pretty joke. So I can't like some people may think, oh, like, you know, we see this all the time. Why are you selecting the band baller, blah, blah, blah. Honestly, guys, it's a very easy mistake to make. Just force of habit, it can happen. It's like I said, I'm the sort of guy who probably would put it on a sticky note there and still ignore that and what my coach would tell me, and I would still bloody ban it. So it's like you wouldn't be able to stop me even if you tried. It's just, it really is, because you just want to get straight into the game straight away, really quickly. No nitty gritty, no mucking around. Completely understandable. So we're gonna go into game number 2 now, as Clash will automatically get that first win in the second set. The question is, will EXO select a banned baller again? You know, we'll have to find out, won't we? You know, we'll find out momentarily. But Arcdo, what do you expect to see apart from the Piper and the Nanny? Anything that might spice things up, a little bit of flavour?
Yeah, hopefully no Gene, Max, Bell, or Poco, especially if it's not from the side of EXO. So we might not be seeing any of Purple Paradise at this rate. I would say, like, the Byron wouldn't be a bad shout. It just depends on. I think the B pick for me actually was the smartest idea that I saw there. B, Nanny, and Piper would be probably the best idea. But again, you know, there are other options, and I think that Clash may deviate away from some of those ideas. I mean, they won't go towards the max, but let's see. Brock for Whitey, though, is interesting. I'm not sure whether that's going to do better in terms of the choice of B. But that is the ideas that EXO are going to go for. A little area denial with the incendiary star power as well. So no fourth rocket for Whitey, but just going with that additional tick damage over time if Clash are unfortunate enough to avoid their footing. Nice. Rocket fuel from Whitey did connect nicely despite the drop of the Honey Molasses gadget there. And now ICAS on the heavy fire.
Yeah, very nice from EXO. This is the dream start they were looking for. As already taken down 2 of those players, and Lenan also gets cleaned up there. Going to be very pleased about that. And Gia and Chaos just waiting for Lenan to just rejoin with the rest of the fray. Curse now, very weak in that left lane. He's going to play on the back foot just ever so slightly compared to Benny and YDE in case he needs to get involved on clean-up duty. But saying that, though, Lenan trying to push on a little bit further, has pulled back again, but Chaos does get another kill onto the side of EXO. So it does mean that EXO is still up by that 1 star, and still looking to see if they can find that first initial kill again in order to watch out for EXO's next attack.
Yeah, return to centers here going to be key as the peeps go out. ICAS pops his early in advance. Bit of miss from Sun there. Probably would prefer to have seen a jump considering he had 4 stars on his head. And he will tank the damage as a result of that connection with the Nanny. And that return to sender is going to bounce back his way in terms of damage. But at the moment, EXO are still in the lead with 1 star and also the blue star in their favor. So they are doing well for now. Sun went for the homemade recipe onto Lana in the middle, whereas Gia was actually in a really, really good spot to also receive it. Maybe just slightly out of range, but Wiley's doing very, very well to hit with these shots. Return to center will expect Curse, but not for the pickup of the kill. 9 stars to 5, then now 11 as a result of that one. And it looks like EXO should have this one in the bag. But in Bounty, you never want to speak too soon, but they're all good. 14 stars to 10 is the final scoreline, and EXO will take it.
It's fine, sorry.
I
was trying to make it a bit more climatic than it was, so apologies about that. But yeah, so do come back in that anyway. Time things up. They're going to be kicking themselves if Clash win this next one, considering what happened in that first game. But yeah, that was a good response from EXO. You guys are probably thinking, why you say response? The first game didn't even happen. It's just more that with your mental, you know, it's in your mental reset. Like, it's very hard after that first game, losing it just because of a selected banned brawler. You can get like a little bit frustrated about it, but managed to pick up the pieces a little bit, so it's nice to see them win that second game, and never know, could get this first set underneath their belt.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. Ultimately, when you're down 1 set and you're also then down 1 game through no fault of your own, it's a tough one. So you got to like put that in the past, and that's what EXO did. And I was very surprised as well to see how effective the Brock was working for Widey, actually, because ultimately I would prefer to be myself, but you know, he was getting some really, really effective gadgets with that rocket fuel onto the right-hand side, and they were more often than not followed up as well, and they are going to go with that same idea yet again. And actually, you know, Clash are going to take a leaf out of their book. They saw it and they thought, you know what, actually, yeah, we're going to match you on that one and make this a mirror match. So kind of curious to see whether it will be Wiley who's able to play it more competently than Gia here, because Wiley's already warmed up to it.
Yeah, I don't blame Gia switching to the Brock either, but YDE's Brock was just remarkable in that right lane, especially right at the very beginning where he must get a first initial kill and then doing a huge amount of damage afterwards. But Lenan takes the YDE, and Clash are the ones with the advantage in terms of scoreline, and Curtis already on the front line. He's actually pushed up very heavily compared to the rest of his teammates, but you can see they're just dodging and weaving at the moment, just wasting a little bit of time so far. But you know what, Bentley's just going to go and clean things out quite nicely here, as Chaos is actually taking a fair amount to his liking. Is looking to be on the back foot ever so slightly. Lenan takes down Bentley there, as you can see Lenan also just pulling back ever so slightly. So as you can see, Kurz does get a beautiful kill there onto Gear, still down by 1 star, but absolutely not impossible in the slightest, as Kurz just trying to find an opening here from this left lane, but not a huge amount to work with.
I was not expecting Curse's peep there to connect. It looked like it was going to be going slightly offside, but not offside, but slightly off center on Guille. But speaking, I've got people on the mind today. But at the moment, again, Wiley continuing to put this pressure on the right-hand side as a result of those rocket fuel gadgets. He just seems to be using them so well right now, and it's now Clash who are, you know, in the lead but pushed back at the moment, and EXO looking to capitalize. And I'm sure, no doubt, iChaos and Curse looking to get a peep, and that's just going to be iChaos who's going to be the first to achieve it. So that is going to be coming in right now. Curse is low as well, and he might just be the victim of it. The return to center will connect, but he's still going to go down regardless. 4-star lead for Clash, but can they hold on?
Yeah, that's to see what happens here, but I don't think it's going to work out with the lack of numbers towards the end, especially taking 2 of them down on that final engagement, and Clash will win set number 2, making it 2-0 in the series. And EXO is sadly looking pretty bleak, but they did this last time, didn't they, and come back, so I'm not going to say anything until I watch this third set.
Yeah, very true. They also suffered a reverse sweep yesterday to SK, so like, you know, it could be history repeating potentially. At the moment, though, a couple of signs of slip from EXO, aside from those those unfortunate brawler bans being played. That was really their chance to come back, really, and tie things up, because yeah, it was a lot of pressure on them to do so, but they would definitely have liked to have made this a bit more of an even playing field. Now Clash have got the advantage, and they're going to have to take that into serious consideration now when it comes to choosing their brawlers. No more bans, hopefully. And also, you know, look through the maps and really consider their options here, because yeah, Clash have got a lot of momentum behind them right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely, 100%. Couldn't put it past them. But yeah, you know, EXO with another reverse sweep, is it possible? Definitely is. I wonder if chat thinks so as well, because every time chat goes mad with the EXO chance, they do start coming back, and it happens every single time. But Clash, a little bit more of a tall order this time around, but I'm not going to put any percentages across anything like that. We'll just have to get straight into the game as we'll go into set number 3, and I'm going to have a little peek here to see exactly what we're playing. We'll be playing on Factory Rush. Yes, you're absolutely right, with a little bit of Siege. And this is, you know, let's put it's not one of Clash's strongest. They've had a little bit of a lot of inconsistencies across the board against a lot of teams on Siege here. So this could be with EXO. I said it as well earlier in a matchup against Totem. And they were very, very good. Even yesterday, their Siege play was just incredible. Not just against SK with Pedro, but of course one of the other teams as well as one of the final series of the day. They looked remarkable on Siege. So again, EXO, this could be room for them to start that comeback.
Yeah, I've got to say, EXO looks very fierce today against Reprisal in this game of Siege. I was watching from the wings, and I really felt like they were on to a winner. Yeah, coming up with the Primo pick, though, is going to be a tanky one to take down, and no surprise to see Lou on both sides, as well as the Stu. I think that Stu here is going to come in quite key, but obviously Wiley now has Super and will put that down to then get a solid defense in play. Everyone in Clash is waiting on that one. Not going to go in too aggressively too soon. He could actually jump this right now and open up that middle area, but he's not going to do that. He's going to leave the bot to run its thing, as EXO are clearly aware of his presence and now moving in. That would have been a good time to do it, because ultimately the Lou idea to have that on defense is such a strong one. Clash could have actually just opened it up and eradicated it early on, but chose not to, and as a result, Wiley able to clear up the left-hand side, but the bolts are being banked thick and fast by iChaos and Lenan. And that's going to be 7 in the pocket if Lenan stays alive.
Gia just doing so much work with that Primo. It didn't take 2 of them down, but it took 1 and a shooter damage on another. Chaos takes down Cursed there, as you may have noticed. The first defense was good, but it's more just for map control for Clash. And now here comes a level 7 Siege bot here. And EXO have been quite known for how good their structured defense is on this map. And Gia just on that left lane, waiting for his opportunity to crush YDE into a pulp. And will he be able to? He should be able to. They just missed that last engagement, but it doesn't matter. Chaos actually is the one who finished things off. So as you see there, no percentile difference, but look at the bolt count as Clash is up by 1 and looking to see if they can push out EXO from the center, but all 3 members are there. But saying that, no, Gia takes down Curse, Wiley takes down Chaos, and Lenan is just trying to survive for dear life, as YD does actually clean them up here, but he needs to stay alive, but he doesn't, as Clash don't get a full bolt, but it will be a tie here. This is going to be interesting, this next 20 seconds are.
But Gia is going to come in really, really clutch. If he gets Super, and every shot will contribute towards him obtaining it. He's actually just got it off the back of Curse there. He can just jump in, whereas some Bentley would have liked to have been doing the same with his last call. He goes down, however, and that's going to mean that Clash have got a bit of an advantage here, throwing out this, the ice block there. But Gia is the key one to be paying attention to. He's going to jump in now. There's the damage. That's all that's needed, and that is a really key moment for Clash to go on to match point.
It's funny, we saw that from a mile off coming from that right lane. We were just like, yeah, it just depends on the timing, really, doesn't it? And he did, funny enough. But he did some fantastic work as well. A lot of damage in that left lane. It was causing a huge kerfuffle on that side, but also in the center as well, coming in. EXO did have some good control at times, but you saw again and again Clash with so much positional advantage. And I must say, though, EXO had some great defense on the first couple of bots.
Yeah, really, really solid defenses, actually. I was surprised to see that Clash just kind of were so patient as they were, because it did look like for the moment there that we might have seen an EXO push, and just time just wasn't on their side. The takedowns just came just a little fraction too late, because had they got that push, they would have been able to really commit to that, and surely with some Bentley playing the Barley, would have been able to get guaranteed damage there. So very, very close, actually. The tie really didn't work out very well for them at all, considering their brawler choices. But some Bentley would have been the exception to that, but he went down prior to the push, so it meant that Gia was really able to go in all alone and get the job done.
Yeah, I kind of feel like at the same time EXO have lost their spark a little bit in this series as well. Maybe because it took a lot out of them in terms of stamina in that last series. It wouldn't be too much of a surprise, but still got a little bit of time to work with. This could be their last game. We'll have to see as Clash is on match point. And Gia now with the Primo in that left lane looking to find that opening, but Curse and Bentley smelt that from a mile off there, as Bentley is going to try and take him out if he can, and Gia somehow is still alive. He should not have got away with that.
Yeah, and also I was surprised it was a Clash push, because for the most part they looked to be relatively in control. There must have been a lot of side lane work from iChaos to make sure those bolts were banked, and here comes the bot coming in. No super to Wiley, so it's just down to brute force and shots from the just primary attack there. Curse going to the Cole here should be an interesting one that could work out, but ultimately at the same time was running into some issues with Lenan just by having a bit more longer range. He'd be able to cycle a lot of those supers off the back of Guille, who's the more tankier of the three for Clash. But let's see what happens here. At the moment, Clash have got a lot of bolts in their pockets, and it looks like it's going to be another push from them. A couple being banked now by XO for the final push if they can survive this next spot inbound. But definitely Clash for me right now looks to be very much in control.
They certainly are. This could be the difference maker now. And EXO actually haven't taken any damage from any bots for last 2 games. So this is going to be the 4th bot in 2 games where they've taken no damage. But surely this is going to be it. We'll have to see, depending on how far up Clash is going to push on up. But you want to prioritize that center control, map control overall, really. But it looks like they won't be able to keep it, as Cursed and Bentley do work really well together to make sure to try and slice up this defense from Clash into the center. But Guillermo pushed in, just a tad here, but he's going for that bolt as well as Curse takes down one, Lenan takes down Bentley. He's also trying to set up at the same time, but Curse doing a great job with that Colt as well, hitting a lot of his shots here. But look at the bolts again. EXO could be getting their first bot here with a 3 bolt lead, and they will be able to get it. Just all depends on Clash's defense.
Sun goes down as well, and that's a really key person that they needed to have in the mix for pressure. Now Curse really needs to get a super. If he does, then he's in a really, really good spot. But Lenan knows that, going on the offensive here. And I think pushing back Curse, he's got a super on the right-hand side, but will he have time to use it? As surely Chaos will know about it. It's coming in there, and it's the 5% is all that's needed. Now, will Clash have time to make a response? I don't think it's ever going to happen now. Not with the additional damage coming in. And EXO have a little bit of a lifeline now.
Yeah, Lenan was a little bit tempted, but when he saw the percentile, I was like, I'm not even going to bother. I'm just going to wait to the next game and say it's all good. But defenses on both teams just solid. So far, EXO haven't taken any damage from any bots over the last 4 bots. I know they're not absolutely mammoth ones, to say the least. They've been quite small. Like, probably the maximum we've seen is like level 7 or 8, but still good defense nonetheless from them overall.
Yeah, absolutely right. And, you know, that's definitely got to be something to make note of, serious note of as well, because Clash might want to then consider bringing in a Barley for that reason, because they need to get some damage really on some of these pushes. Ultimately, the pushes are very, very important for pressure, but without any damage to go alongside it to the Ike, then you're not really carrying out the objective. And at the moment, EXO are really using that to their advantage. It's one of the reasons why I kind of feel like Loon might need a little bit of a tweak later down the line, because I feel like he's almost too strong on defense. And it's one of the reasons why we see him time and time again, especially on Factory Rushes the map, because you can really wedge the bot in between the walls. So they even need to consider something to have some damage go over the top, aside from Guille, who, you know, at the moment, I don't know whether he's going to get the value that he needs. Obviously, came in very, very clutch in that first game, but in that second one, I'm not too sure myself. But that's why you see EXO were playing in the Barley a lot, was primarily because of, you know, those advantages that it brings when you have a push, as well as some of the defensive measures as well, from the Sticky Syrup Mixer gadget or the, you know, Herbal Tonic, if you want to keep everyone healed up in the middle of the map. So you have some choices with that particular brawler as well. Either way, you know, Clash are on match point still, and they're going to want to tie this one up. So I wouldn't be surprised to see any kind of adaptations from them this time around.
Yeah, we'd be too surprised in the slightest. Like you said, with the defense of the bots in terms of the map geometry, completely agree. Of course, makes life 10 times easier, but then again, still be able to defend it back well. It's a nice little strength to have going into this next matchup. So I know it's still going to be another match point for Clash. I can't see it being a repeat for Totem. It would be a joke if it was, but it'd be funny at the same time. As EXO, like, I do feel like, you know, Clash, like you said before the series started, they're perfectly fine in terms of their stats on the leaderboard. But EXO are also close to that. They've pretty much, you know, they've almost qualified considering they took down Totem earlier on. So could be having a little bit of fun. That's why the spark isn't really there at the moment. They put a lot of energy into that series earlier on. But still, though, even if they have done, still a very good series, very good defense from EXO nonetheless. So some not really any early advantages as of yet. Maybe slight positional advantage for EXO, but not anymore now that Chaos has actually come back to cause a little bit of havoc. And Curse now actually sticking with the Colt here is just going to try and keep his distance and try and play that range game as much as possible. With Chaos now in the center, Lenan trying to push around to try and finish off YD. He doesn't actually manage to do it, but Bentley, though, is actually taking a lot of damage from that Piper from Guille, and again doesn't get cleaned up, but Curse with some great shots, and Nans gets traded out by Guille.
Great dash there from Sunbelly to stay alive, really under pressure from Gear, and it was a similar idea. They want to change Gear out of the Premier into the Piper role. That will give them some more range and also some wall breaking abilities for the offensive if they can obtain one. At the moment, the bolts are very, very neck and neck, and it's the second stage of this game. So ultimately, this could be a very, very big turning point for either of these two teams. The push is going to be an EXO push, which means that this final stage is going to have to be really fought after. Ultimately, they would prefer to get it tied up now. Really looking at the bolts, it's definitely going to be a clash push. Surely with 10, all they can really do is try to deny them of as many as possible and get as much damage in as they possibly can. Curse coming in to support some building on the left-hand side, and here comes the damage running in. Nice ice block from iChaos to tank some of it, but this is looking dangerous, and Clash now have got full mid control and are breaking the mid in advance. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, that's a lot of bolts here, Ark. 13 already. Probably going to hit the 15 to 17 mark, depending on the circumstances of this mid-control. As Gear now has actually managed to rejoin the rest of the pack, and the Nance and Curse are still find each other back and forth. Not really too much damage taken in, more for XO really, just by the smallest margins. But as I said that, Benny's actually taken a huge amount already. And ooh, he's a beefy fella here, coming that level 15 bot so far. Lenan takes down Benny. They're trying to defend it the best they can. They can't let it exceed 55%. But then again, the defense has actually been very, very good. Definitely not what we expected at all. And I'm not going to lie to you again. Very good defense from XO, and they actually take the set.
An outstanding defense, absolutely outstanding, because ultimately Clash had everything going for them. They had a huge bot. They broke that barrier way in advance of it coming in to make sure that they had the best possible chance of redirecting straight down the middle to really deflect away from the effectiveness of Whitey playing on that Lu. He had that super, but the body blocking that was there and just the coordination to ensure that they took as little damage as possible was something to be admired.
Well, you've seen it in XO's team roster pictures. Like, Curse is a big lad. Even with a level 15 siege bot, he's a beefy guy, but very difficult to get past him. Curse, you know, won't let anything get past him. It'll be a great bounce on someone else's door, I'm absolutely sure. So we're going to go into the next set now to see exactly what is going on. And it is going to be Safe Zone Heist. So what's your thoughts on this, Arg?
I mean, my thoughts are that ultimately having Bell as a ban here is a really key start, and one that, you know, going back to what Clash were banning a lot, you know, not banning the Jesse here could be advantageous for them, because one that can work out kind of relatively well here for me. I think that the Max as well being banned could make a bit of an impact here. Jin, not so much. Poco is banned as well, so expect less heals. We didn't really tend to see Poco used, to be fair, at all in terms of heist in this region anyway, so no real kind of surprise that's going to come from that. It's normally a Byron if you're going to play any kind of healing idea, combined with Colette, possibly. Colette here is a must for me. More often than not, we tend to see her played out in this map, because ultimately you can really place a lot of pressure, just kind of wedging yourself behind the lake and then being able to go in, super on the safe, come back exactly to where you were to be able to hold that mid control. So Crow as well can fare really well. The Colt's going to be coming out of the bag for Cursed, and also I think from Guille also, as well as the Piper picks. So interesting, very much a long-range affair going to be happening now. I kind of like this for sure.
Yeah, complete mirror matchup here. I feel like Clash, in terms of their mechanics, they excel in these kind of matchups, especially playing that range game, just trying to pick off the pieces here and there. And this is a great example of it, as Gear's already going to be pushing on up, taking down 2. Done a little bit of damage here, actually a lot more than anticipated. As you can see, Bentley just trying to block some of those shots. He's probably blocked a little bit too much. Needs to stay on with that Piper if he can, which he should. Oh, no, okay. I thought he was going to, but it's just in range as Leonardo's clean him up, and Chaos does some extra damage onto Exo's safe.
Yeah, at the moment, Clash look to be very much in control of this. They are hammering down with a lot of these shots and connecting nicely with them. Bit of a chance for a reset here for XO if they can come forwards. Bit of a shot onto Lenan as well as Guille here. But again, not really confirming the kills, and that's what we've seen more so from Clash, as a homemade recipe from Sunbenny, just not connecting the mid. Whitey's got his super, as has Cursed, and that's not going to connect though. So, you know, got to say, Clash doing a really good job so far of just keeping their distance and playing the long game. But that's a really nice takedown from Sunbenny. That might allow some damage to Spiraling right now for XO.
Yeah, certainly indeed. Great catch up here from XO. Now they're the ones with the advantage by 5%. As Bentley now just trying to keep tabs on, in terms of info, to feed to his teammates on where they're going to be going and what they're up to. As Lenan in that right lane looks to try and hurry on back and just go for the tail between his legs to recover. And you see the Colt, who's, I think that's Gear, on the left lane, trying to back away by quite a fair amount, as both Kirst and Gear has actually taken a huge amount of damage. But look at this. There's this opening for Chaos. Now, he actually misses his super, I think, just by the smallest margin. But it doesn't, actually, I was going to say it doesn't matter. It does matter, mana because actually they're still quite far behind by 19%.
Whitey's got his as well, Curse. Also, this is going to be a good chance for Exodus to get the upper hand here, but Curse gets a little bit of a clip onto Chaos, but look at all three of Clash going down the middle. This is a lot of damage raining down, 29% remains, 16 now. It's been swayed in Clash's favor, and I don't know that Exodus has got no time to respond. What a turnaround for Clash.
Oh, that certainly was indeed. Oh, that was so close. I could not believe it. When I saw him actually miss his super with the collect for the last part of the safe, I was like, oh, that's going to... I hope that's not going to cost. I hope it's not 13% or a bit less, because if it is, then he's going to be absolutely kicking himself. But yeah, what a shame, what a shame. But Clash, once again, on match point. This is their third match point, I believe, now, on the top of my head.
Yeah, and they're definitely going to be wanting to then get it tied up. Yeah, I see that. I actually missed that the first time I was looking at the top part of the map. So you're absolutely right. Yeah, it didn't connect to the safe, but Chaos was doing a fantastic job prior to that, though. I saw him, on the defensive, connecting with a lot, and actually using a super in a defensive manner rather than an offensive one, connecting with a lot of EXO there. I feel like that was a really prime opportunity for them to really get ahead in this particular game mode, and they just were not able to make it happen. Clash are being very cautious, it's got to be said, around their ranges and making sure to try to concede as little damage as possible. I wonder whether we'll see any revisions in terms of the comps, nothing at all. I mean, to be fair, I quite like the way this is going. I think that anything else that does deviate away from this idea would probably be counted anyway. Range is definitely a good shout. And already look at how much gear is opening up the map on the left-hand side as Chaos wins on the right.
All right, Bentley, good start from him, getting the first initial kill onto Lenan, as Chaos now going to do a tickle to the safe here, as YD does take him out, but he's going to have a little bit of a tickle of his own onto their safe, both down to 87%. Gears trying to do a little bit of damage with that Colt, which he does do, but YD does stay alive, but at the same time, pushing Lenan into the middle, and that was a fantastic pinch and great advantage now for EXO, but... typical. As I say that, Chaos does actually clean him up and actually does some extra damage onto the safe once again. And YD was looking to do the same, but that was a great catch there from the Nun.
Yeah, really shut him down in his tracks, and that's going to allow Clash to advance now and get some more damage. And the wall's pretty much entirely broken up now, apart from that right-hand side for Clash. So that's actually going to cater pretty well to the Piper pick as well as the Colt pick as well, to be able to maximize as many of the shots between the safe and members of EXO as they choose. IKS forced back now. Nice homing recipe from Lenan, does connect, and a follow-up as well to some Benny, keeps them really low. This is a lot of pressure, and I don't know whether EXO are going to be able to defend as the damage starts raining down from Clash.
Certainly does indeed. EXO down to 10%. It's going to take a couple of team wipes and a lot of work in order to bring this back with a minute left remaining. Curse just pretending to be that far away, but oh, he gets caught with his trousers down there as Chaos gets cleaned up in that right lane. YD does some damage onto the safe to give him a tiny bit more leadway, but look at this, so as Lenan and Chaos now pushing up into the center, cleans it up, beautiful stuff. It was just a matter of time. And Clash do win the series 3-1. A little bit of a shame there. EXO, I do feel like they're one of those teams where they'd love to give you false hope and be 0-2 down on purpose. I thought it was going to happen then, but it seemed like it wasn't going to be the case. And I've also worked out as well, I was thinking about it a little bit even during that last game, it's the fact that if EXO went out on a big stage, they should go out to the song called Relight My Fire, because do you know what? Every time they're 0-2, they just find something in their belly and they just come straight out swinging, don't they? So I was thinking about that during the first game.
Oh, you big boomer. Oh, everyone knows, like, what song is it? Is that like a new release? I've never heard of that.
Far from it. Brilliant. I'm just showing my age at the moment. But do you know what, Clash still did a fantastic job so far. Managed to end the aggression from EXO. We had a little bit of spark there, but a little bit of a shame. But do you know what? That's us done. We've already got 3 matches done and out the way, and we've still got 4 more left to go. So make sure you guys stay tuned, as we'll see you in just a few moments.
Hello and welcome to the ESL Mobile Open. Can you please introduce yourself and your team?
My name is Dean Sahinovic, or alias Nidin. I'm a player for Big, and therefore all of my mates are.
So let's go all the way back and let's start at Brawl Stars, like when you first started playing, and like, did you play as soon as the beta came out? And you know, how many hours a day would you be playing?
I mean, actually I did. I was like playing since 2017. I think even the first week from the beta itself, and I play I think like a half a year, but then kind of the format changed, so I stopped it again and started it like I think 1 month or something before the global release again, as I thought like, why not going in there again? I have an account already. I have some advantages to the other players who would start playing it, so why not just using it and like maybe get better than them? So basically from there on, I kind of started playing a lot. Actually, I think I played like, I don't know, 3 hours for sure per day, and then like nowadays it's like for sure more than 5 even. So yeah, this is kind of how it's going.
I mean, so talking off the back of that then, 3 hours a day, now you're on about 5 hours a day. When was the transition from like casual player to pro player? I mean, did you get contacted by an organization, or did you form, a team with some of your friends?
Well, basically at the beginning, I was like in a clan back then, and they wanted to do an esports team. So I started off there, but after like a couple of weeks, I think it kind of stopped again. So I had a break of it, but then I started again with a friend of mine. And since then, like I'm kind of in the esports section, scrimming a lot then, and from there on, I think it started to get like more of my during playtime, I guess.
So what would you consider is your team's biggest advantage against your opponents going into the ESL Mobile Open?
I mean, basically, I think we are all pretty good friends, and this is for sure the advantage, as we kind of synergize on not only play style then, but also on like a mental state, and I think that's helping us a lot there. And of course, like we're scrimming as much as the other people, but I think we're like getting more time into that as we're trying to analyze as well and so on. Like basically, we just try to reach the top here.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the ESL Mobile Challenge. And we're kind of at the halfway stage. It's kind of like the mid-game of the day. I'm Demon Smith, and joining me is Ark once again for this matchup, which is going to be between Noble, Elite, and Big.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I really like a lot of what Noble Elite have been trialing out recently and some really innovative ideas in terms of their brawler choices. So I think that we're going to get a mixed bag and a varied one. That's Andrew, John, and Melanie as well. Going to be bringing out some interesting ideas, and I'm curious to see what the Big will be able to handle what they bring out today.
I mean, if anyone looks like a bouncer, I think John's got it down right now. He's like, sorry, mate, not in them shoes. No, go back and get some proper shoes on, not in trainers. Yeah, I mean, I just feel like that's what he is, but he's got it down. We'll see how he does, of course, because last time these guys faced each other, Noble Elite came out 3-0 in the day. You know, and obviously Big have been on a bit of a charge as of late. They're the team that have been turning their fortunes around. As I say, that obviously they did have that loss last night. But we just heard from Nadine there. Obviously, these guys, you know, they've been working well. There's an Equok coming in this week.
Yeah, so introducing Equok into the team is definitely a difference from last time round. But it was, like you rightly say, a dominant performance last time we saw these two teams face off from Noble Elite. So I've got to say, I mean, it's going to be a really tough one to decide which team is going to come out on top this time round, because a lot has changed as well as the meta, I think, as well. So this could be a very different set of circumstances now that we're going to see these two teams face off, and I'm very excited to see what happens.
Yeah, I'm interested to see replacing Sugar Snort coming in. This is going to be definitely an interesting one to keep my eye on. Again, the double Primo ban as expected. The Bell and Sprout also banned out for Big. So it does mean we've got Super Stadium, It's a Hard Rock Mine, Ring of Fire, Snake Prairie, and Nuts and Bolts. Okay then, let's start breaking this down. We're going straight into obviously Brawl Ball. I've been talking about the Primo ban. I still don't think it's starting to become a thing. I don't know. I'd love to know what the pros' opinions are on that, as to why it's become a thing. You know, we talked about it earlier, the fact that it does have that surprise factor, I guess, outside of it. But I just feel we're starting to see things that are more ban-worthy as the patch progresses.
Yeah, pretty much about a brawler which can cycle quite quickly as well. So there's that to consider. But I think that a lot of the kind of meta comps at the moment will struggle up against it. So, you know, brawlers like Stu, for example, will kind of take a lot of time to really whistle that one down. And in some of the modes, it can give you a good strategic advantage. But again, like we saw Gia using it really nicely in Siege earlier and giving them a little clutch finish. But I think that it's just kind of like one of those brawlers which, as soon as it's out of the way, you can then focus on primarily what you really kind of want to be dealing with, really. But definitely in gamers like Brawl Ball as well, anything that's got like a lot of cover, Primo can really kind of thrive and then just allow the push to occur. Because when you're near the goal line, you can go in on the aggressive and allow that goal to happen. It doesn't really matter whether you stay on your feet or not, as long as you're that brute to force the action a certain way and get the pinch. But yeah, it makes a lot of sense to get it out of the mix. But I kind of agree. I've tried playing Primo a fair bit, and I'm just not the best at it, to be fair. So it's one that I don't really gel with. But ultimately, having it out of the way will allow some squidgier brawlers to thrive. As we're going to see some Surge, some B, and some Barley as well for Big, who are already just tearing their way forwards here. And Noble Elite are very, very quickly finding themselves in a defensive position.
Oh, tried to get it through and almost did. Lars instantly popped on the line there. John will get the spawn back out there, but Nadine keeping that ball very much protected on the right-hand side of your screen. Not going to land the shot, though. And now, once again, after the initial pressure, it seems that Noble Elite will be back on their feet and try and put the pressure out. Super straight down on John will force him away, and that buys the ball, certainly for Big at the moment.
Some speculation in the chat to see whether Big are going to bring out the penny picks today, and I do kind of wonder whether they will. They haven't gone in early enough with it at the moment, maybe just keeping it as a card in their back pocket. Worked out sometimes, and sometimes it didn't yesterday. It was a bit of a 50-50 on that one, but at the moment, John's coming in on Lars, keeping him very, very low. Pops super as well, just to get the slowdown into play in the area of denials. Melanie comes up the right-hand side. No ball pass through, though, and they're just going to let John heal back up and try to take advantage of the situation being in this position now, forcing Big really far back. And yeah, they had a great early chance, but now it's them that find themselves in this defensive position.
Yeah, and obviously with the Brawler switch. The Barleys both go to the left-hand side now, as John forced the issue onto Lars, and that's pulled, of course, Equox over to the right-hand side. So making sure they get those lane matchups that they are looking for. Nadine also looking to maybe focus John. That's confidence right there. Just stand on the bush and make it work. Gets Nadine down. Tries to pass the ball away. He's trying to bait Equox out now. And there's a real chance to try and get through and shoot. But oh, look at the damage from Equox. So close between him and John.
Yeah, Equox, I think, has used 2 gadgets now, so 1 more left, but that's a great takedown that will reduce the stacks down. But John trying to seize the opportunity, passing through to Andre, and picks it up for Noble Elite to get the early goal. Only 25 seconds now remain, and that's going to be a really tight spot for Big to respond to. So little time, they're going to have to really push this aggressively.
Gotta go aggressive, and John immediately pops his super and takes Equox down on the left-hand side. It's exactly what he wanted to do, but Nadine, where did that just come from?
What a great line of sight. It's one that players continue to keep underestimating on Super Stadium. You've got to be so careful of it. Nadine, that would have been a very calculated move, knowing that one shot would have obtained that super, and he made it count when he got it. John now under heavy fire. Down goes Melanie as well. This should be a great chance for Big, despite that early game and the struggle that they had. Oh, but it's clear off the line by Audrey. A bit of a miss for me from Big there. That would have been a prime moment to capitalize on.
Absolutely, went for that super shot, tried to pick the spot, went for the right corner instead. And in the end, it was cleared out. Andre clutch defensive work from him, but they're still under pressure. Noble Elite here. John on nothing. Andre having to dodge left, right, get spiked out there. Lars should be able to get in and get the pass. There's nothing that Melody can do. The respawns are going to come through. Should be able to get the shots away in time. We'll just walk it over the line. And Big will take the first game of the series 2-1.
Well, they were able to sort of regain their composure, and the sort of way it led up to the goal there was pretty well done, actually, to keep the pressure on those last calls from the Barley and such. But yeah, a bit of pressure then to make that goal count before then. But nonetheless, they got the job done. This was pretty decent for me from both teams, to be fair. Could have gone absolutely either way, but what an amazing comeback from Big to get that goal scored with such little time on the clock. That was pretty exceptional.
Yeah, let's keep your eye on Nadine now. There. Oh, just past Melanie. Absolute clutch shot with 10 seconds on the timer. And in the end, they will close it out as well. The momentum very much swinging their way. So, let's talk Brawlers. Double Barley, double B. The difference being, obviously, the surge in there. What we will see, any adaptations?
I quite like the surge here, actually. It's one that we tend to see a lot from Tribe and KC. It really does cater with a lot of the terrain the way it is, to be able to utilize a lot of those gadgets, those power surges, to really kind of like close the gap. So I think it works well as a counter to M's here as well in the right circumstances. So I don't know. I mean, if Noble Elite are going to continue playing the M's, I suggest that, you know, on the other side, Big continues to play the surge almost. But it can run into some problems as well. I think that in overtime, for instance, you know, M's can do really, really well, and you've got to get your stacks early. I don't know. I mean, I quite like the picks that we have. I think that BB is an option, but one that we don't tend to see that much, other than like people like SK who will bring that out to really have a bit more tankiness to their disposal. I mean, we're not seeing any of it really, but, you know, Frank, Bull, but these are all big brutes that we tend to see Big go to, so I wouldn't be surprised if they do consider it, but they're not going to, and they're going to stay firm and stubborn with what they played last time. Nita coming out for Noble Elite, though, I really do like, and we've seen her coming back a lot in the meta recently.
Yeah, and in Brawl Ball specifically as well, been more and more. Big Bruce has been playing a large part. We'll see whether it's going to be the same again here as Nadine looks to get the focus down. John on the push, forcing the pressure. Might just be able to get the shot away. Should go to the left and will. That's going to clear the line, and Nadine down just walks it in.
Really, really solid use of the Bruce Bear there as well, just to play it smart and slow as well, because Nadine was attentive to the fact that if they played that shot too early, then he might have been able to get it up, and he did actually touch his feet. That's why he didn't bounce straight into the goal there, so he just went down too quickly afterwards to really do anything with the ball. But now Big are on the hunt for the ball, and that's not going to help with Ecoc going down the right-hand side. Melanie will be able to heal up in the meantime as well, and it's going to be a ton of pressure on the hands of Big. Nobody responding so quickly. There's the goal! And as quickly as that, they're all tied up.
John absolutely dominated the right side there, taking down the M's, clearing the B off the line. That was strong. Strong Nita showing. Keep your eyes on that man. The John doing work.
Yeah, really, really did. The amount of supportiveness there from the result of that pick it's something that I think Big are going to have to take note on going into their next game. It was a nice time to play it as well from Noble Elite. You know, being down in the game mode, you know, bringing out something of their back pocket really worked out well there. And I think that the Nita was the perfect one to do.
Absolutely dominant stuff. So, a quick response from 2-1 to 2-0. So we are we're tied up in this set. It's going to be one of these nights. It's going to be one of these nights, Ark. I'm feeling it. We've already had it earlier on today with the incredible 3-2 earlier between Reply Totem and EXO Free Agents. Definitely one to watch there. Superb game that went all the way to the last second. I don't think you could have ran the clock down any closer. Then, of course, EXO Free Agents, well, they lost down to Clash, but I don't think anyone can take that away from them because Clash are just phenomenal right now.
Yeah, it's going from strength to strength. And just that one loss yesterday to SK. But I mean, you know, at the moment, you know, if you're going to lose to a team, you may as well lose to a team that's number 2 on the leaderboards. I mean, that's not really anything to, you know, to worry necessarily about. And you know, this is the moment now. Is like 3rd and 4th. You know, what's the battle going to be commencing here? They're in a really solid spot at the moment, to be fair, on the leaderboards, and Noble Elite not far behind either. So if they can get this win here, it will go a long way because they are a little bit behind, but not by a long shot. Big are currently in 4th, Noble Elite currently in 6th. So Reply Totem are the only team that stand between the two. If they can just regain their composure, get this first set under their belt, then that will really help going into our next mode. But Big are showing some signs of resilience. It's just the adaptations right now I'm seeing from Noble Elite like make me feel like they might have a bit of the edge here. I think Big needs to respond a little bit now with some adaptations of their own.
Well, let's see what they bring to the table. It was a really nice change for John with that Nita. We are going to see Nita for Equox as well, Lars, once again on that Barley. And Nadine sticking with the B. So that was the adaptation. But look at Melny. Melny switching over to the Tara.
Yeah, Tara's an interesting choice here for sure. I'm keen to see how it's going to fare. And already the right-hand side lane is taken down. John didn't waste no time to put the pressure onto Dean so that he can force Melny over to the right and have him heal up accordingly. That shot's going to connect. That's going to be an amplified 1-2 miss by Nadine. He's going to have to earn that one again. Down thumb from Equox. Doesn't like the position that he's finding himself in right now. We did see this a little bit yesterday, to be fair, from Big. Just kind of like, you know, waiting to see what their opposition does before then choosing to do the same idea as we saw them against EXO doing a similar idea. I feel like they've got to be a bit more pioneering in that respect and go with some outlandish ideas of their own. I think Tank here could have been an interesting one to consider and one that the B could counter, but otherwise, you know, would have potentially struggled with this comp lineup. But already, you know, Noble Elite are getting their soul stuck into the ground, and Big are just finding themselves in this spot. They've got to make some play, some pressure to really turn this one around, or they're going to find themselves in the defense a lot of this game.
It's what I talked about earlier on, you know, in terms of adaptions when I was looking about Reply Totem. When you look at the SKs, clashes out there, you know, they'll suddenly pull out some massive change and it will completely catch teams on the hop. They won't know how to respond to it. And that's how they're winning games. They're absolutely dominating games. Now, whether that's down to having such a strong brawler pool or simply a case of just reading the situation well, where those coaches sort of helping adapt through it. But at the moment, Noble Elite are keeping the pressure onto Big here. Big did pick up that first game, but they have been on the back foot, full defensive time. Now they're going to go looking for it. Equox trying to hit the triple onto Melny, but Melny's completely avoiding the damage. Now he's going to get pulled in. Melny going to go through. Equox down. Melny looking to put Nadine in the goal. Absolutely down. A pass goal should be simple here. If Noble Elite just run it over the line. Oh, he risked it with a pass.
Yeah,
he risked a shot instead of walking it. That surprised me.
Very close. I mean, you see there, Melny the whole time was locking down Equox on that back right-hand side. Then, as soon as he had super made the pull, got the support from beyond as well, but a pass through to Equox here might be enough to turn it. The black portal comes in just in time. Melny coming in again, but the pass to last connects, and a shutdown from Audrey. This is great from Noble Elite, and there's nothing Big can do about it.
No, just forced to boot it in the corner and sit and face facts that they have lost out this one. Great takeaway from Noble Elite there. We were talking about the adaptions. They turned, they pressed, they made it work, and it's a brilliant play from them. They take the first set.
Honestly, every time Noble Elite made a change, it went in their favor. Changed to the Nita, went in their favor, changed to Tara, worked in their favor. And they see that moment. As soon as Melny was able to have his super to hand, Equox was pretty much in that back right-hand corner the entire time. by bringing in the gadget support from beyond. It was really a great deterrent of the B when he went to go to make the shot onto the goal, and you know, that was really, really well thought through from Noble Elite. I really love this about this team. They just keep mixing things up and they're just adapting accordingly, and this is proving really well to them today. I wonder whether this success will continue.
Well, we're moving on to Hard Rock Mines next for the gem grab, so we'll see whether it does change around their fortunes for them. Obviously, I was really liking how Big's style the other week, where they came through picking up some really huge wins. There's no doubt about it, but the Berlin-based org needs to get something changing here, because Noble Elite looking solid on the comeback there. So gem grab, let's talk gem grab. We know the Gene is obviously available, almost a lock-in, I would say, these days, along with Stu on the gem grab for the carrier.
Yeah, I think Stu would be a good shout. I'm not too sure about carrier, but I think Gene definitely would be the go-to here. I think the Hard Rock Mine's an interesting one, because ultimately you can choose to go in with some really tanky ideas and try to get behind the action as a way to really be a problem and just be lurking and waiting for your moment to pounce. But at the same time, you know, some long-range affairs can also take place. We saw a little bit of Piper, I think, a few days back, and one that, I don't know, it can work, but ultimately it can be open to brawlers like Roses come into the mix at the same time. I really like a Rico here. I'm going to keep saying it every time it comes up. It does pop up every now and again. A lot of teams like, Tribe or Clash will bring that one out. But Stu, I think, is a great brawler to have when it goes into the aggressive side. Similar to what a Rose would do, but without the tankiness really to hand. But getting behind the action and kind of going on the aggressive is kind of where Stu's really going to thrive on the Hard Rock Mine.
Yeah, I was loving the Rico action that Curse brought out earlier on today. I think that was on Siege, I believe that was on, though. So obviously not on the gem grab. So we'll see whether it works out. Obviously, we just saw the Tara. There's a full potential that Tara could be out here. Even in Ems, Tara, Ems, Gene, these are all standards. Of course, going into gem grab, let's see what they do bring to the table. There is the Stew. Did just kind of glimpse of it. Oh, hello. Okay. So we're going to have a slight different. The Ruff's coming out.
Yeah, I'm looking at the penny and I'm just going straight to the Twitch chat to see what the response is. The Ruffs here as well, I think is a really, really solid shout. 8-Bit has been coming back a little bit in Hard Rock Mine recently, one that I'm not too fond of myself, but ultimately can make some clutch plays and grabs of the gems with the result of that cheat cartridge gadget to come quickly away from the action unscathed. Let's see how it fares for Equa, because they're doubling down on the turrets actually for Big, with both the damage booster as well as the speed zoner there. So that will provide a lot of maneuverability for Big, and they're going to be utilizing that to take control of the mid, really.
Yeah, Equox absolutely decimating John there, taking full control, and Equox going to get all them gems as well hoovered up. Now they're going to go aggressive. Needine goes hungry looking for Andre there. Melny taking a burst to the face, but now with the Ruff's back on his feet, they have to respect the fact that John is there, but honestly, Equox is absolutely hitting the mark right now.
Yeah, the range is really coming into hand, and he basically outranges everyone. And Penny now with the turret could do something, but again, this is the problem with the Penny turret, and I keep saying it as well, is you've got to really position that in a spot at the right time, because that's a good spot that Melanie chose, but ultimately it was under so much contesting so swiftly that he's going to get no value from it, and he's going to have to get another one. And time is just not on their side, but at the same time, we are tied up now in gems, so a little bit of a saving grace there. But for me, Big by far at the moment are the team that are way out in terms of control.
Yeah, dominating stuff from Big here. They definitely read this one well. Equox even going hunting for this as well. So Andre, despite the fact he's the main gem carrier, doesn't matter. They will wipe out Noble Elite and close this one out very easily. Now, let's get to it. Let's talk adaptations, because last time Noble Elite adapted really well. Big was slow to respond. Let's see what they can bring to the table.
Yeah, I mean, both of these two teams play Penny, and it was Noble Elite to show the first card. It's a real risk, because the turret can be a great help to you, but you've really got to be cautious around when you place it. There was not really much time at all that we saw it being shown there in terms of any kind of impact. So I think that if nobody want to try that idea, they're going to have to make sure that they've got control and they're able to support it accordingly to make sure it stays on its feet as long as possible. I think that Equox playing that 8-bit there was a really smart move. It kind of worked out well with the comps that we saw. But at the same time, we didn't really see anything from Noble Elite which gave them much control. And that's where 8-Bit can kind of come under some scrutiny, really, is when you're kind of under that pressure to get quickly back in as well to the map. If you get those damage boosters taken down to remove some of that maneuverability, it can be a real problem. But that's what Noble Elite are going to have to focus on, really. And I think at the moment, the way that one went for them, they might want to consider something with a bit more aggression, some tankiness, some Rosa potentially, just to really bring back some of the action, put big on their spawn and bring them away from the middle control, because they were really just owning that center part of the map.
Absolutely, you could definitely get Rosa on the left side of the lanes. It certainly could work out well. But yeah, as you say, they were just outranged, couldn't do anything about it. Dominant stuff. The roofs was basically nullified within that. Obviously, put the sandbags down, and then bam, it's just absolutely blasted him down. Let's see what the adaptions are. The 8-Bit Stew sticks. Was that just a crow? Did I just see a little look up? What did I just see there on the left hand side? No, it's just a Gene again.
Yeah,
and there is the Rico. You talked about the Rico earlier on, and that is going to be the adaptation. John.
Yeah, I was going to be happy with either or. Rosa or Rico, 2 Rs, I'm absolutely okay with here. And I think that's going to help. The range will definitely help with regards to Equok playing on the 8-Bit. And one that can also get a lot of those nice angles there. You see, getting some of the damage to connect with that speed zoner that's down on the map. And Lars now super low, forced back. Equok there, places some shots. Rover retreat star power as well being run for John there. So he's able to have more maneuverability when he's low in his HP. That will also take away a little bit of the damage from some of the bounce shots, so just bear that one in mind. I actually prefer super bouncing myself, but ultimately it's a bit of a personal preference. Having maneuverability will allow him to be able to get out of harm's way quickly. Lars should surely get a super off the back of this. He does so, and the takedown for his troubles, and that's going to put some pressure really onto Audrey, as if Lars was to make this pull and get some gems to be coming back in their way, that would be pretty much a countdown for Big, so they're going to be very cautious now.
Yeah, Equox is almost certainly the man. They're going to try and focus. You can see Andre looking for it at the moment, but Equox is getting the cover that he needs from Nidine there. Still keeping them at bay. Very even fight. Nidine's going looking for this one, though, trying to put the pressure on. But while the same's happening, John also trying to put the pressure around the left-hand side. Now they're kind of clustered at the moment. It's getting a little bit dangerous for Noble Elite to get forced into that corner. And that's buying time for Equox to get yet another 2 gems.
There's the cheat cartridge, and again, that's a great thing to have for 8-Bit here. Lars with the pull as well, connecting to John. 1 gem coming in from that. And surely then, Lars can go in aggressive here, but gets taken down. The gem comes back from Nidine, though, and that's going to be a split gem. So ultimately, if nobody can get a takedown of Nidine, it will reset things, and that might just be enough time to get something to happen in terms of the mid. But have they left enough time? Audrey has got pull, but will they be able to make it in time? No, the pull comes in first
the pull from Lars.
Oh, but wait! John! What? Oh, Lars comes in clutch. Oh, that connection, though.
Big plays, John, 12 seconds now. They just need to rush it. They need to try and get in there. They realize, but it's not going to happen. That's going to be the push down. John's going to get focused out as well. And look at this. Lars is even running to their spawn, completely baiting them out there. A Big will close out this set. 2-0 dominant stuff for them on Gem Grab.
Oh, man. I kind of felt like John deserved to turn that game around then, but just didn't quite get all 3 members. I mean, there's quite a lot to watch just to even get 2 under the situation. I want to watch this back. Every single ball, it seemed, was just connecting so nicely there. But, I got to say, Big had a lot to their disposal as well. Having a lot of those connecting gene pools went a long way, and Equok was putting down a lot of suppressive fire. Also, this is the moment here with John. He managed to get super there and then it's connected off the wall, every single one. But Lars there, so tanky in terms of his HP and able to take care of him.
Absolutely railgunned them down there. Superb stuff. So, Johnny Cash is calling. We're going for the Ring of Fire on Hot Zone, and we'll see how this one's going to go. Obviously, the changes that come through, obviously, I keep talking about it. Obviously, we've had Surge a bunch of times here as well. The Jesse's also a viable option on Hot Zone. Obviously, with Primo out there, we just saw Rico. Rico absolutely doable here. John may even just keep to it.
Yeah, I mean, definitely he was popping off with it. I do really rate Rico, actually, on these side lanes. There can really be very suppressive. We don't really see people go towards it that often. I think the last time I remember it was Casey for try, but Surge definitely can do a lot of wonders here. I think the Amber as well is a pretty solid shout. Brawlers like B can thrive massively. I think that Stu as well is another one that can be very, very hard to deal with when in the back of your spawn and doing your thing. But ultimately, yeah, the Primo ban, the Sprout ban, the Bell ban. Bell would be my go-to, and she's out of the mix here. But yeah, like you say, Jessie, I think Sandy even like had a good amount of time in Ring of Fire back in the day. Not so much at the moment, but can be an adaptation on the cards to try to counter a few ideas. But I think Lou, really on both sides, will be probably a must for me at the moment, just because it's got so much area denial and shutdown ability. I think that both teams have got to start at least there and work from that.
Yeah, just to remind you of the bans, it is Bell, Primo, and Sprout removed from this one. And I do say Sprout because we have actually seen Sprout coming into it more and more in Hot Zone with the patch changes.
Yeah, I mean, Sprout's in a really good spot, has been for a long time, and has just a unique mechanic that doesn't really get shared with any other brawler. Being able to actually shape the map in that way can really give you an advantage and shut down a lot of side lanes to allow to focus elsewhere. So yeah, not too surprised to see a Sprout ban. It's not one that we see often, but when it is, it's like pretty different in terms of the way that everything plays out. So we're going to see Lou, but only from the side of Noble Elite, which is kind of interesting. EQUOC going to be staying with the 8-bit, and it was giving definitely Noble Elite some issues in the last game, so I can see why. But already John focusing primarily on getting that out of the way, and that's going to be a hindrance definitely for Big, not having that maneuverability now, or the damage buff as a result of that takedown on the damage booster. Definitely going to be advantageous for Noble Elite.
Some sneaky work from John getting the full flank around the back there. Managing to work out well, as you mentioned, but it is still Big holding control of the points at the moment. John once again around the back. This time gets last down, and Noble Elite will now take control of the hot zone and keep EQUOX back and get EQUOX down there. And as you mentioned, the Lou definitely starting to work well. Halftime Sprouts banned out. Lou is almost a given that will come through. And I guess that's maybe where this is coming from. Andre just feeling it better, though. So very even first game. The freeze goes down. That's going to keep them back. They're just waiting for needing to make this push on the right. That's exactly what they were looking for. The big hook comes through. And that's going to be Noble Elite dominating.
Last got pulled and searching to find it, but Noble Elite being very cautious on their range now. And they're going to be leaving a little bit of the zone away whilst they retreat. But at the moment, there's a really, really solid amount of takedowns. The ice block for Audrey is only going to deter Nadine and EQUOC for a small amount of time here. And now the zone getting captured in retaliation to that. John going to place down some oil to ignite on the map, as now everyone back in the mix for Noble Elite. And this is looking much better for them. If they can hold this just a little bit longer, scoreline is in their favor, and they are doing a wonderful job of holding this.
Got Nadine down, and now it's starting to get a little bit worrisome here for Big. They do manage to take Andre down, alas, but you can see, obviously, that freeze just holding in place for so long, and they're already closing in at 90%. This is almost getting time to Zerg mode effectively for Noble Elite. Just going to Zerg their way into the zone, and they're just going to keep control of it. There's not a lot Big can do about this one. Andre's just going to keep stepping in, stepping out, gets himself freezed in there. There's the pull coming through. Lars goes down, 100% reaches, and Noble Elite really got the grab of that one effectively. Some really nice flanking maneuvers from John early on. Set the course well for Noble Elite there, taking control of the zone.
Yeah, really, really solid teamwork there. I'm surprised that we didn't see the Lou pick from Big, I've got to be honest. And that definitely seemed to show itself when we saw, how well Andre was using it to their advantage. Gene pools as well were mostly on point on both sides, but ultimately I just like the way that Noble Elite were under this pressure and still able to come out on top. Just making sure that they were just like working together, good communication clearly. And yeah, they're going to have to think about the next move now. I've got to say, start with Lou and work from there.
Yeah, that really worked well for Noble Elite. That was a very good lockout for them. Interested to see if they're going to try and adapt to it, whether they just go with the Lou themselves, as you say, just maybe try and match it, try and mirror it. But we'll see whether the Amber even gets connected with. Amber definitely is one I think that may change from John here.
Yeah, I mean, Amber's great to be able to open up a lot of the map and just be able to throw down some oil, soak up your next supers and just cycle from there really. And just it can be a real difficult one to shake. The range is kind of almost deceiving in a way. Even like brawlers like Piper can struggle against an Amber. It's a really, really annoying brawler, probably my most annoying brawler to face off against. So it definitely can ruffle the feathers of a lot of teams having that pick. So but definitely it can be taken away as well. Either way, I just gotta say, looking at how Big are playing today at the moment, and just some of the choices, like they're playing like a lot less tankier options than they normally used to, and I think that's always worked out particularly well for them in the past. So just maybe like seeing a few more signs of like some resilience to just trying out some bold ideas, really. They are going to change to loose. That's a very, very positive start. Equa going to go to the Gene. So this is looking much, much better for me already. Ruffs for John, and they're going to go in with the field promotion idea, I guess. And already a buff coming really quickly into the mix from John. Great side lane action from him. The sandbag's doing a wondrous job. Look at that. Oh, Lars gets the takedown.
John finally goes down, but I love what he did there. Just taking control of that left side of the map. But Nadine's flank, it paid off. Got around the back of them and it absolutely picked them off while John was doing his defensive work. They were both, Andre and Melanie were taken down by Nadine, which is why you see John now making that rotate over to the right-hand lane to try and keep him away. There's the pull they were looking for. They finally get rid of that pesky Stew, but they still can't keep control of the zone. Equox will do that as he just about keeps in the corner, gets frozen up there. And Andre buys enough time. Lars is frozen out and he will go down as well. Very close game.
Very decent there from Andre. That's going to be really, really advantageous for them, forcing both Nadine and Equox to the left and right here. Lars can't really contest until that has been taken care of. In terms of the tick down, let's see what happens as Equox now has super. Nadine pressurizing from the right-hand side as well, really nicely so. And there's another deep super, this time from the side of Lars for Big. Mounty very weak, forced to heal up, and the miss pull though could be costly as now Andre comes in with some pressure of his own.
Andre manages to make it work, gets Equox down there as well. Very still tight game here. Noble Elite looking to lock this one out 2-0, and they may just do it now. Big control there. John's going to get forward, try and block this one out, and it's looking great for them now. And Big have to get a full response. This has got to be a full wipe as they try and push on through that ice field. Not going to happen. Nadine's flank, it's been working all game long, but it looks like it's just a little too late. 96%, nothing they can do. Noble Elite will take this set 2-1.
Yeah, really, really solid from Noble Elite. And again, you know, just leading the way with that loop pick to start and then just making some adaptations along the way to it. And those are the ideas that I really like to see. I like to see straight off the bat a really, really solid approach and then just tinkering it just a little bit, you know, around the weaker of the brawlers, but keeping the main, you know, the main bulk of what makes the comp work in the mix there. And you know, yeah, just felt like to me again that same story with Big just being a little bit in behind in terms of their choices. But you know, they did change away from the 8-bit. I felt like that was a really, really solid start. They did bring in the Lou again. That's a really good sign for me. But by that point in time, I just felt like Noble Elite was so comfortable with their approach and their strategy going in, and it was just kind of like, right, we know what we're going to do. We've already prepared for this, and let's just make it happen.
All right, moving on to Snake Prairie next for Bounty. So we'll see how this will affect them. Of course, when we do go to Bounty, we do start looking towards the likes of the Piper, you know, the Colettes that are almost a given in there these days. Heck, we even had the Nanny obviously dominant yesterday, although be it that was for SK on, was it Kaboom Canyon? I think it was Kaboom Canyon, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, you know, we've seen the meta shift a little bit in Snake Prairie since the patch. I mean, we saw some big tanky options. Frank is actually kind of viable, which is kind of weird to say now, especially in the early game. We saw some triple tank ideas, I think, from either SK or Clash, you know, which can thrive in the early game, but the longer that things go on, the more it can go against you. I still got to say that I feel like Bo and Tara is still a very, very solid comp. We saw almost some good defenses with that in mind, even against triple tank ideas. But you know, yeah, Bo for me, Tara, Piper is like the kind of still staple diet, I would say, of Snake Prairie, but it is really kind of blown open now. Again, you know, we haven't seen any Primo, but ultimately, you know, I wouldn't be at all surprised to see some Frank or maybe even some Bull coming into this to the mix with this one. Ultimately, again, if you're just joining the stream, the bans with Bell and El Primo for Noble Elite, Sprout and El Primo for Big. Both teams were very cautious on that Primo and wanted it out of the way, hence why they both banned it. So just the 3 brawlers, so still some choices to be made there. Yeah, Snake Prairie is an unpredictable map, so one that could go in favor of Big, considering they're on the back foot.
As you mentioned, Snake Prairie, it does tend to favor the I think it's normally a Bo, Piper, and Tara, or an Ems or something like that. Yeah, normally a bow type. We'll see whether they do switch it up. Let's have a look. Let's keep it on your screens. It's going to be starting off right now. And of course, well, we didn't mention Rosa, but wasn't expecting this. Okay. And both actually thinking along the same lines with the Surge.
Yeah, interesting. It's actually the bow, it's the mecha bow skin.
The bow, so mecha bow, yeah.
So more vision for both sides, which is always going to be a disadvantage to playing Rosa because people can see where you're coming from and that'll be communicated pretty quick. The Super Totem as well did receive a bit of a rework recently. Will tick damage over time now. So 20 seconds is the longest that will stay up for. But I do like the Rosa pick for sure. I got to say this is probably more the sort of area of comfort that I like to see Big utilize because ultimately, they are a team which likes to run a lot of these tanky ideas. But I look at Noble Elite on the right hand side, just creeping forwards, getting past Equok. I'm not sure whether he's even aware. In comes the blind pull from Melny, connects really well with Equok, and a very, very quick super then.
Oh, I got away with it.
The mines as well go off, and it's going to be 8 stars in favor of Big.
I do not know how Equok survived that. It almost pulled him away, and I think I got a feeling that John was just literally punching the wrong direction for a moment there, and that's probably what it was, just like 1 or 2 punches just the wrong way, and that's how it turned it around. Melny's going to get focused on by Equox, but John's got around the back, gets Nadine down, Equox gets taken down, and suddenly it's 9-8, make that 11-9 as Big get themselves a revenge kill, but they have to back away from the mines.
It's a good placement of the mines as well to get rid of the Super Totem, and that's going to be triggered then by Dean, but does then feed a little bit of that super in the hand. I mean, Lars is going to be a primed candidate for takedown here and looking to gain his super now because ultimately, yeah, without that Super Totem, he's going to struggle without it. But yeah, I mean, Equok was doing a fantastic job of just popping his super very, very quickly, and it's why he was able to hang on like he did there. But still, the reaction speed had to be on point. More mines going down. Noble Elite got about 5 seconds to do something here. Melny's got suck here, but it won't be enough with the blue stars still in favor of Big. Either way you look at it, will there be enough of a turnaround here? Not going to happen. 13 stars to 9, and Big are fighting back.
That was a tight one. That was a tight one. The mirror match working well there. So let's see, what will they change? I don't think they're actually going to change anything because that was just about the smallest of fractions. The survivor from Equox right at the start, right here. I think, yeah, John was just got pulled away. Ah, that's what it was. It was Lars threw the black hole down and pulled him away.
Honestly, though, I mean, both teams going with the same ideas here, so this is going to be very, very interesting to see whether, anyone drops the Rosa. Personally, I kind of feel like Piper here can thrive as long as you're very cautious to break open the side of the maps. And obtain that quickly. That's kind of like the key, really, is having the bow be able to lock down the side with the mines and being able to, ideally get a couple of blind shots from the Piper along the way into the mid and then break open the other side. When you've got that range to your disposal, it can be a really dangerous thing, to be faced off against, and requires a lot of careful approaches when you're going to go on the aggressive to really try and pinch it. So I don't know. I personally like it. It's not for everyone. Sometimes getting up close and personal does work out very well in Snake Prairie. And as both teams are choosing the Rosa, it would be maybe a slight risk to go away from it, knowing that it's going to require a lot more taps to take care of. But ultimately, there's still some choices. I mean, even Ems could work here potentially with the right mate breaking of the map. And that could be a real problem, especially for a brawler like Rosa, but also a big risk in case you come across it close to, close to proximity.
Or switch Frank in for Rosa. Just going to throw it out there. Just Big Frank, I love me a Big Frank. I'd definitely love to see if he's going to get in there. Well, I expect the bow to probably stay the same. I don't think we're going to have a Piper. We have had Pipers on this map a bunch of times. It could definitely be an option that they'll switch to, and then we're basically back to meta from, the start of the tournament. Forget the fact the patch even came through. Let's get it on your screens here as we see whether they make any changes. There is the Piper, and actually it's going to be, so they're going to go Gene. So it's the Gene and the Piper is the difference.
Yeah, and I think that's one that might favor Big here, depending on how this goes. But ultimately, Jin can be a huge turner of any game. So one that in bounty is quite a scary thing, no doubt, for Big to be facing up against. But the range there, pick up from Dean already, just goes to show as well. That's going to come into play here, especially now that Noble Elite are forced back a little bit here. And it's just going to get Dean will break up in the right-hand side. Lars will be looking to get his mines for the left-hand side. And as soon as that happens, then all the pressure and all the aggression has to come from Noble Elite. And that can be an easier thing to deal with when you're on the defense, actually, than on the offense.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those games that runs down to probably the last 10, 15 seconds, I suspect here. John looking to try and get the pass because obviously with all that cover now removed, John does pick his moment to go up there. That was a great pull. They get Lars down, but it's quickly responded as John gets picked off. And now 4-3 advantage still with Big.
Yeah, and there's no one to contest that super totem, so everyone's going to be running supers the next time these two teams clash, and that's going to be exciting to see. I think Dean will start to pick off a little bit here and there whilst he's got shots to hand to see whether he can find a lucky connection. Melanie has pulled there as well on the left-hand side, and that's definitely an advantage for Noble Elite if they connect it. Ultimately, they can keep their distance then, and Equok now going to pop the vision, so that's going to be showing up everyone. And pretty decent time to use it. Again, Big don't need to go on the aggressive here. They're just going to wait for Noble Elite. And as time ticks down, there's going to be less and less time to make something of this happening here. Shots from Dean connect with RG, but miss in the mid. Again, RG's so low here. The black hole from Equa connects. Oh, but the pull from Mary's there. The takedown before it. The blue stars there were big.
The blue star should be enough as they just back away. 1 second to go, and it will be a huge pull, but not quite enough. And Big will close this one out and take that. So now we're square once again at 2 apiece. And well, did we expect anything less? We're going the distance to the 5th set.
Seems to be the way to go these days, isn't it? Now everyone's getting to that point of the competition where like they just really want it, and it wouldn't be an ESL challenge without going all the distance here. At the same time, I gotta say the pipe pick worked out really well. The Gene didn't really cut the mustard. I think that the Gene pull connected really nicely towards the end, but the pipe was able to get the pickup before it really even mattered. So it might be something for Noble Elite to consider going into our next game. Absolutely incredible stuff. So the final map will be nuts and bolts. So siege mode to set things up. And I'm trying to think and test my mind. Like, did we have this the other week? We did. It was Navi replay Totem though. It wasn't one of these guys. I was thinking, I'm sure these guys played it. Did they play Clash? No, it was AC Milan Clash versus SK last time we saw it. So we saw it 2 times last week, but it wasn't either of these teams. Yeah, nuts and bolts. I mean, it's Siege in general, I think, as a mode is a challenging one, either way you look at it, because you can do really well in a round. You can get the push, but sometimes that might actually go against you if you're leaving a lot for the next round to your team, to your opposition, to have to effectively do less to get their push. You have to be very cautious. We saw a few instances yesterday of really tactical plays where teams were actually letting the round go to a defense so that they could then capitalize in that third and final stage with a really strong and committed offense. So I think that's got to be a consideration for everyone involved. You really need to make sure that you're being really committed to controlling that mid, committed to getting that first bolt to really get that first push and capitalize.
Well, we'll see whether it's going to work out for them. Obviously, we've seen a whole bunch of different choices coming out for nuts and bolts. I was talking earlier to Harry about this. For me, Siege is starting to become my favorite mode because it is, I would say, the only mode out there that has such a large array of brawler choices that you can bring to the table. It's like you can go with the bruiser comps, you can go with the long range throwers, you can go in their face, you can go for the snipers. I really love the options available for it. We've seen all of them work. That's the great beauty of it.
Yeah, tons of choices and also tons of unpredictability as well. We saw already today, EXO had 3 consecutive defenses and didn't, scratch their icon.
Hard countered, yeah.
Yeah, and then they just took 1 primo jump to finish things off. So big tanky ideas coming in from Noble Elite early on, and Equok made good use of the flying hook to get that first bolt very quickly. Dean as well on the right-hand side, aggressive onto Melny, who's just going to pop there. 2 bolts, though, will go into the pocket of Andre and John. And the first push will be a big push coming in for Noble Elite to defend.
Well, we saw the ball earlier on as well. John is going to be able to get in front of this bot. Should be able to slow things down. Not going to be too much damage done, I don't think, here. Unless they can try and back it up. Let's see what Equok's going to do. Going to try and throw that boomerang out there. We'll get just a tiny scratch of damage. 98%. Nothing really to write home about.
Ration from Equok gets the takedown there on the left-hand side. John going to be finding it really difficult to go for this bolt, and especially with a gene pull coming into all 3 of Big to take care of. Melany's the last man standing, has to get this bolt and weave his way around for cover as Audrey comes into the mix, dashes in for the bolt on the left, and John coming in with a ball charge as well, very fast into the mid here. A lot of bolts back then for Noble Elite. They're going to get a push for their hard work there.
Yeah, so they've managed to get that through. It was closer, 6-5, almost a tie there. But now let's see how they can defend this one. Equox is already low, so he can't do too much about this one. You can see he's going to get punched down, and that's going to be Andre catching him with the stew there, trying to put the damage down. They've got to be careful they don't get wiped. They should get the bot down, and they have a perfect defense. Now they're on the attack.
They're going to have to get quickly into the mix. And already clustered again using the healing of that gene, but the miss pull there could be costly as Melanie was able to evade it and does get taken down as well. That little pickaxe around the corner from Equoc, really nicely done, but 6 bolts in their pocket now, 7, potentially also 8. This is a good round. They really needed to hunker down and keep the control because they had that push, but they were all over the place coming off the back of it, and Big should surely be rewarded for this.
There we go. It's a level 10 siege bot. Let's see what they can do with this one. They need to try and back it up. Andre there. Everybody will be respawned back in position. Melna's going to try and bat it back as much as he can. They're going to get the damage down. The problem is they're already 2% down, so this is effectively Big's game no matter what happens, and they know that.
There's a small glimmer. If they got like the full defense and Melanie was able to get a super and bubble down the map, being able to claw back the deficit, but like not in the way the damage started raining down so quickly. Gotta say, I think there's a bit of credit to be said to Big for not feeding that idea as well, because it could have been a costly thing for them, but they just wasted their timing out and they paid off really well. So Big moving on to match point then.
Yeah, finally we see a match point coming through. It's been back and forward, everybody giving up games left and right, and now for the first time we see it working out. What are we going to get changes in here? Well, there's lots of options. Let's put it that way. We could pull the Rico out, certainly in there. Obviously, the Carl, definitely an option that could change out for Equox. Actually, Phil, the Carl works out pretty well on nuts and bolts, actually. So really interested to see how they will adjust to this one.
Yeah, the Carl is a great brawler to have. Ultimately, one that can really utilize a lot of the movement with the pickaxe around the corners on this particular map. So I think that's something that Noble Elite have to consider again with that flying hook coming in really quickly at the beginning to get that first bolt. You can't underestimate the power of just that one move alone. So I think that could be the adaptation for Noble Elite. You know, the double tanky ideas didn't really seem to work out too well for them. So having some range, having maybe even like a thrower, like a Barley as well, could work out well here for them if they can just get some damage to go alongside these pushes, because ultimately it doesn't really help if your push is completely defended, and that seems to be something that Big are doing really competently. So can't be underestimated. Stu again with the speed zone to get Equoc fastly into the mix, and similar ideas. Lou going to come out as well from Noble Elite, which is an interesting choice as well, which could definitely fare well on defense, but an aggressive takedown of John has not paid off. The bolt was banked before the takedown.
Oh, we were talking about the fact that you generally have a Sprout or a Lou on here just to slow that bot down, and that's obviously what they were considering. But I wasn't expecting to see Melny also coming out on the Barley, but we'll see whether it can work out for them. It will be once again Big on the attack to start things out. Remember, they are on match point here. We're going to have to see whether he can get the freeze down and try and stop that bot in his tracks. Exactly what he's going to do, but Andre's been left to fend for it on his own here. John finally comes out on top in his duel, but the damage is really coming out from Nidine. Nidine's the one that's getting the shots off, and finally the bot goes down, but they didn't deal with Nidine.
Yeah, great awareness of range as well from Dean there, just to make sure that he was able to still connect whilst remaining really far back. And I've got to say, I think Melanie's going to struggle, especially with Dean having super with this right-hand side lane. I think that's something that, you know, Noble Elite going to have to consider, you know, maybe swapping around and having him focus on Lars or someone else. And fortunately now he's been able to be relieved of that. But whether it's with enough time to really allow John to, he does bank the bolt there just about in time. And it's actually going to be a defense then for Big to have to take care of. But you know, the question now is, you know, will Noble Elite get any damage off the back of this push? Will they be able to regain mid-control or not rather lose it as they did the last time here? Melanie's got to super over the top of this surely right now to get some value. He's not going to use his super here, which is interesting. He's going to hold on to it, I guess, to ensure the control going into this third and final fight for the mid.
Solid defense. Most of the damage actually coming out from Melny there, ironically, obviously throwing out those Barley bombs, getting as much down as they can. Lars taken very low, in the end steps into the flames and goes down. Equox goes in, but this is a great control for Noble Elite here to turn this game back into a tie. They get all 5 bolts. They're going to bank a couple more as well. They're going to get the final bot. This is Noble Elite taking the game to Big.
I really like it. I really like it because it shows that they learned from their mistakes there, and you saw like how well Melanie was patient enough to wait and time that super. And often I just think just go in with the super, get the damage early on, but he was very, very patient in that approach there. And already you see there's nothing the big are gonna be able to do about this. And we're gonna go the whole entire way again. I think for like the second time today, match point. Fantastic to see.
Of course we are. I mean, every time I step up, Ariel come in, it'll be a 3-0 sweep once again, but no, I'll get back in here and it'll be a full 5-match distance. I love it, really. My face just doesn't tell the same story. Well, let's have a look, though. This was a great adaptation, though, coming out from Noble Elite.
Yeah, I mean, it's not quite as effective picking in Lou on this map as it is maybe on Factory Rush, but it can still really do the same effect if you can wedge it into that little green lake there. And that was really, demonstrated well there from Noble Elite. So I gotta say, we've got to see a change from Big now. I think that Noble Elites are going to probably keep that Lou idea. The Barley as well, I think, was a smart move that I suggested because ultimately you can just ensure damage. And sometimes when there's like really solid defenses in Siege rather, you want to stay back and hold the mid for the next round, but being able to dip in, get some bottles on, and then come back, automatically that can shift the game in a certain way. So I think that's a smart play from Noble Elite, and we're going to see some changes, but I don't know whether they're going to be the right changes. Depends. We're going to see from Noble Elite. Yeah, the same idea. So big tanky idea.
I like
Eco
their
going
thinking.
with BB and Needing going with Bull here.
I like their thinking. So they're just thinking, you know what? They're bringing these throwers in. Let's get in their faces. Let's absolutely batter them. So BB going to try and get in around onto John. Lars also putting the pressure down. We'll see if it pays off, though, because they have to get close enough, of course. They get the tie just about. Nadine comes back out with the ball. And finally, it does make it work. This is a very interesting adaptation. This is why I love Siege Mode.
It's honestly so good, and the question now is, can RJ use this this ability to shut down the middle enough to be able to control the situation? Dean taking a lot of shots. That shield coming in very clutch, but goes down, but did bank the bolt before he did. A pull from Lars onto John will bring him in, and the Ike will take care of all the rest. Melanie's going to have to do a lot of work here. This might be actually in Noble Elite's favor. If they can get enough bolts to be banked here and they can defend this, RG's got to hold on to his super for dear life. It's going to have to be a strong defense, but with the bolts the way they are, it might go into their favor if they can come out on top in this defense and control the mid for the next round. Either way you look at it, it's going to be a big push coming in, and it's going to be a level 13 Siege bot.
That's a big bot, and they do get the kills down as well. They're trying to get the stun off there. Obviously, with Lou still available, they are going to be able to get that super down and freeze him up for a time being, but he's still going to get close enough to get some damage down. As I say that, you can see, let's see what he can get done to the Ike here. They're already going to try and start banking, as you mentioned, 7 bolts to counter here. They've already got 3 backed up there. Make that 4. If they can bank that one, Nadine should be able to, and this is looking good for them.
Oh, Dean going in, he gets taken down at the end, but that's a huge play there. Double kill there for Dean, and that's going to allow Ecox to come in and just collect all these bolts. The last siege is coming in 10 seconds, and that's surely enough to ensure that it's a big push.
Brilliant work from them. This is going to be yet another big bot. There's nothing they can do about it. The final siege comes through, and Big really adapted very well to this one. Let's see if they can continue the push. There's nothing really that they can do. Melody gets pulled in. No super for you, son. Not going to get on the back of our Ike, and that will be Big closing out the series with the win, 3-2.
It was a big risk, but I always say big risks can definitely pay off big for big. That's the phenomenon. And yeah, what a time to do it. I mean, they started to dare towards the end. They were being a bit stubborn at the beginning, and they were able to turn it around really, really well. Nice job from Big.
Oh, I've said it already before about Navi. I feel for Noble Elite. You know, they're sitting down there, sort of languishing at the bottom area of the table, and yet you see games like this, and you just think it's really not fair. The European quality is so strong. You know, just one big play like that from Nadine is what makes the difference, and really that has been the story of the game. You know, we've gone the distance once again in this series. We've stretched almost all 15 games throughout the set as well. But once again, it's Big to close it out. And you know what? That puts them in 3rd place now. So well done to Big. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, they're facing SK Gaming.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So Big make themselves victorious in the end. It took them a while to get there. Harry is joining me for this one, and now they are facing the mighty SK Gaming.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit different this time, D-Man, isn't it? Just a tad against SK Gaming. They're going to have a one-way ticket to the struggle bus, but we'll have to see exactly how the struggle bus goes. Maybe it may make a pit stop. Maybe they can stop SK Gaming in their tracks. Maybe Big can show us something we've not really seen too much of, a little bit more flair. We'll have to see. But looking forward to this just to see how much of a testament it could be and how much Big can do against these giants.
Well, let's see whether Jeton actually gets to play today. Hopefully his internet is a lot more stable now, or Pedro will be stepping in once again as he had to yesterday. Skyrix and Semantic obviously flanking him either side as well. So expect to see some maybe targeted bans here. Where they're going to target. We've had that before, of course, targeting the Surge away from Skyrix, but I don't think it's going to happen this time around. Of course, their opposition is obviously Big, who we just saw taking a strong result there. Nadine, Lars and Equark stepping in tonight for Sugar Snort.
Yeah, brilliant team once again. You saw them in the last series in action with that comeback, and you're going to see him once again. Nadine did absolute work, but Lars and Equark, don't write them off in any way. They are fantastic players, and it's just a perfect mix of players to be able to achieve what they've achieved so far in recent weeks. So we'll have to see if now they can turn the tide a little bit. It's like I said, it will be a true testament to see what they can do with Equark on the team to see what I can do up against SK. And you said as well that the coach is playing for SK this time round, I believe.
Well, I hope not. I mean, Pedro was yesterday, so let's hope let's hope the Jeton's back in there. Let's hope he is at least. I haven't got full confirmation on that one just yet. We're starting things out safe zone into nuts and bolts. So obviously SK Gaming get the second game, and then into Shooting Stars, Sneaky Field and Split. And the bans actually coming out today is Amber and Ems for SK and Jean and Primo for Big. So Amber and Ems, did they ban that yesterday? Yes, they did. They banned that against Clash. Did they ban it in the second game? Yes, they did. They banned it against EXO Free Agents. So Amber and Ems are the two choices. Now, that makes sense to me because SK are are a team that like to bring out the bruisers now and again. And Amber and Ems, that's certainly Ems is definitely a strong counter to them. And obviously we know they like to mix it up.
Yeah, certainly do indeed, and I'm glad you made that valid point in terms of what SK bans, because I never was too sure if they just ban what they're weak against or if it's just a complete counter, but I'm glad that you've mentioned the fact that they don't have a wide variety of bans across the board for each team in particular every time round. It's just clearly what they're not comfortable with, and they're not comfortable with those two, because you've seen it time and time again since the new meta has surfaced, you could say, because it's been more established now in the last few weeks. So I want to see if it will just be a standard 3-0. Like we've seen it time and time again from SK. I'm not going to beat around the bush too much about this, because you remember they've got Equark as well, and it's not for EXO. It's been a honeymoon period, absolutely, from what we've seen of them today and yesterday. But for Big, it's been a little bit more different. Like they have improved, don't get me wrong, but with a lineup change, anything can happen. It go from up to the top, it can go straight down the toilet. It could go either way, really, in all fairness.
Yeah, we should remember for Big, obviously, they did get beaten 3-0 last time they faced SK Gaming, but they'd also got beaten 3-0 by Noble Elite last time they faced them. They just turned that around 3-2. So we'll see whether they've got it in them. Obviously, they also had a 3-2 win over EXO Free Agents, if you remember, back in Playday 4. So they've certainly got it in the locker to do it. We'll see whether they've got it today, though. That's the question. Obviously, we know they've got the adaptation, but the problem is, as we just saw there, they're a little slower to adapt, even when they're facing Reply Totem. Reply Totem make those small adaptations, and it paid off, and it worked, and it punished. Now, SK Gaming absolutely do that. Proactively, they do that. They will do it before they even need to do it. They may well absolutely smash you with one comp, and then completely switch it up straight away and smash you with another comp. They won't sit and wait for you to try and counter it. That's often what SK brings to the table. This is what Clash do just as well. So I'm very interested to see how this one will play out, whether SK are going to be the SK that we know. I feel that after yesterday's disconnect for Jet, they're going to be pretty angry with the loss against EXO Free Agents. So I expect them to be putting on a bit of a show here. We'll see.
Certainly will do. Indeed, about SK being proactive, completely agree. It's the speed they do it at as well, and how so get to time consuming and just be able to do as much as they can in such a small amount of space too on the map. It's just incredible, to say the least. But let's have a look now. We're going to set one, game one. We're going to find out who's going to get the edge in this stalemate to begin with. We've seen it time and time again. But Semantic now just looking to get some pop shots. But Skyvex has pulled back ever so slightly, even though he was winning that last engagement with the Colt. You can see on that left lane just pulling back ever so slightly. But you can see Skyvex is pushed all the way up into the centre. Just, of course, going to do some damage onto the safe. But that's perfectly fine, though, because as you can see, Semantic and Jetta have actually got the defense pretty well held, but as I said that, they've actually taken him out on the right lane, and Equox now trying to have that one-on-one engagement with Skyvex.
Yeah, they have to deal with Equox at the back here. They do finally get him down, so Jetten doing the work there, but they are, at the moment, a little further down, so that didn't really work out in the favour. They wanted to just do a simple trade, get the damage down on the safe and back away, but a couple of shots were missed. Jetten got took out on the side. That wasn't in the box, as Lars takes him down again. At the moment, we didn't mention the fact that Bell wasn't banned. Absolutely a prime pickup here, and one that's working out well for Big.
Certainly is indeed, but Semantic now managed to get that first kill on
aggressive.
the left lane and gets another one, exactly that. 2 kills and didn't take a death at all, barely any damage either, so he can still keep his map presence going, which is just ridiculous. And you know, a great way, a lot of value he got from that as well, still adding a little bit more damage onto the safe, a 20% deficit. But in a matchup like this, especially on this map in particular, it's huge.
Well, now all they need to do is defend. They've got 40 seconds. Lars is going to try and get a couple of shots in there. Will manage to land just the odd one. Actually, I don't even think that got through, to be fair. Just slightly out of range. Semantic is going to be the focus. So, has to avoid that one. Was just a little late. It actually, the shot had missed before he managed to hit that super back away there. But it's Nidine. I love these duels. I absolutely love to see these tight jaws. Jetten's managed to get the kill down. Skyrex has got Equox down, and now they've got the triple. That's going to be surely SK taking this one. There's just a couple of shots from Semantic will do the job. Doesn't matter. Nidine goes down. They've got the punish on. There's nothing they can do with 8 seconds left.
Yeah, they're going to body block all very light, but it doesn't change the scoreline in the slightest in terms of time getting to their safe. Way too late to base trade there. We have it big. Sandy will lose that one by 57%, I believe, in terms of deficit. But again, great map control. And this is the problem now for Big. Is that SK mechanically are so well gifted, not even just like one player in particular making the game changes or anything like that, but every single one of them are just so good, always on sync and always on the same wavelength each time. But we have to give props to Semantic as well. Some of the plays he made, especially what you pointed out earlier, D-Man, in that left lane, where he got the first kill, managed to get the second kill as well in the left lane without taking any damage. And because of that, he had so much value. It was worth its weight in gold, considering the fact that he was able to keep that center control straight afterwards and do excess damage to the other players as well as the safe.
Well, there's a certain other game I used to commentate, and it was all about how you used your Q, whether you used it to go aggressive or backwards. And, well, we saw with Semantic there using his super. He went aggressive with it, went in there to get the damage down. And, you know, you've got to be ultra confident that you are going to land your shot when you land on the Piper to be able to play that off. Because if it backfires, you look like an absolute plonker. And it worked out for him well. So, fantastic stuff. Now, what are they going to bring to the table? Will they switch it up? Will they get the Bell out there, or will they actually stay with the same, because it kind of worked out for them? I think that really we're probably going to see the Jetten maybe make the change. Are we going to see the Bell perhaps come out there, or is he going to stick with the Colt? No, he's going to stay try and test it.
Oh, okay. So you can see that Big have a little bit more range to work with that Bell as well as the Piper. So we'll have to see what happens. But Equox just continuing to stick with the Colt on the left lane. Skyrex not having the best of times here, D-Man. He's just trying to cover himself with that one haystack, but at the same time, just waiting for that opening to push on out. But still, the Colette is very vital. It is viable, of course, on Heist. It's one of the go-to picks to do that damage to the safe from that distance. But this is just looking fantastic. Semantics obviously making a push of that. Did a little tickle to the safe here and there. Equal's going to get taken down by Skyrex. And this is not what I thought was going to happen at the start of this matchup.
I've got to be honest. I feel that Big should have made adjustments here. I don't know what they should have adjusted. I mean, honestly, their comp is pretty much solid. It's just a case of just play better forehead. I don't know. It's like at the moment though. The fact is, they're trying to go in a skill match, and SK are just outmatching them. That's the big problem. Like they're in simply Angels, and Semantic at the moment seems to be hitting everything at the moment. He's just absolutely on it, and you can see the difference this has made. They've almost got the safe done.
It's actually quite worrying the fact that Big have more range in this matchup in terms of compositions, but can't really do much with it here. But it's still, I wouldn't say early days as of yet, but SK Gaming, this is the problem. With the Piper and the Bell, it's great, but as soon as they go aggro in any way, then that's it. There's not so much they can do to be able to keep them off him by any means. And Colt on that left side of Equal, they're trying to get Skyrix as low as possible, just not really finding much action here in there. Skyrix just dives straight in with his super and cleans him up beautifully.
Oh my God.
Then also cleans up another, obviously does more damage to the safe. And you're talking about how proactive SK are. That was just another prime example from another player.
Yeah, I honestly, I feel that I don't know what Big could do. If I did, I'd be earning a lot more money. Maybe, I don't know, I'd be a coach or something. But I don't understand what they thought when they were going into the matchup with the exact same comp, because it didn't work the first time around, and it was even worse the second time around. So honestly, don't get me wrong, because the Bell, Piper, Colt picks are absolute solid picks, but I just feel when you're coming up against an SK or a Clash, you have to bring just a little something different to the table to pressure them, because if you bring the same, well, they're used to that. That's their bread and butter. This is what they do. This is why they're the top European teams out there. I just feel that when you are up against someone like an SK or Clash, you have to have something else. Just something else, just to try it. If it didn't work the first time, maybe you've got to bring something to the table. I don't know what they could have done, but just something, anything.
It was just strange because that composition from Big was good. I think it was fine. Okay, they don't have a collect, but at the same time, if they got a huge amount of map control with the range, then they're laughing at that point. But they didn't really make much use of it. I'm not too sure as a lot of the shots were missed, and a lot of times, especially with the Bell and the Piper, you've got to be hitting those shots. You've got to keep those projectiles in check. You've got to make sure you put it correctly. Obviously not 9 times out of 10, but enough to try and sync in the rest of your teammates. It's very, very tough. It can be a very good counter, but at the same time, if you're missing here and there, then it can cause some big problems, and that's what I'm talking about in terms of the composition SK are working with. As soon as they find that opening and they're super aggressive, there's not much you can do with those ballers. But we are going to go into game number 2 very shortly between these two, and I will say that with SK, that was a convincing victory even after that second game, so not surprising. I believe this could be on nuts and bolts for a tad bit of Siege.
Absolutely. $45,000 up for grabs for these teams. It's all about getting into the top 4. Big are there right now. SK are there right now. So neither team want to make a loss here. SK, you've got to feel are kind of in the driving seat, certainly in that second place position. Big in third place position. So this is a top game between them. But as you mentioned, going into Siege, we know this is a very strong map setup. It doesn't matter what map it is on Siege, the mode is theirs. They dominate in Siege, so this is a big problem for Big, the Berlin-based org.
It should be illegal for them to play Siege, really, D-Man. I don't know about you, but it's actually ridiculous how good they are at this mode. And we're going to see what's going to happen in this one. We do see a Frank here, which I know you quite like, D-Man. You do bring it up quite a few times. And there we have it. Semantic already doing work with that, and Skyrix gets another.
I like the thinking that Big have brought to the table here, but the problem is that they've brought the Mortis, the BB, and of course the Bull. But the problem is it's already been sort of semi-countered, so the Bull and Ball, we'll see. But the Frank is definitely the difference maker there already. Semantic is just smashing fools left and right. They wipe them out, and the Ike is going to get battered.
Oh, how much is it going to get battered, though? Look at the percentile already. They may not be able to take it out completely, but look at that. Down to 45% with the first spot. Like we normally see at this tier, most people will normally use the bot just to be able to get some map control and get a bit of leadway and positional advantage afterwards if the team defends it well. But already under 45%, that's not looking good. And let's be honest, D-Man here, already with a 3-bolt lead, 10 seconds left. Looks like the second bot will go on the way of SK.
So they've kind of tried to. I get it. I like it. I know what they're thinking. They've tried to sort of match SK once again here, and they've read into it right. The problem is it's just not worked. Obviously, it's gone very badly wrong this time around. In fact, this is going to be 100-0. I feel here. In goes the Jeton, and they're just going to smash this down. No problem about it. But yeah, okay, right. What can we do? What can we do to try and alter this one? Sprout is absolutely available. Now, the problem is, right, I expect SK now to completely change. I expect them to completely change. They'll move away from that and just be like, you know what, we're going to bring something completely different out. And the problem is, Big are like probably going to sit and try and counter this with something like a Sprout maybe in there to try and block things off, try a bit of a thrower, try a bit of a Rico. I don't know anything really, but Semantic on Frank was just smashing people left and right.
The worst bit is, you know, if I put the ballers aside, you know, in terms of how they're positioning themselves, how they're pushing up in terms of coordination, Big are going for more the angles rather than the Wolfpack. But SK and Clash, like, I know Clash, of course, are not playing, but SK and Clash are so good at being able to prioritize who they should go first and who to agree with. They have a lot of trust in each other to assume that will work. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't matter. The main thing is they work together to get the best out of maybe a bad situation, which in turns they are if there's multiple angles coming at you. But the problem is, if you're coming from multiple angles, there's range you've got to think about, the timing you'll all push in and go for the attack. And if it doesn't work at the same time in their favor, someone's going to get pulled apart straight away. Numbers of disadvantage, and then SK are just going to walk away with you.
Well, we'll see what they bring to the table. I honestly, I wonder whether they just bring the Frank again. I don't think they will. The SK tend to switch things up, so I think they're going to change it around here and maybe catch them on the hop, call out some different comp. You know, we know that Siege is their thing. This is their grind. They absolutely love this style of map, and it has played into their favor as well. And this is the problem for Big. Like I 100% understand where they're coming from. They're thinking, okay, they're going to bring a Bruiser comp. It's going to be on Siege. We know they'd like to do it in the first map just to catch us on the hop. Yeah. But now the mind game's coming, because now they'll be like, are they going to do that again, or are they going to switch? And this is a real problem for Big. I fully understand where they're all coming from. Let's see what it is. They are going to go with the same comp, it looks like, and they have made the adjustments. They've got the Frank of their own. They've got the Poco, so it is a mirror.
Yeah, I think the team realised that it was just way too much, and the only thing they can do is, like you said, go for that mirror matchup. I don't blame them in the slightest. So, battle of mechanics here to see who's got the better of these two teams. Lars does take down Semantic. Skyrex's taken down as well, and this is the start they desperately needed. Jeton was trying to clean up Nadim, but won't be getting too far, especially with Lars in play in the centre, and already got a couple of bolts catching up.
Absolutely fantastic work there. This is what they need, but can they hold on to it? That's the question. They're certainly going to come out on top at the moment, or are they? As SK come back with absolute stompy style. The Sandy working well at the moment. The B for Nadine is certainly on it at the moment as well. But 7-5, you know what? We could get another tie here. We could get another tie. If SK come out on top in this duel, they're tied at the moment. 10 seconds to go. Who's going to bank that bolt? Nadine will get one in there. 2, 3, working out well for Big here. They should be able to get the siege bot up. And this will be a big one. There's more banking coming through and just about get it through. So it's level 10. This is a big one.
It certainly is indeed. I'll talk about the next bit. Let's talk about the bot first, coming down the south side of SK. Let's see how good their defense is. And already taking a huge chunk of damage out of the bot. But look on the other side as Lars and Equal can do the huge amount of damage to the eye. We'll be able to do it. Yes, Fade will. And they will be able to come back. What I was going to say was the fact that for Big, there would only be about 10 bolts available for the next matchup, for the next bot in terms of preparation. They're already down by 9 or 10. So Big probably thought to themselves, right, well, do you know what? If we don't win with this one, I don't think we're going to win this set at all. They went out all guns blazing, knowing that it was a huge risk. But then again, it's a huge risk even trying to, you know, go for the next one, because either A, they most probably won't. And secondly, all they can do really is just cushion the blows. So you might as well really give you all on that second bot.
Timed it perfectly. The Ike shooting the bot, that can't brought in. Obviously, the Frank and the B just sitting there doing work on the Ike. Didn't even need the bot to get in. They're just smashing. So they even up the series on Siege. Let's see if they can try and turn this one around. Will we see SK completely adapted now, going for the full counter into this one? Remember, they banned out M's, so the hard counter, I would say, certainly away from the Frank to slow the Frank down is not really there. They already brought the Sandy out, so let's see if they continue that theory or whether they just keep it on the mirror. Almost the mirror.
Yeah, it's very difficult to say because the Frank does like a huge amount, of course, not just like anything else. It's the fact that in terms of the amount of structure, in terms of map geometry, and the Frank can actually get behind and got so much HP to work with, along with your teammates supporting that well. It's very, very tough, and I can understand why Big have stuck to their guns and thought, well, do you know what, we'll stick with their composition and see what happens. I thought they'd be a little bit worried just due to the fact that mechanically SK are better, but I'm surprised that Big came out on top, and I'm glad they took that huge risk towards the end of that game because I think we all knew that towards that last siege bot it would have been at least a 12 or 13 for SK and things would have spiraled massively out of control. So we will see the same compositions. We'll find out going into this next game. D-Man, it looks like SK pretty much have, and pretty much on the side of Big, almost the same. So yeah, not really too much of a surprise there. Semantic and Lars in that right lane going for each other, but Lars will get the better of it as Nadine, it's his flying past, saving his ammunition to take down Jet, and that was a very small, but also at the same time, a big play from Nadine, just making sure he doesn't need to waste any ammo because Lars already had that player taken care of. Great start from that side.
I'm not sure about the bell, but we'll see if this works out. I mean, obviously, bringing the healer is always going to be good in there, especially with Semantic and Jet now. They're going to try and back this one up. There we go. There's the bot going to work its way through. Now the Ike side going to get slammed. That's Equox getting taken down. They're going to try to focus on Lars, maybe on the left-hand side. The Honey doing just about enough. The sticky recipe does slow the bot down nicely. So all they get is just that 4%. But they were focused on keeping that mid control. That's what SK seemed to do. They didn't overcommit to this one.
They certainly haven't, as Big do have this 4-bolt lead, but what is SK going to do about it? Of course, they're not going to be able to tie it, but at least that way they can get ready for this next one once they've defended the second bot. That's if they can defend the second bot. You remember what happened last time? This is still quite beefy in comparison. Skyrix is taking on Equok there, but you can see now that Big can still grab this third siege bot if they want to. The question is, will they actually jump on it this time around like they did last time? It looks like they're a little bit out of range and out of position in order to do that, but at least they can cause a little bit of havoc, collect these bolts, manage to get a kill already to give a bit of leadway into that numbers advantage. Semantic now trying to keep them at bay, just barely managed to survive, but it's going to take a while for him to recover as Equok realizes that, pulls back. Skyrix trying to get a few shots off. Lars gets Jet in once again, and Equok gets Semantic as well. This is incredible for Big, and that is going to be a team wipe here, D-Man.
They got this one in the bag. Big are going to take SK Gaming down on Siege, which is incredible when you think about it. I'm not sure if I like the change with the bell pick, but Semantic's just going to try and go around the back and try and smash down the Ike, but I don't think it's going to be anywhere near enough. He gets read well. Lars gets the stun down. SK Gaming will fall here. The series is going to get tied up one apiece. Big are coming to play.
Yeah, seriously, I'm indeed. That's going to give them a huge amount of momentum going into this next set. It's not something we expected. I do feel like the SK got counted in some of those areas, especially with the bell pick, like you mentioned before. You know, can be quite a squashy brawler if you get too close, and we saw that quite a few times on a number of occasions. But it doesn't matter though. The set's already been done. Big tie things up. Definitely not something we pictured in terms of the future, but looking very good for Big.
I love it. I love it. That's what I like to see. So Big basically beating them with their own tactic almost there. And I gotta be honest, I expected SK to adapt a lot more than they did. This time around, they kind of stuck with what they thought was going to play out, and it just didn't work. They just got played out. I will give credit. You know, Semantic was going for the smash onto Equox, got the stun down, and then was just slightly out of range. Got knocked slightly out of his range, so didn't get the kill. Then he gets killed, and then it sort of snowballed from there. They lost mid-control, and that's how it all played out there. So, but very interesting to even up the series there, especially after what we just saw in Heist. Obviously, Heist was, you know, they swept them aside. Now we're going over to Bounty, though. Shooting Star. So, we talked about it. Bell is obviously available into Shooting Star. We already saw Semantic on the Piper, just how strong he can be. You know, also, I mean, it's Bounty. I guess we're going to be seeing the Gene in there. I'm just trying to think, was it banned? No, it was banned out by Big, so we won't see that in there. Oh, wow, the Brock coming out from Jet. And the Nannies, of course.
Interesting, yeah, it's still Lars sticking with the tick, but just before we go into this next game, I will say shout out to Lars as well. His Frank in that last game was ridiculous. Actually, just in the set entirely in those last couple of games, the kill feed, I just saw his name plastered all over it, and he's just did a phenomenal job. But, you know, a little bit different this time he is with the tick in that right lane. They haven't got a tick of their own for the side of SK, so they're looking for that opening, that really, they got the aggression here in terms of their composition lineup, but the problem is Big haven't. So Big's plan is going to be to try and trap him into a corner, but SK's is going to be looking for that opening to play super aggressive and then keep him on spawn if the possibility is available.
Almost got the collateral there. The blue star, of course, was picked up by Biggs. Nadine doing some work at the moment. They've got to deal with that bomb. They will. That's going to get focused out. The shot onto Lars takes him low, but not quite enough, and that's what Skyrix is trying to focus on right now. They're going to try and remove that cover, not as much as I think Skyrix wanted there, but it has forced Big back a little bit.
And he has done indeed. Semantic just in the center, and Jess is going to be going with him. This two will need to work really close together as a duo to try and target one of these players if they push it a little bit too far on that front line. Remember, even though there's been no kills as of yet, Big still have that blue star. SK are working together very well. It may not seem like it because there's not been any stars across the board, but it's the map presence they're giving off, and they feel like it's just a matter of time before they make a mistake. But sadly for them, they're the ones who are going to have to force out the mistake as Skyrix is pushed all the way up. Equal gets one, Skyrix gets another. 7 seconds left, with Big still having that 1-star lead. But Skyrix needs to try and take it down if he can. It's actually pushed him away, gets cleaned up by Nadine, and Big will win this first game in a set.
I like it. They tried to force the issue, but Big held strong and find themselves 1-up in this third set. So fantastic stuff from them. They read into it well. We were talking about this before. We talked about it with you. I'm still never convinced by the Brock. I know, yes, it has the range, but it's also really slow with the shots. I don't know. I'm just not sure whether it's quite there yet in terms of the meta, but it's definitely something that is kind of working out. They're trying it. You can see the shots. Nadine very, very close to going down there, Nadine Jet, almost got him, but again, he's always got that soup in the back pocket, just up and away.
Yeah, with those compositions, it shows that both teams had completely different plans of action in terms of how they wanted to try and execute their plans of attack going into that game. Like I said before, it's like SK Gaming with the Brock, they were looking to that really aggressive push, but it's a matter of finding the opening, so you have to be super patient, you have to be very well disciplined, which they were. But the problem is, the side of Big, they needed that blue star, because it's hard to be aggro with that tick, just due to the fact that you've got to literally push him all the way back into the corner, and if you don't, then it's very, very tough to kind of even get a kill afterwards. But you saw from them that they held the defense, they got the blue star early, everything was working in their favor. It looks like Big will be sticking with the same lineup, and it looks like SK will be as well. So interesting in terms of sticking with these compositions. I do feel like, you know, SK think there is a weakness somewhere, it's just a matter of exploiting it. But the problem is for them, if at any time it goes to the time limit and it gets right to the very end and they've already taken a huge amount of damage, they have to make that push, and then there's going to be trouble. And yeah, as you were just about to say there, D-Man, Big, you know, managed to trade off there, but still with that 1-star lead.
Yeah, they got the kill down, but it was, once again, Jet that went down straight after it. So the blue star has gone to SK. Should they be able to equalize the stars? That will be the difference between the two at the moment, as Lars takes a big hit. Nadine also getting caught out, but forced to back away. Semantic going to try and maybe clear the coverage here? No, because Lars will throw the bombs in his face, and oh no, Equox got caught out the back there by Skyrix, throwing out the bomb.
Oh dearie me, so Big are the ones who are going to have to potentially make this final engagement happen, with Jetta now taking a fair amount of damage. So Semantic, actually the entire team across the board, yes. So Skyrix, even though he takes an equal there, Big still had the opportunity to push up, but sadly they just could not do it. But it's still very early. I know there's only 35 seconds left, but if they take down Skyrix, that would be huge. But Semantic takes an equal there, so now Big are making the situation even worse for themselves. And with the tick, it's definitely not going to happen. Skyrix can just push up on Lars if he wanted to here. It's actually taken a fair amount of damage now. 20 seconds left. It looks like SK just looking to play it safe.
Yeah, well, that's how they should be doing it. That's going to win them the game, 10-3. They're absolutely in dominant control. Just got to keep sniping, keep them back, because they're going to try and force the issue here. Should be enough to force them away. Equox going to get around the side. He's going to be close enough. Semantic very low, but in the end, they can't quite close out the kills. And it was indeed Skyrix on the nanny that gets himself the play there. Yeah, I think it was the manual override, wasn't it, that he managed to pull out. So really working out well for him in the end. And that's really was the difference. There you go. It just got Equox. We didn't see it. It was on the far back of the screen. There we go. Bam. Straight onto him. I think it was the return to sender, maybe, the gadget he just used as well that turned it in his favor.
I'm wondering if Big will make a composition change. I don't think either team will, because SK, like I said before when that game 2 started, I don't think it was a bad choice with the lineup as a whole, but at the same time, I do feel like it can work. I think it's just a matter of time. In the first game, they got very unlucky just due to the fact that Big was so well disciplined and had a great setup and just a lot of map awareness to not really give any room for SK to create any potential opportunities here. But it looks like Big will be sticking with the same lineup, and will SK do the same? Yes, they will. So there won't be any changes in the slightest, all set, as they do have their own game plan, and we'll see now who's going to get this early blue star. It looks like Big will, which they're going to be very pleased about, especially with the tick in that left lane.
Absolutely. It's interesting that they have changed it. So Equox has decided to stay in the center. He was obviously left lane throughout the majority this time. So he's made that little adjustment, trying to get the sniper across on towards Semantic and Jetten. So given the Lars on the tick on the left side, that's going to catch on to Semantic. He'll be able to survive that. Has just about enough hit points. They're going to try and get and force the pressure off the back of it, but it's not going to work out. Jetten does manage to land just a single shot onto Equox. Equox will eat himself a rocket to the face, but he's got enough hit points to carry that one through. The focus will be on the two Vipers, but they do trade, and the blue stays with Big.
Yeah, both players overstayed their welcome ever so slightly, but keep an eye on SK. Oh, actually, as I say that, Semantic's taking down Nadine. I was going to say, keep an eye on SK. They're going to be ones who need to force out the situation there, but it doesn't matter. As I said it, Semantic did take one of them down, but again, very, very difficult for Big in terms of how they're going to approach this. Taking down one by one, Jetten taking down Lars, you're right, is absolutely huge. And look at this, SK aren't really letting up at all. They know they can take advantage of it. Says Jetten takes down Lars once again. Oh, from bad to worse. Samantha takes an equal. Nadine's the last one left standing. 20 seconds left, and if my math is correct, it looks like they will have to get a team right without any deaths if they want to come back in this.
Absolutely relentless aggression from SK pays dividends. They just turned the screws. They knew exactly the time to go for it, and it works so well in their favor. Nadine will get sniped down there. Semantic absolutely with some huge plays. Jetten landing the rockets as well. Everybody pulling their weight on SK Gaming, and that's just how a championship team like that absolutely steps up and delivers.
Yeah, like you said before, they're just waiting for it to happen, and Big let slip just ever so slightly, but Skyrix, definitely one of the MVPs in that matchup, always getting that first initial kill to give SK a little bit of leadway in terms of having that lead. But in all fairness, they didn't need the lead anyway, because they were still on the aggressive, even when they had that large star deficit. So good stuff from them to make sure to continue piling on the pressure, but with that composition, that's what you should be doing. You should not be sitting back.
No, absolutely, yeah. It worked out well for them in the end. So SK, we know they can deliver. As soon as that little bit of pressure steps onto SK, they're like, no. They step straight up and they deliver. I mean, we saw it with the reverse sweep the other day as well. You know, they really know when to turn the screws. So fantastic performance from them once again. So guys, if you've just joined us, well, you are at a perfect time to join us. Obviously, SK up against Big here. The bans, just to remind you guys, Amber and M's banned out for SK Gaming, Gene and Primo banned out for Big. Now, Sneaky Fields, bit of Brawl Ball. I love it. I love a bit of Brawl Ball. And Sneaky Fields, I mean, we were talking about this on Siege. We know we've seen a lot of the bruisers. I wonder whether we're going to see some bruiser action again, which was matched very well by Big as well, taking down SK on Siege.
It's just incredible to say the least. You know, we're too much alike here, D-Man. You know, I love my Brawl Ball as well, especially what we've seen so far. Even earlier today with that matchup, trying to think from the top of my head, the second match of the day, I think it was between Totem and XO. That was just ridiculous, to say the least, how close it was. And, you know, it's why I love it, because we've seen some of our closest bouts, our closest matches, how going absolutely down to a wire on not just one occasion, but on numerous occasions. It's actually a common trend. You don't really think, well, normally you'd make the assumption, but it's actually quite rare, but it's not at all. And, you know, it really can go either way. But if Big can come back from this, great. If not, though, that's going to be it for them. They are currently down 2-1 in the series scoreline. But we didn't expect Big to maybe even get a set, so they've still got a fair amount of potential, even if they lose this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, if you remember Sneaky Fields before, obviously we saw Reply Totem up against them, as you say. And I was about to say, the Nanny was big in that one. The Sprout was banned from that game, so we didn't get the Sprout in there. The Rosa was certainly picked up. And look at this, they're just trying to run on through. It is a tactic that has worked before for Big. This time, not going to be allowed. Jet just puts the ball away. Took one for the team. Knew he was going to go down there, but simply just stopped that bull running through. But the Rosa Poco bull, I like it. I like it. But is it going to be strong enough with the spike?
Oh, Jetson is trying to stay alive. He does get away. Gives Skyrix some time to recover from his last bout. Skyrix with that bell, I must say, his bell is so aggressive, always on the front line with it as well, but he gets away with it. He's got some great shots. He's pretty much an aim star with this bell on a number of occasions. He's hit Rosa once, hit him twice, hit her 3 for 3, and now Skyrix is looking to see if he can push on a little bit further to cause some havoc against Nadine. Realizes that Nadine's trying to push up with that ball, but Skyrix has been a real pain in the backside for Nadine. Nadine's trying to make something happen with the ball. Every time he tries to or makes any kind of offense, Skyrix is there. Again, a couple more kills. This guy's going like 6 and 7 and 0 at the moment.
Yeah, he is hitting the shots. See the Jet and just trying to spam down. Rosa's going to try and get in his face, but I love it. The spikes come out. That stops it perfectly. But look at Nadine pushing through. Equox might be able to get the shot away here. Not quite going to be enough to get it to Nadine. He's got the super ready to go, but can he get the shot through? No. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. Lars will get around the side. The time is still on their side, though. They don't need to go and commit too much, and that's what they've realized. They're backed away.
I think Nadine planned to bull rush into those boxes onto their goal line and then try and score it. But yeah, he missed by the smallest margin, which is a little bit of a shame. But at this level, we've seen him miss a lot of things by the smallest margin. There's already Jetton in that right lane, surrounded by Lars. It does get taken down as Jetton survives on 240 HP. Equoc now and Semantic having a bit of a scuffle in the centre, and they will win that bounce. So there's a little bit of leadway here for Big. No goals as of yet. A bit of a surprise considering how many bounce between both these teams go back and forth. And Skyrix did so much work at the start, but hasn't really paid off in terms of objective efficiency, as we've got 10 seconds left. But don't be surprised if this goes to an overtime.
Yeah, I mean, it will do, but the thing is, it favours SK Gaming when it goes to overtime, because these bruisers, they need those bushes. That's what really helps them out there. They can try and get in their face, but they're going to go aggressive. Here you go. Let's see if it works out. Nidigo's diving in there, but they don't have the ball. The ball gets played across. Semantic, though, with that spike, will lock them down. I talked about how important spike could be in this one. And now he just goes in the face of Poco. The spawns will come back through. Lars trying to get the shot away, but not going to happen. And he will get picked off. And now SK are in the driving seat.
They certainly are indeed. It's Jetton now. I love that, just passing the ball, doing a 1-2 for Semantic. Kicks it in, and there we have it. Both are suited to each other to then into the goal line. And lovely stuff from SK. You're absolutely spot on, though. Once that cover is gone, they haven't got the range either. That is going to be it. And that's why you saw the ball rush from Nadine instantly, because that was the one and only, well, we could say actually not one and only, but their last chance to make any kind of ditch effort to get that goal. And if not, then that's going to be Curnans. He realised that, and I'm glad he did. And that's it. It's the ball rush we were discussing earlier on. If they managed to break that wall, then it could have been a different story.
Yeah, just like it stopped just a fraction too early. You know, like you say, it would have been a different story. It would have been a goal for Big. So in terms of tactically, they played it right. They picked it right. They just didn't quite play it and execute it right, which was the real big problem there. Because it looked like throughout normal time, regulation time, Big were going to be the ones to score. SK was just holding on there. But as soon as it goes overtime, they were always going to be the stronger team. So now it's obviously over to Big. We're on match point now, effectively, for SK Gaming. So it's over to Big. Do they go with the same? Do they try and execute it the same? or do they switch it up completely? Do they bring out, I don't know, like the B or something like it, that in there? They are going to go with the Nita. Yeah, so it is going to have to be the switch, which I agree with. But look at SK. They've switched themselves. Rosa.
Okay.
I love it with the Poco.
Okay, let's see how this works out. It's not, to be fair, we have seen it work out in the past, but this is not a good start for SK here. But Skyrix will make things a little bit better, just cushion the blow by taking one of the players out from Big. But you can see there the ball just in that top left-hand corner. But Skyrix is trying to be cheeky here. He's trying to get through to the top. And I saw talking that last game as well. That last game, SK did hard counter Big pretty much with that composition. But things could be a little bit different here as Lars is just stuck in that corner, knowing that there's no way out, but he's hoping to just try and stay alive if he can. But Skyrix is like, nah, you're okay. I'm going to pass it to Jet, and Jet is actually just keeping him back. So he can just walk it in any time he likes. And yeah, there we go. He passes it in, and then there we go. First goal for SK.
So he tried to run the clock down as long as he could without scoring there, knowing that they have enough. But SK Gaming now on match point with a goal advantage. It's all on Big here. They're going to try and pass it quick to Lars. Lars might be able to get it through. Ooh. Oh, Semantic gets the respawn just in time and puts it in the corner. They're still under the pressure, though, here. Equox is going to go through. Nadine's back up. Tries to run it through. Not going to happen. And now they're in trouble. The respawns come out, and SK Gaming should beat them back.
As if the tank came out first straight afterwards to make sure that they couldn't just push straight on in with that ball. Great stuff there from Skyrix. Does manage to delay the push from Big. The ball is in that bottom left-hand corner, but Big can't hesitate here with this objective. They cannot be able to just sit back and just let things recover for SK. And this is looking very good indeed. Equot now looking to try and pass it in, but it looks like Semantic was in the way, uses that ball rush to try and keep Lars as far back as possible, but Jet and the Skyrix are there. They have more than enough DPS to stop Equot from even trying to dribble it in. Passes it to Semantic. Semantic in the center, but you got to remember that Nadine and Lars are there just ready and waiting, but the main thing is they get the ball onto their side. Semantic now just trying to keep Equot back. So much is happening on this north side. Jet manages to get away, but Lars does get the first initial kill in this push.
And they're just going to keep hold of the ball. Frustrate Big here. They can't do anything about it. The time is running out. They have to go for it. Lars can't go in the face. He's just going to get Semantic down. And SK Gaming will close out the series 3-1 here. A solid performance from them in the end. You know, they were pushed, they were pressured. They lost on Siege, which was a big shock, certainly to everyone, I think, here. But in the end, they will close it out 3-1. So, you know, credit to Big. Certainly looking like a challenger for that top 4 slot where they currently reside, along with Exo free agents. But SK Gaming, they retain their second place alongside Clash.
So we've got Cursed on the brain, it's fine. I just feel like we're on a parallel universe as well. The fact that it's weird that Big beat them on Siege, but just didn't beat them on anything else. It was very strange, I must say. But do you know what? They put up a much better fight than I expected. The 3-1 series scoreline doesn't really reflect exactly what happened fully, but I think end of the day, Big did put up a very good fight.
Yeah, solid performance. Well played, SK Gaming. They pick themselves up their first victory. Can they make it 2 for the night? They're playing Navi next after the break.
Well, I want to talk a little bit more about the ESL Mobile Open because you took quite a tactical approach to the second ladder, I think. I mean, a 19-2 record. So you didn't play a huge amount of matches. Now, it felt like you didn't play more matches than you needed to. Was that the case? So were you just feeling really confident?
In the end, we've been confident that we wouldn't lose our top 4 position. But we noticed quite early on that you need to kind of win every game like Tribe did to not drop points, because then it's just I don't know, like if you lose some points, you just have to play more and more games, and so you just try to keep it on a daily basis or for just a few games where you can really win the games and concentrate a lot. And in the end, it turned out that we just had like a very, very low chance. And if you go into the game again, you can also lose. And there's like there's always a random factor into it to get our comp or something. And so we decided to just go into the play-ins. And yeah, I think early on it didn't go our way because we lost our first match. But in the end, it turned out that we could beat every team in the lower bracket, and that was a good day for us.
I think that the right phrase for it is that it's a slippery slope, isn't it? When you start playing more matches, if you lose one of those matches, you have to keep playing, and then you could just go tumbling down the mountain. So you did, however, fight your way out of the lower bracket in the play-ins. Now, do you feel that that had a positive impact on your team? Because, you know, you're under a high-pressure situation, and you had to fight your way out of it. Do you think that was good?
Yeah, it was good, and it's always a good practice, I would say, because those tournament matches will let you improve, especially for the mentality. And in the end, we have been fighting against 3 very good European teams, and it was a huge success, I would say, on that day.
Well, looking forward into the challenge season as we're fast approaching it, which team do you think is the team to beat during this section of the Open?
I think there are just too many teams to beat. Probably like XO, Free Agents, Tribe is really a great team. SK Gaming for sure is like one of the best teams in the world. There's also Clash. I mean, there are only top teams in this competition. It's so stacked. And yeah, I think we have to prepare very good for each match day that we're going to fight until the end is for sure. And I hope we can win some games, because I think our target should be to be a top 4 team in this competition.
So the answer is everyone. Everyone is the team to beat. There is no one team to beat. I like that. So is there anything that you would like to say to your fans who've been supporting you this whole time, especially if you've already mentioned the huge fan base that Navi has? You know, what would you like to say to them before you get to the challenge season?
We have been appreciating your support in the play-ins a lot, and it was really a motivation for us to keep on going as we enter the lower bracket. And we hope to see you every time that we are playing in the chat again, to see some #NaviNations.
Well, thank you so much for joining me, and best of luck.
Thank you.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello, you lovely people. Well, welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. Joined with Ark this time round. He's already giggling. He knows what's coming up next. It's going to be SK versus Navi. And talk about tall orders, talk about David versus Goliath, because everything I've just said is pretty much in this matchup alone. But will the scoreline represent that? Maybe. We'll have to see, as we're going to start with looking at the rosters with SK Gaming.
Yeah, looking at them, how they've been performing today, I've got to say, Navi have yet to win a game, so this could be a mountain to climb, to say the least. With Skyrex, Jeton, and Semantic looking so good right now, and just the amount of aggression, but also the balance between that and calculation of this squad is something to be admired, honestly.
It really is. I do admire them by a milestone. It's incredible what they can do in this game. Just some fantastic individual performances across the board. Skyrex has been absolute filth today already. We saw it in that last series. Let's go to Navi though, as we're going to see this line up here. And this is a team, I still feel they're really good. Win rate doesn't represent what they've done. I do feel like yesterday they made a lot of improvements. They did look a lot better, but not enough to go, yeah, they're going to be able to make top 4. And why? Because it's pretty much mathematically impossible here. But the main factor is the fact that they want to go out with a little bit of pride and maybe cause a bit of mischief and give people issues getting into that top 4 as well.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a promise yesterday. It went to 3-2 against Reply Totem, so a bit of a closer scoreline. Then again, like you rightly say, that the wins and loss make it out to be. But SK is definitely a little bit of a notch up on the belt here, and I don't know. I mean, I worry a little bit. I would love to see nothing less than Navi come out with a really big upset today, and I really hope that they do bring out all the stops, as I'm sure they will. But yeah, SK are a very dominant team in this competition right now. They're very high in the leaderboards, and they're going to want to stay there.
Yeah, we know we're not going to beat around the bush. We know like SK, there's a possibility that they could come out swinging and smash them. Like, we've seen it time and time again against anyone really against SK. But that's what makes it even better. It's just the fact that if Navi do manage to somehow put up a good fight and challenge them, then it makes it all more worth a while. As we're going to start off, with Factory Rush. So I saw it being sieged straight away, and I was like, oh no. And then we got Backyard Bowl, Gem 4 Dry Season, and Hot Potato. And D-Man made a very good point. It's the fact that SK, we weren't too sure if they're going for other teams' weaknesses. It just seems the fact that it's not really brawlers they're comfortable with, so they've gone for the Amber and M pick again. And Navi has banned the Stu and the Primo.
Yeah, I would be surprised if they banned Ems just in the off chance that Navi didn't ban that Primo, because we know that SK like to bring it out quite frequently in a lot of tankier comps. And yeah, Amber as well would be great to get out of the mix for Gem 4. Stu as well, we've seen time and time again all day today. Not necessarily like the top ban. It does open up the possibility to a lot of Bell as well. So really pleased for that. I expect fully to see some of her being utilized, and a brawler that I really love the mechanics of and is often banned. So definitely can expect to see a lot of her, especially with like some long range maps like the Factory Rush as well. I fully expect we'll see a little bit of that, probably a little bit of Lou as well. And yeah, possibly some tanks, as SK have already just been showing that they really enjoy that current meta right now that we're in. So definitely might not cater towards Navi's playstyle, but let's see. They do like a lot of their long range brawlers, so they might be able to counter some of it with that. But either way you look at it, I like the bans for sure. It's definitely going to open up some doors for some interesting picks.
I just can't believe we're starting on Siege. I really can't, even if it's on Factory Rush. I don't think it matters at this point, but I hope Navi do put up a very good fight and a strong showing. We know it's going to be very tough, and I do feel like they have improved a lot on the yesterday's play day against Totem, like you rightly said, with it being close series down to set 5. And even though it's going to be mathematically impossible for them to qualify, I'm glad that there has been improvements towards their team in terms of like what exactly happened as well. And it looks like we do have Jason, BBGs, and Rubric here, and we're going to find out what Skyrex can do now. He's just on that back line looking to push onto the right-hand side, but Jason does take down Jeton there, and it leaves Semantic and Skyrex hovering on, around that left side. Do get the first siege bot, and we'll see how well Navi will defend it.
Interesting that both sides went with the Mortis pick, actually, which is kind of like relatively unusual. Not to say that Mortis cannot do wonders on Siege. For sure, he absolutely can, but just very rare that both teams come out the gates with that idea in mind. Jeton trying to just obtain super there. It's going to be a real nuisance for Rubik as well. I mean, Piper in general is going to struggle against the Mortis, so he chooses to focus his attention on the Semantic there. Jason with the pickup on the left-hand side here. Semantic should be able to shut down, but a couple of missed bottles there will allow him to probably heal up in the meantime. That could be costly for SK now, who need to regain control of the mid, especially with that pickup from Rubik onto Jeton. Definitely, Navi are looking really good right now. Very aggressive plays and the full mid control in their favor.
Yeah, I'm a tad bit surprised here, but of course with the map geometry and the structure, it's going to be difficult for the bot to even make any sudden pressure on the Ike, really, just considering the level count now. It's going to push up a level 4, looking very good in terms of defense, making... Oh, actually, with some of the structure gone, that's given a little bit of leadway, so some damage will be done. Not a mass amount to, you know, swing the tide in anyone's favor here. Still a 10% deficit, but the main talking point so far is Navi is actually outslaying SK at this point, and they're continuing to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Rubik's doing really well on the right-hand side. Goes down there to the Ike, but before that, you know, breaking the mid was a really, really smart play to make sure the bot would be redirected straight in to the action there. Scarex is freezing up on the Frost, taken down again with a pickup from Rubik. So I do like this Piper pick. It's a bit of a risky one, and it is working out well, but not too well, because the push coming in from SK is a level 8, and if they get a lot behind this is going to be a troublesome thing. At the same time, you know, Navi still need to get damage on the other side of things as well. Realistically, I don't know whether Jetten's just going to go in and commit. Yeah, why not? Extend the damage. The bot's not going to make it. Really smart plays from SK.
Yeah, do you know what? Makes perfect sense. They did it on the same map earlier on in the previous series, so completely understand it. It might as well just, you know, add insurance into that win in case anything does happen or fall short. But yeah, nice and easy, pretty simple. I will say though, Navi did outslay at the beginning, but then it got a little bit out of control for Navi, and you saw that SK managed to collect those bolts and do what they do best here in Siege.
I actually felt like, for the most part, yeah, I would fully agree. Navi were really, really dominating a lot of the control and getting a lot of really important pickups, and that's something that you don't necessarily see all the time against a team like SK. They're very good with their jukes and very cautious around their positionings on the map. So, all things considered, the kill-to-death ratio, I'd imagine, was probably more in favor of Navi. But again, you got to get those bolts. You got to make sure you get those pushes and capitalize on them with the damage. And SK were just able to just get the edge in that respect.
You've got to make sure those kills are cost effective as well. It may have been due to the spawn cycle as well. They always had some kind of numbers disadvantage no matter what, because if you're killing them every like 4 or 5 seconds, that's going to give them plenty of time. But the fact that SK have a lot of patience and wait for the rest of the squad to push on up, and that's perfectly fine. But I don't think they were doing that to begin with. They had a lot of problems they had to deal with themselves. They were caught off guard a couple of times by Jason and that Mortis. He did it a couple of times in that left lane. He was in very peculiar areas which you would not expect, and every time they got caught with their trousers down, that was pretty much it. And like I said, numbers advantage, and there you go. But nice way to see them actually try and bring that back. It's, you know, always goes to the very last spot depending on the circumstances, and you saw that SK were able to break that setup quite nicely in the center towards the end. So SK, they can adapt very well. They're going to have a bit of a discussion about how to try and retrieve the center control a lot quicker and a lot more easier, like in a stable fashion compared to what they were doing then, because it took them a fair while to be able to break it.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like this could be a good time to bring out some tanks. I mean, ultimately, you know, it's a very difficult thing to take care of necessarily. If you've got like Pipers at the long range of things, they're going to have to hit a lot of those shots. With the cover where it does cater to some of those ideas as well. So, you know, I got to say, you know, the Mortis pick is an interesting one. I just kind of wonder whether it will play out as well for SK if they kind of continue that idea. They're, to be fair, a team which like to mix it up quite a lot when it comes to their comps, and don't tend to, you know, play the same thing twice unless it caters into the mind games of their choices here. You know, Navi might want to be cautious around bringing it in themselves. It's a risky pick, and it can pay off either way. I mean, Jetten doesn't seem deterred at all. He's going to continue it on, but that's what I was afraid of. When you're going to carry on the Mortis idea and you're faced with double tank, then it gives you little choices. Now, if Rubik can shut this down, then Jetten's really going to have nowhere to go.
Yeah, you're on the money with that one. Saying so, though, Jason does take down Semantics Piper. Jetten now coming with the Mortis, and you were so right about the counter. Rubik was just like, yeah, nice one. You can stick with that if you want. Semantic gets the revenge on Jason's Piper. Also takes down BBG, so being very efficient and being very proactive as Jason now is looking to see if he can try and get the rest of the pack back. Jetten comes in with the Mortis, making a little bit of work with that now. He doesn't really have the ammo to push in yet, but finally does take down Rubik. And you can see there SK with a very early lead, not in terms of percentile, but just making sure they keep that positional advantage.
And it's funny because, like, you know, SK are still able to hold their heat against something which is really, you know, a difficult thing to face off against. Jetten is dancing around this and should really be going down a lot more than he is. And it just goes to show, like, credit to how SK play their games. Very, very cautious and just finding that fine line between the balance of aggression and the defensive plays there. BBG's picked up the left-hand side, though, and the push coming in from Navi, and they've got to make this one count. Rubik's so low as well. Surely has, yeah, he's supering away here, so he's not going to be there for the push. BBG's as well is going to be caught out of position here if the bot is held up for as long as this. And Jason, yeah, goes in for the jump, but then Semantic knows exactly where it's going to land, and he capitalizes on that fact.
Yeah, no huge deficits as of yet. Big talking point, no. SK do have that 2-bolt lead, so Ved will be happy to trade him back and forth. It won't matter them in the slightest, but it will pay huge dividends for Navi. But Navi, oh, Jason got taken down by Skyrix there, but BBG's does get a very crucial trade, but he has to stay alive and come back and fight from a different corner. But you can see Semantic with that Piper very, very aware. He knew it was going to come from there as well, but this is going to be causing some issues here. It's only a level 7, but how well can they defend it? But at the same time, Navi could be looking to jump this as well. Wouldn't be too much of a surprise here, as they're still defending pretty damn well here. Scott's trying to keep him back as much as possible, but it's just nowhere near going to be enough, as SK will drop their first game in Siege. It's been a bit of a trend, this, and surely they won't lose this set, but we'll find out momentarily.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a time for me that felt like it needed some adaptations, and you know, credit to Navi, they were the ones to make the play there, really. And I felt like at the same time as well, just there wasn't really. Navi were placing themselves in better spots, you know, for me, for the most part.
Yeah.
Jetson did really well in the circumstances, playing Mortis, and got some nice cycling. I saw as well towards the end of the final push, he was trying to get a super just in the event that they were able to get that full defense here, where he was chasing around, trying to get a super just to be able to get some kind of damage. But by that time, it was kind of already too late, really, in terms of how much he would have had to obtain. But yeah, this is going to be a bit of pressure now for SK. But I've got to say, out of all the teams in this competition, SK are the team that, for me, perform the best under that kind of pressure, and more often than not, they'll come back even stronger from it. So definitely, I think that Navi have got to be cautious around that fact, because I feel like, you know, SK are about to, you know, up it a notch.
Well, this is why they're one of the most consistent teams, not just in this region, but in the world alone. And I'm just glad to see that Navi can, you know, fight back. When we saw the slaying power from them in that first game, I was thinking to myself, well, you know, they've got something going from here. So there's no reason why they can't, you know, continue doing something even further and be able to make something of this. But you saw there, the only thing I was worried about is SK's adaptation. It was still good nonetheless, but at the same time, there's a composition that was very, very difficult to work with. So we probably will see something a little bit different, and it's going to give Navi a little bit more room now to make something work. So this is what's happening in this third game. This is not something we expected to start off with, especially in this first set, and already quite a few changes here.
Yeah, I like B coming into play here, and Skyrex on Surge is always the dangerous thing, but Rubik able to stay alive on that left-hand side with 84 HP, just about winning the transaction as Semantic is forced back, and the pressure from BBGs and Jason focused primarily onto him. Let's see what happens here as the defense comes in. Rubik again will be looking to probably save this pool. Actually, he's going to go, just time that so well. Again, 84 HP is the same number that he was saying on. But it would have been good to try and get a pull through the mid at this moment in time, really, because ultimately with that super to hand, you can break a lot of that terrain if you play your cards right. But Jason takes a lot of shots there as well, and I wonder whether that might come back around to allow Skyrex to place some pressure on that. Nice homemade recipe as well from Semantic with the pickup, and a lot of pressure now as SK is starting to fight back.
Yeah. Speaking of comeback, Semantic does take down Jason. Skyrex, he loves his surge, likes to do a lot with it, and will start off by also giving him a helping hand, taking down BBGs. Rubik though is like, yeah, I won't be taking that handicap match. I'll wait for the rest of the guys to come back, which they have done. It will be a tied siege, which meaning that it will go to this final bot. But do remember though, no percentile difference either, so we'll have to see who's going to be jumping on with his bot anyway, as now Semantic looking to try and back away. He's taking way too much damage, but Jetano's on that left side. But once again, Navi with very good map awareness, just keeping their eyes peeled for any of these cheeky fangs going on. Jason takes down Semantic, and this is looking great from Navi. I'm not sure what's going on so far, but this is absolute madness.
Yeah, I mean, it's the bolts are very much in their favor. I mean, ultimately, Jetton's going to have a super for this one, because it's going to have to be 100% defense. Semantic goes in, trying to get some work done and go right onto the aggressive. There's like no way that SK are going to be able to get any bolts for a push here. It's going to be all Navi. But ultimately, if they can get some takedowns prior to it, Skyrex is going to try and get a bit of damage here. Maybe you're going for at least the takedown. He's actually going to get overran by BBGs, and now this is a really, really great chance for Navi. They just need a little shred, and actually Rubik doing a smart thing going in early on. I don't see why there was any problem with that whatsoever, because it could just come down to this 5%.
It must do, surely. There's absolutely no time. And they had a great defense, don't get me wrong, but that was just absolute madness. The fact that normally we say, oh, it's Siege, SK have got this, and how many they've won in a row in competitive competition, and today they've lost twice. Like, I don't know. This really is a parallel universe.
It could well be, especially because, you know, going into Backyard Bowl next now, it's going to be another map which is going to cater to that range. And that was something which I just felt like, you know, Navi were just utilizing a little bit better. And, you know, it's kind of unusual because, you know, Semantic is a great Piper, but just coming under a lot of heavy fire. The B pick was the smart one as well from Jason, just in the event that SK would come in with a lot of tankier options. But just playing it slow and steady. I mean, that, you know, wins the race sometimes. So, you know, very not what we expect so far as an early lead for Navi, but one that could definitely help to feed their mentalities going forward. And, you know, who knows? I mean, this could be the day that we see Navi get off the mark with a win if this continues.
Oh, they can't. They can't get a win against SK. That's the joke. That would be so silly. The fact that, don't get, no, what I'm saying that way, that would be fantastic. But how strange would it be if they win their first series against one of the teams gatekeeping one of their qualifying spots for the finals? That would just be absolute madness. But at the same time, that would be pretty funny. So we'll see how it goes. And do you know what? It's still a possibility. Navi have won that first set. There was me giving us all the impression that, oh, you know, they may get a bit of a slapping and then that's it, done. It depends how much SK come out swinging, and they probably will with the first game being Siege. And yeah, that just happens. So you don't really know in all fairness. But then again, SK also played against, I think it was Big earlier, and they did actually lose Siege, but somehow win all the other games. So it's not like even mattered in the slides. Are we going to see a repeat? Yeah, most probably. But will it happen? I don't know. You know, that's why we're here to find out here. But again, great start from Navi, and the slaying power is just madness. Don't get me wrong, SK adapted much better than we thought, and I think we did expect them to adapt a lot better anyway, because they're one of the best adaptable teams in terms of downloading their opponents like there's no other team possible. And it's incredible that Navi had to deal with all that pressure, but still managed to come out on top, and it was a huge bolt lead for the final bolt.
Yeah, it was really well calculated. They were just able to make a better use of the map and better use of, I imagine, communication going on, because they were just able to get a lot of pinches and a lot of good angles. So, you know, again, you know, Backyard Bowl is going to be a very different game mode. So, I mean, ultimately, it's one that SK, I feel, do thrive in. I mean, they like to get Brawl Ball wrapped up very quickly, so it could just be that Siege is not their game mode for today. But that's going to potentially change going in. I think that Navi have got to be still very much cautious and not getting ahead of themselves too much in terms of feeling that they've already won the battle. There's definitely still a war to be won here. But it's definitely the best start they could possibly hope for, and one that they've got to really utilize and move forwards with. We're going to see Battle for Scarx, and I've got to say that is a brawler that we do not see on the side of Navi. And already I feel that is a good thing for SK. Sprout for Semantic and Crow for Jetton. Pam for Navi. I don't know, the max speed could come in handy, but I do feel like SK got a better comp going in.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I think, remember, in this matchup as well, SK have got nothing to lose, and Navi got, you know, SK haven't got a lot to lose, and Navi haven't really got a lot to gain either. So, you know, we'll have to see if that, you know, affects them entirely. But already, look at the start SK have had so far. Semantic just on that front line, just pushing back and forth to try and do the extra damage. But BBG trying to flank onto the left side. Jet is just going to jump straight in. Jason actually takes him out in the end. Skyrix takes down BBG. This is much better from Skyrix here. Of what we know and love about him is he's done a huge amount of damage to Jason as well. But still, though, haven't scored as of yet. Had a lot more patience from SK. That's not what I expected either, because they don't really hesitate a huge amount. But maybe the respawn cycle did not go in their favour, as Jason just trying to back him off with that Pam. We know how good Pam is, especially in those open spaces. So it's a good time for him to try and use that strength onto that right-hand side, but not if Semantic's playing like that with the Sprout. It's been a real pain in the backside, and that's them all gone. See you there, Ark. Good night. That's going to be SK with the first goal.
I'll see myself out. I got to say, that's exactly why the Sprout pick is working very well here, and you can see already shutting down the ability to go back on the defensive here, as Semantic already throws down another one. He's just going to keep that rolling over with the gadget there as well. And running Overgrowth is a really, really good star power to run on this particular map, being able to have a little bit more area splash damage, and that's a great wipe for SK. Pressure now on BBGs to be able to do anything about delaying the onset of this ball. Actually, Semantic's just going to pocket it, because why not? 30 seconds remain and SK are in the lead, so it makes perfect sense just to move forwards themselves whilst leaving the ball back there, and that's going to be a really difficult scenario for Navi to find themselves out of.
20 seconds left. Navi really running out of time here, but the problem is, what can you do when you've got projectiles flying at you and they're behind the structures? They're going to come out on the attack with a big disadvantage. Skyrix takes down Jason, BBGs cleans him up, but at what cost? Is both players are on the goal line, the pull comes in, they have time, will they be able to? He's going to try and pass it back to BBGs, and it looks like it will not happen. A little bit of a shame there, maybe a little bit of miscommunication, but it doesn't matter. They weren't on the same wavelength, but that team wipe could have come a little bit earlier, just a tad. But end of the day, SK are the ones who come out on top in that first game.
It was a difficult thing at the end because BBG was so low, and basically the reason the pass didn't come through was because ultimately, Skyrix was respawning back in, one shot and he was going to go down either way. So really just there goes to show, like, sometimes teams will intentionally wait the goals out for that very reason, because every second really can come back to haunt you potentially there. And yeah, Navi just couldn't get the speed in fast enough. They're coming a little bit sooner. That slowing Toxin actually may have been the difference maker there as well. So many tiny factors that you got to take into account when it comes to these games that can really make all the difference. Every gadget, every shot, every trickle of damage can really make an impact.
It really can indeed. And the only thing I was a little bit skeptical about is the fact that SK, with that really early push and had so much map control, I'm not too sure why they couldn't score any earlier. I don't know if it's because they had to deal with the Pam in that right lane. Like we all said earlier, she's very good in open spaces and open areas. It's where her strengths lie, and you could see he was doing that quite often, which is why the Sprout, of course, tried to block her off and just making sure to focus on the rest of the pack near the goal line. So a lot of different indications there. Again, I think it's more due to the fact that the in terms of the respawn count and everyone respawning like all at different times, they didn't really have enough room or DPS to be able to push so quickly. It could be hesitation, I'm not too sure. It's not really something, I wouldn't put hesitation and SK fusing together really. It's not something you would normally see. But yeah, anyway, it doesn't actually matter. SK came out on top nonetheless. It's a shame Navi didn't progress a little bit quicker with that team wipe at the towards the end, but still, to be able to do all that in 20 seconds, it was very close.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, it's better to stay in position and just buy out the clock a little bit. And I mean, there's not any harm in doing that and just kind of, waiting for the perfect time to do that. And SK are a very slow and patient team. BBGs can't really contest this. Was thinking about maybe a phase shifter to go in and make a goal happen, but Semantic and Jetton definitely put that idea to rest. Down goes the supply drop from Skyrix in. It'll be Jetton who picks it up. The field promotion as well from Skyrix will bring up the HP of everyone involved. So I do like the comp that SK are going in with. It's definitely a long game approach. And in the meanwhile, Semantic will just be able to try to get as much value as he can. A very quick peg down on Jason. And again, this is a comp that you really need to score quickly against, because the longer you leave things, the stronger the team grow. And yeah, this is not going to fare well. I feel like Jason's going to struggle here because everyone is going to be hunkered down under that rough star power.
Yeah, Jason's already taken a chunk of damage to make that a huge chunk, and now he's going to be completely cleaned up. So sadly, he couldn't really do much in terms of value with that Mortis. BBGs are going to get taken down. He was left on exactly 1 HP, which is pretty hilarious. But Rubik now on that right-hand side as well. Jason looking to try and do the same thing again. He's actually flanked all the way towards the left here. I think he's hoping to keep his fingers crossed either, but they're going to plan some kind of counter-attack to pinch the entire squad of SK. Will Jason be able to get away with it, though? Does a fair amount of damage, and actually does enough to be able to clear all of those players up. And Jetton's actually made them so weak, but sadly for him, he couldn't have enough, well, he didn't have enough ammunition to take out both BBGs, and I think it was Rubik, wasn't it? Yes, it was. So all three players at SK now back alive and well, looking to see if they can keep this attack at bay with Navi. But this is much better stuff from Navi, a lot more aggressive as well. Jason sadly couldn't make that Mortis work as much as the last time round, and they're taking way too much damage. They had the back away here. Will they be able to do? Nope, a nice little 2-throw there from Jetton, diving straight into clean up that.
Yeah, Navi are going to struggle. It's a great play from Jason to try and bring things back, and the additional HP might allow Jason to cycle the super a little bit more successfully so with this tanky brute comp that we got now from SK. Again, this is a long-term game plan, and as the time continues on, this is going to be a great amount of survivability added to SK going into overtime now. And with all this range as well that's lacking on the side of Navi, I really worry for their chances. Jason taken down so quickly, and now comes the advance from SK. This is what we've been waiting for, and that is as quickly as that into overtime. As soon as everything went down, they knew they had it in the bag, and they didn't hesitate.
Didn't at all. See, this is what the difference between no hesitation, just a tad, that much of a difference. Good stuff from SK, clean that nicely. Will be tied it up 1-0. I wouldn't, it feels weird me even saying that SK have come back to tie things up. It should be the opposite way around. I thought it would be 2-0 by now. It's absolute madness. But no, I full respect to Navi though. I still feel like they adapted very well, and you know, when you saw Jetton come in to clean up that 2-0. That was just fantastic stuff. Good clean-up duty there from Jetton. And he also managed to get the last goal as well. So being very proactive there across the board, and nice to see a lot more of him.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Bell, I just don't see why Navi didn't go for the Bell option. I mean, it's not banned here, obviously, and one that we see so frequently be banned for the reason that she's just really strong, and it always encourages a certain play style that may not cater to your comp. You know, if you're running a Gene or anything that requires, you know, close proximity, even Ruffs, actually, that would have been a great counter to their Ruffs comp if they brought it in, because you want to be in close proximity to get the maximum amount of effectiveness from it. But they just didn't bring it. They wanted to go in with Mortis Poco, and I just don't know. I think SK were just making better choices in terms of their comp. But, you know, one game mode down, another one coming up. Gem grab up next, Gem 4, and I wonder now whether it might be time for them to consider that Bell pick.
Yeah, now would be a good time, wouldn't it? It seems it would be indeed. It's now, like you said, we are going to go to Gen 4, but we've got memory. We are going to go to a set 4, and we never know, maybe a set 5. I'll be a little bit surprised. But do you know what? The way Navi have been playing, I'm just glad, like I said, win rate doesn't reflect what they are, but they seem to be a lot better than they were compared to the first 3 or 4 play days. It's a little bit of a shame. I think I do feel like it was because they actually got back into the swing of things in terms of what they've been doing, you know, away from tournaments. They've been scrimming a lot more. They have been practicing a lot more in terms of recent times, and it's a shame that they didn't get to do that earlier, because it could have made a world of difference. But like I said, it will be Gem grab and Gem 4, and then if we go any further, which we will do only by 1 set at least, it will be Dry Season, Bounty, and Hot Potato for a bit of heist will be the final set. If it does get that far, and it could do, you never know. I don't think Navi are a bad team at all in the slides. You saw from there a lot of elements of their gameplay show right there in the ESL Mobile Challenge more than deserving, and now I'm just hoping one day they'll get that W.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a chance. It's going to be, again, a really difficult challenge now, especially now that SK have come back in the sets to tie things up. But if you're just joining the stream, the bans were from SK, Amber, and Ems. From Navi, there was Stu and El Primo. So no Stu here. And no M's will be quite a big determining factor, but definitely still the Gene and the Taras, which we expect to see here. And it's going to be Navi that bring in the Sprout and SK that bring in the Roses. So I've got to say, I do prefer the SK comp for that reason alone, because ultimately, yeah, there's a slowdown from Semantic, and that's going to be very hard for then Jason to do much about. But you know, if Semantic stays on the Sprout, he can juke a lot of the time and just force the position back. So I gotta say, you know, that smart move from Navi there to swap ideas, despite the takedown on BVGs there. I think that's the way to go. Jason needs to stay away from Semantic right now.
He certainly does indeed, and one early lead here for SK. Jason trying to do the best he can to inflict as much damage as possible across the board in the centre half, but Jetton now trying to push on in and see if he can clean it. Might be almost does, 432 HP, but BBG's will be the one who gets that important kill. Now Semantic, see with the Rose to push it in that right lane, trying to sneak across, but I think he's just going to bind his time until the rest of the pack initiate that push here. But look at that, no, BBG's was more than aware of him pushing up towards that right lane. Put a little indication of where he was going to be. So certainly for Semantic, a lot of time wasted, but the thought process was there.
Yeah, now all of Navi, except for Jason, have got their supers lined up. Skyrex is the key person really with theirs, but Semantic might use it to go in with a bit of brute force. But I do feel like with that Tara Black Hole, then he's going to struggle with a bit of support from Rubik. Let's see, as Skyrex is looking for it. Rubik's looking for his as well, remember, so it can go either way at the moment. The gems are all tied up, and no one wants to pick up the ones from the middle, because ultimately those magic hands can really turn things around now. So the move from Semantic going in, tying it perfectly onto BBGs, gets the takedown as well, and that super's not going to be any use to him. Jason can't do really much here, and this is the downside to having Sprout, because ultimately, when there's so much going on by your feet, you can't do much. But Rubik's looking for Puller here. Oh, Jetson with a really important juke because he will get 10 gems. 2 will spawn from the mid, though, so everyone's going to stay on their toes here. Navi are not out of the woods yet. They can still bring this back, but I don't know now. Now that things might have changed. Rubik low as well. I think SK might have this.
Yeah, no, sure they will. Nonetheless, this should be okay. Semantic just makes matters worse with that final kill as well. 13-0. Fantastic stuff from SK and looking very strong just from the get-go, really. Came out swinging. And also love the fact that Semantic, he could have been, you know, he could have popped up from that right lane with the Rosa earlier on, or maybe just sat there and then waited for the rest of the support. But I like how he just went all the way around just to get another big angle, kind of a bit of a surprise attack, you could say. And lucky for it hit, well, unlucky for him, shall we say. It wasn't lucky at all because BBG's, you know, smelt that coming from a mile off because it took a while for any action to occur, and they haven't actually seen where Semantic has been in a while. But end of the day, it don't matter. Even though there's one player that could have changed, they still managed to win that nonetheless, won that game, shall I say, is now looking to probably get the second.
There was a moment there, though. If Rubik had connected that pull, it would have been a very different story, and a little bit of a slip there from SK. Ultimately, you know, the importance of that pull would have turned the game so much that I think it could have deserved a little bit more patience, but still a very difficult time to do so, as, you know, there was the coverage of the push there to disguise where the position was going to be for him. So, but I think Sprout here is just not going to work. Not in the current meta, not with how things are right now. There's too many things that can, you know, be problematic. I mean, Stu being banned is going to make it slightly easier to play Sprout, but you can see, like, when you're under pressure, it's a really difficult brawler to really utilize. And again, the other ban being Amber being quite key in this particular instance, because like that push then remains and there's more unpredictability and more ability to be able to hide yourselves. So Ems as well would have been great to deter things like Rosa. So SK using their ban quite well, because that was actually a ban which they placed on the table. Definitely wanted to go in with some of these ideas to have that counter out of the way, and I think that's a pretty smart move in their part.
It certainly is indeed, because a lot of the bans are normally quite common anyway. We normally see the more uncommon picks from the likes of SK and Clash, and of course there's reasons for it. You know, it's not just due to other teams' weaknesses or anything like that. It's just something which they feel, you know, can help with a lot of their ideas, like you rightly said. And Jetson now trying to push him from that right-hand side. Jason's so weak, does get cleaned up by Semantic, but BBG's does get the trade onto him. So Scarlett's looking to push onto the center and try and synchronize with Jetson, but Jetson's probably too weak for that engagement. It's going to back on off. Maybe go for a flank here, we'll have to see.
Yeah, a lot of healing qualities at the disposal of Navi right now, bringing in the Poco. So SK going to have to get some quick and supportive takedowns here, and they do just that, leaving just Jason, who does have super himself. So Semantic just being cautious around that fact and actually going super on the aggressive, and why not? I mean, Jason was in a bit of a compromised spot, but there go down the gems, and that's going to be there for the taking for Navi. So SK looking a little bit under pressure right now. Nice super connecting there from Jetson, though, is going to make a big turnaround. Look at that. Look how quickly SK are able to do this. It's absolutely disgusting at this point, considering that Navi had that lookingly, you know, seemingly under control, and then just one quick aggressive play after one quick aggressive play, and SK are on countdown.
They certainly are indeed. 10 seconds left. Doesn't look like they could do anything about this, as both gems are all down on the south side, and looks like Semantic's just going to jump in for the giggles. So it's going to be all good in the world for SK, as they now manage to go up 2-1 in the series skyline. Kind of what we predicted, well, finally, after the amazing start that Navi had in that first set. But still, though, very clean work from SK. They had a lot of patience, a lot of discipline there. I liked a lot of their counter-attacks and able to keep that mid-control on a lot of the occasions there. It was just beautiful.
I mean, everything gets hit. You know, Jetson had to hit that black hole. Skarx had to hit the magic hand, and when you combine them all, you just see how important they are to have in that synergy. I mean, what can you do when you're Navi? That's really tough, because they looked better that game, to be fair to them. They were looking like they had a bit more control and just a little bit more coordination. They had healing qualities as well to their disposal. Just weren't able to make it work. SK are looking so good, especially when compared back to that early performance in Siege, and no question marks, simply because Navi had obtained the set, and you know, SK are not an easy team to obtain the set over whatsoever. Now, SK are just looking like they are really in their flow, and you know, one more set away from taking this one.
They really are. Things are getting back to normal in life here, but it looks like it might not do either, because Navi can also take this one as well. But SK are looking so good right now. This is like what we expected from them, absolutely. You know, it's just like I said, when you brought up the discussion where it would have been funny if Navi did win their first series against SK. Now, it did cross my mind a little bit again during the start of that last set. But yeah, we can see now SK are just stepping things up a little bit now. Because like I said before, you know, Navi got really not much to gain and SK haven't got much to lose really, because both of them statistically are, you know, either definitely going to qualify or definitely going to get knocked out really. So it's just a bit of a shame really. So it's not, in terms of this, it's like they probably see it more as a scrim more than anything else. But yeah, we'll see what happens now as we all go into this full set. And I do believe it's going to be dry season, I think, Bounty.
Yeah, dry season. And again, I'm looking to see Navi bring out Bell, because they haven't so far, and SK have, and I can't see why they wouldn't bring Bell into this situation. I mean, you know, the roughs, the tick, those ideas work great as well, but Bell can just be a real nuisance, especially if you can land some shots while your opposition's in their spawn. Then you don't really have many places that you can really go on this particular map. But at the same time, let's see, the Gene as well. Yeah, that's a good shout. Yeah, I can understand why they haven't brought it in. I just prefer it myself because it just forces everyone away from that field promotion star power being ran by Navi on the roughs. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised. It's normally SK, you know, quite at home with the roughs in this comp, but they're actually not going to go with it. They're obviously looking to get these takedowns early on and obtain their supers. Let's see. I actually kind of prefer the Navi comp here, to be completely honest. But if SK play this well, then they can definitely do well with this one also.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this pans out. And you could be right with the composition lineup as well. Semantics taking a small amount of damage, make that a larger one now. It's halfway up and you can't really push it any further with that Nani. And now Jetson continuing with that tick to make sure to put the pressure onto them to keep them at bay and hopefully trap them to a corner over the next few seconds. But you got to remember, no, SK, even though they're the aggressors trying to push up on the front line, they're the ones with the blue star. But I love how they're still trying to feed themselves some information on ways they can maybe extend their lead, because they know it's not always over. And then they can tell also that they're not the type of team where they would like it to go down to a final engagement. That's the last thing they want. They want us to be a guaranteed victory, not something where they may or could win, like with a 67-70% advantage here. But still very good from SK, still got map control in the center, but at some stage Navi have to force out this final engagement at some point.
Yeah, and they're going to have a lot of HP at their disposal to do so, and it's just a question of whether SK can hold them off. They've got to start and continuing to push now. They've got BBG's powered up with that supply drop. Ideally, Jason would like to get another over to Rubik, or just take one for himself here, as that Tickhead is not defending too well. Last Tara's popped there, but again, it's only going to require one takedown from Navi. The blue star might be all it takes here for SK. If they can hold on here, Jason's going on the aggressive, the support of the Tickhead and the cycle as well. BBG's gets the takedown. That's a really important play, and that might be enough. There it is. Navi take the lead in the final moments, and that's a great start for them in Bounty.
And this is what I'm talking about. SK don't want it to go to one engagement, because like anything can happen, and that was just a great example of it. It's Navi getting those 2 kills, not taking any deaths along the way either, and just skellied on back there, you know, pretty standard. But you've got to remember though, how long did SK have the map control overall? Probably for like 3/4 of that, until they did try and push back and try and keep our defensive structures set up. But by then it was just way too late there. But I still like what SK did. The fact that they wanted to extend their lead, not just sit back and keep the positional advantage, make sure to trap in the corner and try and people on spawn straight afterwards. You know, you can see the plan of action there, but it's such a shame that they just couldn't keep it long enough. It was a real shame.
Yeah, that's the power of the Roughs comp, you know, and I was surprised that SK didn't bring it themselves straight off the bat. It's one that they really do like and cater well to. I feel like it's the way to go here, especially as Navi have already played their hand with it. So I would suggest that they kind of consider the same, or, you know, again, something which is going to counter it nicely like a Bell. But I don't know, Navi, I don't really feel like are massively into their kind of mind games, to be honest. I feel like SK are kind of the team out of the two which would be more entitled to kind of like really analyze things and look at what to change to and focus on. But, you know, I'm sure that, you know, with El Primo being banned by Navi, that's going to be something on their minds, because I know that, you know, Semantic loves to play that role here. We've seen it do wonders as well for SK to be able to really close the gap quickly on these comps. Either way, I think that Navi are going to stick, and I think that SK should swap something up for sure. just or go with the roughs, go with the mirror matchup or something. But ultimately, they can't really run the timer on this one. It seems like that Navi are gonna punish them for it.
Yeah, that was a great example in that last game, and they can definitely do it again. It's this is the problem you see with these final engagements every single time on Bounty. It's like there's huge amount of damage, you know, you have to take as along the way as the aggressor, and the fact that you still have to push on and fight on. It's like, it's really annoying, and then it's gonna be on the back of your mind every single time you got to fight with a massive HP decrease in comparison to what you'd like to. It's really, really annoying, and you don't want that to happen in the slightest. But this is what happens here. Remember, SK did have that early blue start, and it was able to keep great map control overall, great possession on the map, and just making sure they had enough presence to keep Navi at bay. We'll see if it happens again, but we see Jason bringing out the Mortis once again and does get that blue star.
Well, I was surprised. I didn't think they were going to change. I called the SK idea to go to Bell, and I wonder how well it's going to fare now, because ultimately I think it's a good thing that Navi did change. Looking back, if they'd gone with the roughs idea, it definitely would have probably punished them for that. But the mark will be quite key here for swift takedowns. So let's see how well and how quickly Scarix and Jetton can cycle their supers. Oh, Jason gets taken down so quickly, and Rubik now under heavy scrutiny as the pushback of BBGs allows them to take care of that one. SK looking much more comfortable now, bringing back the range that they love to use so well. And Scarix will just pull back BBGs. No, surprised that he didn't there. Going to mark as well on Rubik. Despite being in the back of the spawn, SK are looking much more in control.
Yeah, this is like completely different compared to that first game. Jason tried to do what he can, did enough damage on the Skyrix, but couldn't clean him up. And Kubik's like, yeah, I'm not having any of that. But actually, Skyrix like, no, you can pop in, say hello. Does clean him up there, 12-1, as BBG's now is looking to try and push on him. But oh, it's got to that funny game where they're literally going in one at a time, single file, and this is not what you want. They're going to need an entire team wipe just to tie things up. So if they do get an entire team wipe without taking any deaths, it'll be 14-all, and they'll have to blue star as well. So Navi will technically win, but will they be able to, though? They know it's a possibility. Statistically, they can still do it, and it's a matter of what approach they're going to take. 20 seconds left. Jason now could be pushing on forward, but look at that. He lasted mere seconds in that scuffle, and now it's up 16-19-8 now, and BBG's is just trying to stay alive here on the south side. It's just all a complete mess so far, but the main thing is it's organized chaos, I like to call it, as SK Gaming win that 19-12, and they're now in match point.
Yeah, they look so much better, so much more at home, making those changes there. And yeah, I felt like, you know, the Bell pick for me here, it always seems to work well when I play it. It's not, you know, the go-to necessarily idea, but it can counter a lot of really, really strong comps also. And they kind of cater to everything, really. Having that mark to be able to focus on either the Mortis, because Jason can cycle across, especially when everyone's, you know, behind the magic puffs from the Gene. Really, everyone's going to be in that same kind of locality. You know, but it just wasn't working. Like, they didn't really coordinate on the side of Navi enough to be able to really capitalize on that, because Ball would have been a great idea for that if they just timed it a little bit better and had everyone in position for that charge. It could have been a team wipe. When you count the stars towards the end, you know, those things can occur with brawlers like Bull and Mortis available. But yeah, SK were just too suppressive at keeping them at range, and that was ultimately their downfall.
Yeah, just going in a single file in an orderly queue, just, you know, saying, well, you know, have a piece of this, guys. Lovely. Not what you want, not what you want to do, really. As it's now, as you just joining us, guys, so it's 2-1 in the series in this best of 5. It is going to be match point now for SK. And, you know, Navi have done well so far this series. And, you know, I'm quite happy that they're still not, you know, on the downer in terms of being quite demoralised, considering how they are in the standings. But it's nice to see that Navi's still trying to pick up the pieces from the previous play days. But let's see what's going to happen here. As you can see now, SK are up 3-2 at the moment, with BBG just going to create a little bit of pressure in that right lane, but it's taken a fair amount of damage himself. He needs to sit back just for a tad here, as SK have just been outdoing him in terms of damage infliction.
Yeah, still working on, still thriving and trying to make something of this. I mean, I just don't know whether the B pick is it's a good one. It is definitely a good one, but, you know, Bell shots do hit faster, and they are, you know, easier to juke as well. It's gonna still be SK in the lead, and Jason is marked as well, so like he will be the bounty and he is the primary star holder also. So that's a good decision there from Semantic. And yeah, I just feel like the SK comp here is better. But let's see what happens here, because Navi have got a fair amount of stars also, and they are keeping the pressure on. Semantic's just trying to lurk around this right-hand side, gets the tick head taken down quickly, and that's, again, another good thing with brawlers like Bell, because you can just make those shots happen very, very quickly, and it keeps Navi completely separate. But now Rubik making a play on the left-hand side, taking over Skyrex. Very nice using the water's advantage here. 15 seconds left to go, and SK look like they're in full control.
Oh, Rubik pushed in quite early, but I understand why he did that. He wanted to be a little bit more unpredictable with the time frame he had to deal with, and it's just not going to work out. SK had so much map awareness behind him, they didn't have many worries at all, and their tick was in check just to make sure they had any damage coming their way. They would have to take an abundance of damage before they engage, and it just wasn't going to work out for them. So SK Gaming do win that series 3-1, as the struggle bus will continue for Navi. I think they're going 0-9 and 0-10 now, something like that, which, you know, in my head, it doesn't compute. But at the same time, no, good performance from Navi against SK.
Yeah, I think that, you know, they had a good start, and that could have gone another way. If they'd been able to keep that composure forwards, we could have seen a big upset. But again, you know, teams like SK, they thrive when they're on the back foot, and more often than not, they will come out victorious as a result of just picking up the pieces. So yeah, SK looking so good in this competition, and just continuing their dominance.
Certainly are indeed. There's no stopping them at the moment. Maybe clash one day in the future in the challenge finals, but we'll have to see at a much later date. But guys, don't worry, I know 6 matches have already passed. We've still got one more match left to go this evening between Noble Elite and Navi, so make sure you guys don't go anywhere, as we'll be back in just a few moments.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the ESL Mobile Challenge, the final game of the night. I'm back, I'm Lee Smith, and I'm joining Ark for this final matchup. It is going to be Noble Elite this time around, facing off against Navi. Ark and Navi once again, while they lose in that game, they look so close, whereas Noble Elite earlier on today, they were in a similar situation. They went down 3-2 to Big in that matchup, which went to the final game of the final set.
It was such a close one, honestly, and yeah, just coming just ever so slightly short. Andre, John, and Malney gonna have to definitely do better this time round. I think that at the moment, you know, following that loss then from Navi, could capitalize on the morale potentially, but I think this would be a pretty close one, to be fair. I mean, Navi are going to be looking to get at least one on the board here, and Noble Elite are going to be trying to stop them.
Well, last time out, it was 3-2 when they faced each other, so it certainly went the distance, and I expect Navi to do that. The question is, will MMA play? Obviously wasn't playing in that last game, so we don't know whether he's here or not. BBGs and Jason, obviously, we've got Rubik in there that has been rotating through. Rotated for Jason the other day, seems to be for MMA today.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Navi, you've got to pull up their socks. They've got to pull out all the stops. They've shown us promise today. Getting a set over SK is definitely not an easy feat whatsoever. So I still vouch for their skill. I still vouch for like how they play as a team. It's some of their broader comp choices and some reluctancies that I've noticed today as well, especially trying to avoid that Bell pick despite her not being banned. I feel like they've got to, you know, they're sort of like, they've got to start with the comp and then go from there, basically.
And for Noble Elite, they're going to be looking at this and thinking, okay, we need to get a win. We need to get back on the tails of the likes of EXO Free Agents, Big, Reply Totem, who all got 6 and 5 wins, whereas Noble Elite is sitting on that 3 right now. So a win here, they're absolutely looking at, this needs to be our 4th win. This, if we want a chance to crack into that top 4 with 2 play days to go, this has to be it. This is where we need to try and capitalize.
Exactly. They need to make the most of every opportunity now. They've definitely still got a really, really good chance of being able to climb up here. And especially if we see a couple of losses from some of the top teams, it's going to bring them even lower down. So, you know, that's up to Noble Elite to really focus on their gameplay and now make sure that they make it count. Bans are in as well from Noble Elite, Bell and El Primo. Well, I mean, Bell wasn't really played at all by Navi previously, so I don't know how much of a ban that will be. But yeah, Bell, El Primo, and Ruffs from Navi and Poco. And they were playing a lot of Ruffs earlier today as well, so they're banning a brawler which they were utilizing a lot, but obviously map dependent can be a big factor here.
Yeah, certainly very strong on Hot Zone, so we'll see how that plays out in parallel plays. Definitely a brawler that will be missed, I feel, on that one. But Kaboom Canyon will be the first map. That's where we're going to be jumping into to start with here. And as you pointed out, the Bell Primo, it's kind of been, well, I guess and Poco as well, kind of been banned out pretty much all night long. Noble Elite, have they banned with basically the same what they did earlier? Yes, they have. Bell Primo seems to be the standard ban for themselves. So I like to see that Navi maybe have looked at that and said, you know what, they're going to ban out these brawlers, so we know we can go with something else.
Yeah, and you know, again, I just feel like it's the safer bet, really, just to kind of make sure that you've more often than not in scrims as well, those be the brawlers that they ban. So like when you can kind of replicate that, then it's more familiar territory and less room for anything unexpected. You know, I think that's pretty smart from me, but there's still going to be a lot of decent options available to teams to consider. I mean, you know, Stu, again, we've seen time and time again today. I think, you know, in Kaboom Canyon, you know, Crow is going to be a really big factor also. Colette, potentially, maybe some Baron. We haven't really seen too much of Colette Baron today recently, but we saw a little bit yesterday. Colette, really can't go wrong with Colette in Heist either way you look at it. But, you know, I've got to say, you know, I think they're pretty good bans for the most part.
Yeah, so, yeah. I mean, the Colette's almost a done deal. I'm just trying to think of like what we saw earlier on. Did we have Kaboom Canyon today? We did. It was the first game of the day. Reply Totem. Can't really read too much into that game against yeah. Stripes. So that was a little bit of a weird one. So I won't read too heavily into the playstyles in that one because Tribe were trying things tonight.
Definitely experimentational, yeah. I'd say that for me, Crow, Colette, And, you know, we saw a little bit of longer range brawlers coming into the mix a little bit today between some of the Clash games. So, I mean, you know, Colt can be okay. It's not kind of my go-to. We saw Pedro yesterday playing some Sprout here, which is another interesting choice that I've not seen for a while here. And one which kind of worked out well for them. I don't think we're going to see the Nanny. But that was another SK pick from yesterday, which I thought was, yeah, it was an interesting thing to bring back the flow of the action. But ultimately, you know, Piper as well can really thrive here, and one that we've seen a fair bit in Kaboom Canyon. It's definitely going to be all about the range for the most part. We don't tend to see too many of the tankier choices and the kind of closer range options, but no one's rolling it out here. I mean, ultimately tanks are in a good spot, but it just wouldn't be my go-to.
Yeah, it was my dog's joining in, getting a little woof in there. So, you know, well, Ruffs is banned, so I don't think she's happy. But yeah, we'll get to see what they pull out. Hopefully we'll get it on the screen in a second. We obviously just wait to see what is going on here. Noble Elite, as I mentioned, they have to get a win here if they want to be in contention. 3-0-6 is there where they currently stand at the moment. If you were to put that into perspective, where Reply Totem themselves, they were in a similar situation earlier today. They got themselves those wins. Let's see how this plays out. It's going to be Noble Elite starting things off. It will be as kind of expected. We didn't talk about the Byron, but the Byron obviously wasn't banned out. I think we got so used to Byron being banned out that we just kind of don't mention him these days.
It's this Brawler's Wish. We haven't really seen too much of, but I still really rate it. We saw it a little bit with EXO, and it worked out pretty well. I mean, for me, I always forget the B. Ultimately, I think that Piper here is a good choice as well from Navi, and already with some good takedowns, they're able to establish themselves in the mid. Jason just keeping the wall up for the most part for the moment. John does connect nicely onto Rubik though with that super as well. I feel like over time, these Byron Hills are going to go a long way for Noble Elite. No damage done on either side at the moment as well to consider. So, oh, Rubik got a nice takedown there. I wasn't expecting that on such low HP, but Audrey there for the pickup and takes him down.
Does get the reply. So it looks like BBG's is actually the one that's rotated out this time, by the way, as MMA and Jason are in there. So they are keeping a fluid rotation, it seems, throughout the night. We'll see how it continues. Some great work there. Rubik will get picked off in the end by Andre. MMA goes diving in, and that's going to work out well for him. Or is it? Does finally manage to get Andre down? Now, Meldy's caught in a predicament. Does he try and defend, which he has to do, or did he go for a hit? I think he probably should have gone for a hit, but it doesn't matter. Colette's going to do it. John's obviously made the call and say, don't worry, I got my super.
Gotta say, for me, Navi are doing a wondrous job of just deterring the Byron Hills, because you know, they're all being hit on the side of Noble Elite. Every single hill is going in, and they are just overthrowing the power of that healing quality here. Melody going in with a nice tap there as well. Tries to use the honey molasses not just for positioning purposes, but also just in the event that Jason would get a hit, and Jason was able to make it. So, oh, what a shutdown as well from Rubik onto John there. My goodness me, Navi are doing some really swift takedowns, it's going to be said, but not a single sign of damage on the Noble Elite safe.
No, exactly. I mean, he literally caught him mid-super there. He was just about to launch onto the safe and get another 10% done. Wasn't going to happen, though. And now they are slowly being pinned back here. Jason taken very low. Is be able to survive this one, though. And as you mentioned, there's no damage on the safe. They have to go. They've got one kill down. They've got to push. They've got to push. You got no time. And Rubik. I don't. I mean, one, not quite enough there. You saw MMA come diving in there. He just left that way too late to try and make the move and get the damage down.
I think they were just hoping that Jason was going to help with that push, and he went down, obviously, but it's too little too late. You've got to make the most of those moments early game. It can place a lot of pressure into your opposition and make them also make mistakes. And kind of surprised me, because honestly, Navi was making some really quick takedowns. I mean, like, they were just getting the comp really taken care of for the most part. But again, there were times when they could have gone for damage in the early part of the game and didn't, and it proved costly.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Noble Elite take themselves the first game, and they start off strong here. We did see Navi with a bit of fight, bit of bounce back against SK game, and if they can do it against SK, can they do it now? I'm really interested to see and hear, obviously from Olga. I know Olga's about how the rotations are working and why they're working, and like whether it's a case of one player's feeling it, one player's not feeling it, or rotating specifically for brawlers. I'd love to know. I mean, it always interests to be when you have fluid rotations like this, that you have a four-player roster that does rotate. It is something we're seeing more and more with teams.
Yeah, I think it helps to have that kind of cushioning as well, and having just a couple of options just to try out various play styles and combinations. A nice pick up there from Andre there very early on, as well as Jason. Rubik now left all alone. This is a very, very quick start to the mark from Noble Elite here. And the adaptation as well from John could be a tricky one to handle. Again, I still feel like even up against some Piper side lanes, Amber can fare pretty well. But Jason was the one to come out on tops on that side of things. And yeah, now you're getting back into full control until that takedown of Jason. So now it's no really time to respond. And yeah, this is much, much better from the response. At the same time, though, no one's able to get close to the save. It just seems that every time someone controls the mid, one player goes down and leaves it as a 3 versus 2.
Absolutely. Melny guns a great shot onto MMA there, but he's going to get pinned in the corner. And Jason will manage to finish him off. Rubik, though, executed by Andre, who just pops the both of them. Should get enough to get close enough, or MMA is going to have to try and tank that one through. Will manage to get the shot off on the side there. Now, in the end, though, it is still, once again, it's Noble Elite just got that little fraction of damage done. And that's the difference at the moment. Navi unable to get down and get the damage on.
Yeah, and sometimes that's all it takes. Just a little percentage here and there. And again, Navi haven't got a single percentage yet in this game. And this is not the best of starts. But then again, one shot is all it will take to the lead. And there's the shot.
Oh, there it is.
That 1% lead now, and MMA coming in with more damage. This is looking much, much better. I was wondering whether they were going to still continue this passive play style, and they're showing good changes to it as a good tank as well. 2 shots from MMA on the way in to deter Malney on that right-hand side. That was really nicely done. But now is the chance for Noble Elite to be able to turn this one around and get some damage of their own.
John lights them up there. And what is it? It's like 5% a shot from Andre, I think. So he's going to have to get a couple of shots on here. Or maybe the John super certainly could be working. But Jason burning down. There we go. That's what they were looking for. There's the shots coming through. And there goes John. That's what we were looking for. Now, immediately, I just saw MMA try and go for it. That has not worked. Melny takes him down. And that is going to be Noble Elite closing out the first game of the series.
John lighting it up. And the support was there for it. I mean, that was what I was kind of worried about. It was down really to Navi to control that situation. They had a good lead, and all they had to do really was kind of take back that mid control. And as time went on, it didn't happen. And you can't really do that with a team like Noble Elite. And again, I feel like it's a very strange thing for me to see Navi playing this passively, because they're normally very, very aggressive. And they're just sort of timing their aggression in the wrong times of the match, really, to make the flow of things go into their favor. Navi are playing really, really well, and being down in the sets is not really where you want to be.
No, absolutely not. That's certainly for sure. So, first one done in the books. Now we move on to parallel plays. Actually, probably my favorite hot zone map, I think, actually, out of maps out there, because I love the way the startup plays. Now, we should mention, because one of the bans was quite important for this one, that Colonel Ruffs is banned out. Absolutely a brawler that they would have been looking towards possibly here. Does open the door, obviously. We know we've got Jesse in there. Surge is starting to become a real superstar, effectively. Certainly, we saw earlier on how strong the Surge can be. Where are we expecting them to go with this one?
I still think Jesse is one of those brawlers which is like super underrated, and one that's played a fair bit, but it's like not the one that comes straight to mind. It's not like the kind of like brawler which makes some outrageous plays, but one that is really, really good both on the offense, both on the defense. I think Jean as well would be a good shout to kind of keep things traditional. I mean, ultimately there are some kind of more like outrageous ideas that you can take in here. Again, I still vouch for that Mortis being able to bring back a lot of the flow of traction. Stu as well is not banned here. I think that's one that can really thrive in this particular map, and that would be kind of my go-to here. I think that Belle being banned is a big factor also, because she would have been a pretty decent broad to consider in this respect. Sprout could actually be an option here. I've seen it work out really, really well. Tri played it fantastically well the other day, and we've seen as well Clash deviating towards that particular pick. We're going to see the Jean, the Jesse, but the Amber as well from Melny. So, and also actually from MMA. So that's an interesting choice. They're both going for that particular pick. as it can do really, really well. Just wouldn't be necessarily my go-to, but, you know, at the moment, MMA is lighting it up.
Toasty work from MMA there, absolutely rocking it. Ruby comes back down, and Navi are going to take full control early on here and get themselves a decent slice of that percentage. MMA finally gets dealt with by Andre, but the damage may well have been done already. You can see Melny coming back around, but that was a great start. It's an aggressive response from Noble Elite here. They go looking for the hook, they find the hook, and they should get themselves a decent slice of their percentage on their own zone. But you can see the northern one they've yet to touch.
Andre got a nice pick up there, because ultimately I felt like Jason was in a good spot to be able to try and juke his way out of that situation and heal up accordingly. Nice pull from Rubik as well. Look at how much of the right-hand side line is cleared as a result of that magic hand. And a takedown there on Audrey. It's going a bit back and forth at the moment. But as it stands, Navi have got the lead, but at the moment, I feel like also Noble Elite are in a good positioning here. But MMA is shutting this down so well as well. Now this pull from Audrey, that might all change.
Oh, there's some spectacular pulls, and now you can see Andre's going to get in there. Now, does John have enough? He just needs to get his turret up, really get in there and try and defend it, but at the moment he's got to defend it. MMA's just running straight down there. He will have some fight from Melny down there on the Amber v Amber, but it's been MMA that's kind of come out on top in this duel so far, and it doesn't matter when he's just going to dance around the boxes, keep himself in there. John has taken Jason down, and now we're all even. Look at this, 74-75. MMA does manage to come out on top in that one. John has to come down, but gets executed, and MMA closing this one out, but they're 1% behind. He steps out, they're chasing it. Now they finally get involved. He gets cleared out, and no Noble Elite. Whoa, what a close game.
So close, just 3% in it, and yeah, that Jesse turret came in so helpful to clear up MMA there, but this is not over yet. At the moment, there's a lot of pressure on Noble Elite as they actually have got the lead now from a little bit of momentum. Let's see whether they can continue it on. The turret goes down, and John though in a really tough spot. It won't take much for Navi to take the lead, and Noble Elite know that, so they've got to be very much on all eyes and ears on this great pull from Audrey onto MMA. A very important moment.
They got to get him!
MMA staying alive, yeah, we haven't taken him down.
That backfired. They pulled in MMA, and MMA flamed down John. That is not how you work the hand, and that is going to be Navi closing this one out. And in the end, that was just simply lack of communication, not on the same page there, and a thumb down from Rubik. I'm not sure why, but either way, it will be Navi that closed the first one out. I just feel that John on the Jesse, there was a moment where he could have gone aggressive. We've seen it so many times for players just dance around, do exactly that, especially with the Jesse. Get that turret down, keep yourself protected, and just get that percentage in. And instead, they chose to defend.
Yeah, this is the thing with parallel plays, you know, and another reason why I feel like when you're on the behind, when you've let down in the sense, this can actually cater too much to your favor, because it's a really difficult map to gain that idea of the flow of the game. You know, do you go on the offensive? Do you go on the defensive? Communication comes into play so much more in Hot Zone for me than most other modes, and the question is, you know, how are Noble Elite going to respond to this? I was surprised to see Amber on both sides. I think that if they were to consider going with more of a counter to that, then it might be better. I don't think Navi are going to dwell away from that idea, because ultimately it worked out so well for them. So I feel like it's really down to Noble Elite to make some changes here, because Navi are looking pretty fierce with that Amber and those combinations of things. Again, I still feel like Stu could help them a lot, be able to evade a lot of those shots, and they've got to get their super first. They've got to be able to close the gap. Yeah, I think they've got to make some changes either way you look at it.
Yeah, I 100% agree with the Stu. Trying to think what else could possibly work out here. We've seen Rico be so strong as well on this map, and even to throw a complete ballpark out there, a Frank coming in as something to work, maybe paired with I don't know, maybe a Sandy or something like that, just to completely change it up. But I do love the Gene and Magic hands. They were absolutely off the hook this time around. It was like back and forward, landing it. As you mentioned, though, MMA on that Amber kind of had it on lockdown. I gotta be honest, I'm really impressed with him. Melny really struggled to try and keep up with him.
Yeah, he was doing a wondrous job, really was. I feel like that's going to be a problem to take care of, and I kind of have a gut feeling that both teams are going to keep the Ambers, and just feel like because it was so close, they're going to play it better. That can be the case sometimes when it's this close, that they just feel like, well, we made a couple of mistakes, we're going to go with the same ideas, but just play them better. I don't know. I think I saw over the weekend. I think it was try playing Frank with Byron here or something like that, which was kind of interesting. So it's kind of interesting you mentioned that as an idea because it did work out for the team that played it if it wasn't Tribe. For me, I don't know. I mean, I do feel like there's something in the Sprout here which can help against an Amber as well. It just feels like this seems to be something which I don't feel that either of these two teams are going to consider, despite it being a really, really strong option. Yeah, they're only going to be stay firm into the Amber there. They are going to be the Sprout, though, however, on the side of Navi. And this could be a really interesting change. Now, it depends if MMA is going to focus his shots accordingly and utilize the super, because if you get your super in this map, it can be honestly such a way to shut things down and ensure that you cap the zone accordingly. Let's see how it fares.
Yeah, if MMA can get down onto this south hot zone like he is now, he gets his super down there, he can completely block it off for so long. There we go. Gives himself the cover he needs. The overgrowth goes down, and he's just going to lock this one out. This is a great start for Navi already. And to rush into a thrower like this is really hard.
Yeah, this was the play that realistically Noble Elite had to make the play on themselves, and I like the fact this come from Noble Elite, from Navi, because ultimately they're one game ahead, and this could give them a set now as a result of this change. Because I've got to say, if they play this right, then Noble Elite are going to struggle massively. And look at Melny with dropping the pin and going angry with the shots, but I don't know, like his shots were not really connecting nearly as much as the pin would indicate there. Let's see, though, as they have got a bit of control, but you see their defensive capabilities of Sprout. Yeah. It just slows the whole pace down and allows everyone to kind of like have a bit more time to communicate and focus their shots accordingly. So I do like this adaptation from Navi.
Yeah, they've locked in. They managed to get the hook onto MMA, but they haven't managed to take him down again. Just the same as it was before. They get the pull, but they do not complete it, and that is a complete white. Navi surely going to lock this one out and close out the game. Here come the respawns through, but the damage may well have been done already. Andre's going to try and push out there, but he's going to push through the turret. Will get taken down. Rubik and MMA dominate control of the South, and they will pick up the game and equal up the sets one apiece.
Yeah, really, really dominant, and the perfect thing to change at the perfect time as well, because nobody had that chance to kind of get ahead of the game here, and I felt like the Amber was working out well, and it goes to show, doesn't it, like how a team that played a brawler so well in that first game round, MMA was burning it down, but like I like a team that are not afraid to take out the strongest factor of their previous game and replace it with something else. Because it just plays into the mind games and the choices which teams make, and it's one of those things that you kind of least expect. When you've had something work, to then take it away feels like a risk, but it actually can be, in many instances, a positive.
Yeah, and it's what some of the great teams do. It's like you see it all the time with Clash and SK. They always make those adjustments on the fly and make it work. And as you mentioned, like sometimes they'll just utterly change the comp. You just be like, wait, what? They just absolutely smash with that comp and then totally change it up and completely keep your opponent guessing. And it can be the best approach, but the flip side is, if you lose, you'll be like, guys, why didn't we just stay with the same comp? Yeah. So you really need to be like, as a team, agreeing with the change, not some person questioning it, second guessing it, because then it will all backfire on you in the first place. Anyway, so we're on to the third map, and that is going to be Super Stadium for Brawl Ball.
Yeah, we blew past parallel plays and straight into the third set. I mean, Super Stadium, is one of those maps where you have a little bit of coverage. It's not the most open of Brawl maps, so can cater to a lot of the tankier picks. I gotta say, for me, straight off the bat, B is a great brawler to have, just simply because it has some defensive capabilities, but also a great thing to have coming into any potential overtime. No team really necessarily always wants to try to reach overtime. Some do. Sometimes the Ruffs pick can be a good one for that, but banned out, of course. I do also like Barley here as well with the B. I feel like that is a decent option to have for control, and especially if you get that middle lane and just kind of hunker behind the wall, you can get some value. Or you like a good bruiser, don't you, D-Man? So maybe we'll see some Frank as well. I personally do enjoy seeing that. It's a bit more of a risky one, but when it comes out, it does get some great results.
Absolutely, we'll see how this plays out, and obviously we're talking about EMS wasn't banned, right? Yeah, EMS is available. Okay, so which immediately makes me think we probably won't see bruises, because we'll probably see an Ems in there, which is generally a pretty strong counter to that. I expected to see the Gene, and as you mentioned, probably the B. So it's kind of like a standard setup for these guys in the Super Stadium. Did we have Super Stadium earlier today? I feel like we did.
I think Nita as well was used actually earlier today, and that's one that's kind of shining back as well. So Ems is great. Has a couple of instances where it can be challenging to actually kind of take care of with Ems because of just like the amount of corners and stuff that there are on the map. So you can be kind of like quite countered by Anita as well. I think that would be my comp. Nita, Gene, and probably B. Yeah, maybe. But ultimately, there's still a lot of choices, a lot of options. Stu as well as one that's not banned, which could be utilized as well. So it's a great map. It has a lot of potential to really experiment with and have either some brute force ideas or some more control-based ideas. So definitely a chance for for Noble Elite to respond to the aggression that we're seeing from Navi coming out with Sprout. BB, yeah, I always say BB, and every time I don't say it, it comes up. Jackie is a bit of a weird one though. I've got to say that out the gates. What? Jackie on the right hand side of Navi.
That's what I was saying. I was like, what? That doesn't make any sense to me, but we'll see whether it works out. In goes Jackie's hammering down on the floor. I mean, gonna try and chase it through and scores. So, what are we to argue?
Yeah, it had a really, really good time in the meta, like in a couple of months back, and it has kind of dropped out a little bit. But Counter Crush is still a really, really strong star power. So, I mean, when you're in that corner, you can provide a lot of pressure. I just wonder if Noble Elite can respond with a bit more of control now that Bruce is on the map. Rubik gets caught off guard here. Jason has no super to defend this either. He might obtain it now. Yet one shot was all it took. So, good awareness from him to just be, on the ball with that. Now I wonder here with Barley coming into the mix how this is going to work out, because this is where Barley can really thrive in this position here. If Noble Elite play this well and calculate it, then they can make something of this. And I feel like Navi are in a bit of a pickle now.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see the hit points are pretty darn low as well. They do manage to get the ball into the corner there, but MMA is going to get dealt with. We saw Rubik was also picked off. MMA gets the overgrowth down, and that will delay things. Is it going to be long enough for the respawns? I don't think they can stop him on the line. He'll just walk it over, and he will do. So, evens it up one apiece.
Oh, I just kind of wonder whether Rubik might have got that knockback, and that would have been insane because the amount of timing you'd need to be able to achieve that would have been kind of crazy. But now MMA, responding with aggression and speed, dropping the gadget there to get that advance onto the Noble Elite spawn. Navi Noble Elite really do need to push up now and assert their dominance and place Melny in a compromised position. Sprout's difficult on defense here, as we saw already on the Navi side. So John definitely going to be looking to get his spare quickly to be able to take care of some of the aggression and the speed as well that we're seeing as a result of that BB pick. So let's see Rubik going in. Nice super as well, connecting really, really strongly with John. And yeah, Noble Elites are definitely in a tough spot now.
I've got to presume with the Jackie, they were expected to come up against a bunch of brawlers or something. I don't know. I mean, we saw a couple of Jackies earlier on today. Mainly in Siege mode, mind you. Never in Brawl Ball. This is the first time I've seen it in Brawl Ball myself. We'll see how it plays out. You can see he's trying desperately, but he just can't get close enough at the moment. The Nita's working well. Rubik's trying to run with it, and he gets the pass to MMA. And, well, love it or hate it, that was a great goal.
Yeah, it worked out really well. I mean, it's not my go-to, but Jackie can be really effective here. And, it was the goal scorer for the two goals, right? So definitely being able to maneuver into position can be an attribute. I did worry, I've got to say, Navi running in Jackie into overtime is a dangerous brawler choice, especially when you've got range on the side of Noble Elite. And I feel like if Noble Elite had been a bit more cautious around that fact, they had the advantage, but look, it was really credit as well to how aggressive Navi came into that overtime. As soon as the gates were down, they made sure that the ball was in their favor in a good spot, got the pass through, had supers to hand. So I think that there was very little that Noble Elite could really done at that moment of time as everything went into overtime. It had to be done prior to that.
There's one thing I've learned covering around about 50 different games in esports over my years is that Russian teams will always be aggressive. There's no doubt about that. They will constantly attack. And you know what? It absolutely paid off. It paid off on Hot Zone, and it paid off this time around. Let's see what they're going to adjust to, though, because as you mentioned, while they did win that one, I think even themselves, you could see them playing the Jackie and just thinking, yeah, I really can't do a lot, get close enough, but simply survive and get the pass and shoot and score. As you mentioned, overtime, that was definitely a comp that was gonna fail had it had gone long.
Yeah, I kind of worried a little bit. I think that Tara, actually, now I think if it could be an option for Noble Elite. I mean, they are behind here, so I think that they're the ones that kind of need to consider adaptations more so than Navi really at the moment. I think the Sprout on defense is not really going to work. I mean, it can, but you've really got to hold control for so long, and I just feel like, I don't know, in Brawl, I find that aggressive and fast-paced plays can make the larger difference here. I feel like B as well, especially, would have been a good choice, especially how many tanks were on the field for Navi. Also, I didn't think that Navi were going to change things up in Hot Zone, and they did. So I've got to think that maybe they're going to go with something different. Mortis could be an idea here. We haven't really seen either of these two teams experiment with yet, but it could be very, very effective. No real change, but also Navi, again, this is what I mean. Noble Elite today seems to be the team that are being the more stubborn of the two. And that can go against them here, because I do like the comp they're running. I think B is a really, really solid choice. Barley's going to give them a lot of control, and dropping the Sprout as well. And that was kind of like the thing which led to the goal that we saw in the previous game for Noble Elite. So I do like these changes from the side of Navi.
I do feel a lot's riding on the fact that Rubik needs to land these shots. Andre does get shut down by MMA, the Barley duel that was happening on the left-hand side. Now they realize they're going to have to back away from this one, and MMA will regain possession. Just keep that in the corner for now. So judging by the way that Navi just played, they are looking to play long.
Yeah, and that's the wise choice with a Surge on the field as well, really, because Jason needs to get those stacks, and the stronger he becomes, the harder it will be for John for sure, as the range increases, and that is going to be, nice survivability. I think Jason will be absolutely considering the gadget here. Didn't go for it fast enough, and a nice takedown from Mounty, but I imagine the star power will be ice cold, served ice cold, so he'll be able to regain some stacks coming in, yet the additional speed indicating that he is, so that is pretty much the go-to for Surge, to be fair. Nice pick up there from Rubik as well to gain the amplified shot off of John. And Jason now has got another stack ready to hand, but being a bit more cautious around the timing for when he actually went down. I wasn't sure if he gadgeted there, but he'll be able to come in with a stack, so that's not a terrible waste for him, but definitely might bring things into a bit more of a defensive position for Navi.
Yeah, they were looking to go for that. That was the move they went for, but it didn't quite pay off for Jason. So now Rubik will get the ball back. Going to give it to MMA and try and lock out this left side, but it's John that's going hunting. Uses all of his ammo up, though. Jason still hold off at the moment, just being forced away, and I really like this play from Noble Elite, going fully aggressive now with 30 seconds to go. They're looking to try and steal away that goal before Navi can respond. So John, not a lot of health, and he gets caught out by MMA's super. The Bruce Bear doesn't do enough, and they don't manage to get themselves the kill that they were looking for to try and open up the goal.
Yes, where Barley can really thrive for Navi, and just being able to have that area denial, and far easier to be on the defensive with that particular brawler than the Sprout. And Jason with full stacks now as well is a dangerous thing. John really needs to get a Bruce Bear in a situation. Maybe we don't even need it. Archie going in with a super, just wants to absolutely commit, and why not? Because the team wipe was there, and Noble Elite bring one back.
Well, you could see it coming. You could see it building. It was slowly happening. And every time Navi tried to just push their way out, they lost another player and they had to reset and recycle and get back in the same position. And in the end, always the danger of the Barley Super is if you clump up, it is going to hit you all and burn.
Exactly that. I mean, Barley here for me, definitely very underrated. And, you can just see why and how, really. I mean, you just see this moment here, just like, I mean, I was considering the prospect in my head of Andre just going for the super shot there, but I mean, that made more sense to make sure you just get everyone off the map regardless, and then you've got nothing to worry about. I was surprised. I actually feel like Navi had a pretty decent comp there, to be fair. But credit to Noble Elite, they were just able to keep the pressure on and cycle those Bruce Bears at the right time. I was worried that for a while, John wasn't really getting them when he could have done, really, and towards the end, it came in dividends. I mean, I was worried because ultimately I was seeing a lot of stacks being generated off the back of John from onto Navi's side. The Surge pick for me didn't really come into full form as well as I think they would like, and I think that could be something which Navi could take a leaf out of Noble Elite's book for. I think maybe adapting the need to here could be the way to go.
And also, you know, it's all well and good taking the B, but if you don't hit your shots, then it ain't going to do much for you. Obviously, it's great to pre-aim shots and try and assume you know where they're coming from, but he didn't actually get anyone down, as far as I could tell in that one. But we'll see what adjustments they change in this one, whether they stick with the barley, or, as you mentioned, you know, the Mortis actually legit could chase them down, because obviously the gap closed, and there's plenty of areas for the Mortis to get in and out safely.
And Tara too, especially if they keep playing Sprout. You know, I've seen a lot of great Tara plays. Sport from Beyond is a great gadget to utilize to be able to force the action back. It's actually gonna be Max and
wow.
Yeah, this is gonna be interesting because they
BB and Jackie.
Yeah, Jackie, Max, and BB, but they have got a B this time on the favor side of Noble Elite. So Melody's gonna have to really tap a lot of these shots to deflate some of this pressure, because there's only really so much that realistically Andre can do about it. There's a nice take down the left-hand side of the lane, but I feel like actually MMA's out of position here. Yeah, and that's going to be a problem. Slowdown as well from Melanie is also going to deter a lot of this speed. It's one of the great advantages to having B when you've got a Max in the field, is that you can have that slowdown.
You know what, Jason? If you're going to go around the back, I don't think they're going to care about you. They're just going to keep you back there. And the Bruce Bear's going to try and chase him down. So now that they know Jason's kind of like a null and void point, they can put the pressure on the rest of the team, and that's exactly what they're doing. They get him to one down. MMA is going to eat that super. It's coming down. He's going to burn down. He's just going to push in and score. And Noble Elite had that in the bag from around about 20 seconds before it went in.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. I've got to say, from perspective of John there, he got a really nice pinch off against Jason and just got the Bruce Bear and wedged them between the two. MMA now is going to be forced back, and if he goes down, it's really going to deflate a lot of the defensive capabilities here of Navi, as they're trying to hold on. If John gets the bear, though, I feel like that could be a bit of a turning point here. Oh, a nice pickup from Melanie. That's going to bring John back into the mix, and a huge moment here for Noble Elite. They get the pass through to Melanie. If he stays here, can he make the goal happen? No, saved on the line by Rubik.
Denied, and Jason's off. Jason's running. Is he going to be able to get it close enough? He's going to get the angle. No, gets the shot away, but Melanie on the respawn on the line. Navi denied.
Oh, that was a little bit of a misplay from Noble Elite to see that go through the way it did. I had my heart in my mouth. This is the thing you got to always consider with Navi. Their comp does have a lot of speed. You've got the home run star power from Jason. You've got Jackie's gadget as well as Max's super. So all those things combined means that if you're caught out of position, then you will be punished for it. But look how quickly Noble Elite have come straight back into the offensive, leaving the ball in the corner. We have to capitalize on as many shots before going back to the defense. And this is a crucial moment because Navi really needs to get to this ball, and Noble Elite are stopping them from doing just that.
Not going to be able to get the goal. 7 seconds and counting. 6-5. Can't get the pass in. Going down. And it will be Noble Elite to close out this set and make it 2-1 in their favor here at Brawl Ball.
Super important set to earn as well, honestly, because they need to keep Navi suppressed again. You know, Noble Elite are in a really good spot if they come out with a win here in terms of their points on the leaderboard. So going into our next weeks to come, this is a really important win for them to establish, and they're going to want to wrap it up in the next game mode for sure now, and make sure that Navi do not get any more surprise picks. I like the choices. I think that going in with B was a really smart pick there, and one that really paid off massively. And despite the amount of speed and tankiness that was in Navi's disposal, they were able to shut it down really well for me.
Well, Noble Elite played big earlier on. We're going over to Hard Rock Mine, which is a map they played on that one as well. So they're going to be well aware of, obviously, what they can bring to the table for this one. Now coming into this one with a potential chance to wrap up the series. Remember, they went 3-2 last time they faced each other. I think that was back on Playday 4, if I'm not mistaken. Was it Playday 4 or something around there? It was a while ago. Either way, nope, so like Playday 3 when they last played each other. And it was 3-2 on that one. Actually ended up, Super Stadium was the fourth game. Where we ended up, Bot Drop was the last one last time out. Not going to be this time. We're going to be going over to Snake Prairie if we need it. I'm just tempted fate. The fact that I think I've had 2 3-2s already tonight, so I wouldn't be surprised at the third one. That's for sure.
It seems to be with me as well.
Yeah, it does. It's the two of us. The two of us absolutely draw in the long 5-hour sessions.
Yeah. For sure. I mean, Hard Rock Mine's a classic map. It's one that I feel is very balanced as well. I like to feel like, you know, for me, going in with like the tankier comps tends to work best, but you know, Max is an option which Navi have shown. It's not really necessarily as strong as it used to be here, but could be an option. I think Navi for me have been quite unpredictable with their comps actually at the moment, and I like that. I do like that, but also I feel like Noble Elite are being a bit more predictable and going more with what we would expect to see from the more traditional meta of choices, and that's kind of working out more often than not in their favor. I always say it, Rico lane, can't go wrong. That's just my personal take on it. But we have seen a lot of 8-bit coming back a little bit. We saw also Big utilizing that brawler pick.
It was the Stu 8-bit, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Stu here could be great as well. It's a really diverse map in terms of brawler choices here. So I think that there's a lot that teams have been experimenting with. But again, if you're just joining the stream, the bans for this particular matchup is going to be Bell and El Primo for Noble Elite and Colonel Ruffs and Poco for Navi. So don't expect to see any of those. And if we do, we'll be calling it out because we've done that once today.
Yeah,
Right,
the
so
Stu and 8-bit, it's exactly what they ran earlier on today, and it worked out well for them in that one. Obviously, it was the Ruffs they were up against. But this time, the Carl the Rosa and the Piper for Navi. We'll see how that works out, whether they're able to close the gap, because earlier on, they just couldn't get close to Andre. But Jason, at the moment, is locking this down.
Well, at the moment, I do like the way that MMA is building his little castle here with the bush.
Yeah.
It's going to have a little bit of a crossover, but it will provide... I actually kind of prefer it to be on the right-hand side or left-hand side lane because it kind of gives more unpredictability. But let's see what happens at the moment. Jason's got 4 gems in his pocket. This is where MMA wants to be, really. In this right-hand side, he's a threat to be taken care of, and he's really cycling nicely. Cheek Cartridge was forced out by Andre, so that's one less that he might have later on down the line. So if he needs to get out of the middle of the map quickly, then that might be a gadget which comes back around to haunt. But let's see at the moment. It's still 6 gems to 3 in favor of Navi.
Yeah, Jason was just hunted down a little bit there. And all this pressure, all this annoyance that MMA is doing is just simply buying time. In comes Jason, scoops up another gem. Out he goes. The next gem's going to spawn his side, so he knows exactly where that's going to be. Now lands another absolute banger onto John there. And now one more gem and it'll be done. Andre once again has to port and try and get away from that one. Ruby goes hunting for it, but it's going to be Navi once again that are going to be picking up that 10th gem. Hit and run, and lands the shot on Andre as well, just to boot.
Jason is the person that needs to take down, and Maloney found MMA in the bush again. That was a great use again by placing that early down on the grow light gadget side of things to jump away from Jason from harm's way, and yet that is going to be it. The first game of gem grab is going to go the way of Navi.
So I just wonder. Now, that was exactly the same comp that Noble Elite won with earlier today. I feel like Ogre's been out the back there going, right, let's just handcraft something for that one when we play them tonight. And it actually worked out perfectly.
Yeah, really, really well. Again, I feel like Rosa is a bit underrated these days now. She can just do so much in terms of aggressive power, and Piper as well. It's a bit of a risk, not going to lie. I mean, Jason was playing very, very well regardless. But definitely, you do require brawlers like Rosa and Carl to be able to support that kind of gem carrier. I don't know. I don't think they're going to run it twice. I'll be completely honest. But at the same time, if it works, it works. Noble Elite might adapt to a Rico. That can be a pretty decent deterrent of Rosa and just being able to know where she is. That's kind of like the hidden power of Rosa really is like not knowing where she lurks. So Rico's balls can really do a good job of like indicating where she is. I did like actually the use of the grow light gadget. It's not often that we see it now, since Unfriendly Bushes has got so much value to it to be able to really slow everyone down and see where they are very quickly. So yeah, I feel like that is the correct gadget to run for Rosa here for me as well. The question is, do Noble Elite stay stubborn or do they change? Because they've got to think this one through.
Absolutely. Do they adjust now? Because we didn't see them adjusting earlier on. They didn't need to adjust earlier on, but they do now because they find themselves on a position of losing the set, but they stay the same. They're stubborn.
Yeah, and it would have been a great time to consider...
what's happened here then?
No banned brawlers, are they? Everyone's standing still right now as well.
Carl, Jean, Viper, I'm just having a look.
Yeah.
Bell, Primo, Poco, don't know.
No.
Problems.
Yeah, it seems like there's an issue. I'm not really sure where it would lie. I don't know whether maybe the servers might have been doing something peculiar and everyone just kind of maybe zoned out a little bit. Either way, we'll look into it in the background and find out.
Well, John's certainly just chilling. He's definitely got problems.
kind of unusual that everyone is standing still at the same time. So clearly there's something which everyone's noticed that we haven't yet. But that's why I just came to conclude that it must be maybe something that's affecting them inside the game. But either way, we'll get some news on that. I don't know whether this game is going to count, depending upon what it is. But there's definitely no banned brawlers being played, and that would be the obvious go-to to indicate why. But yeah, everyone's giving down pins. That might have been actually when we saw Andre going in with the pin that he was expressing that yeah, things were wrong from the very beginning. But we'll check in and find out.
Yeah, so obviously something not right in that game, that's for sure. There's definitely a server issue in that one. So hopefully it's not something that's going to plague the rest of the game. It's always on the last one of the last night, isn't it? It's always. No, they're chasing this one. Navi obviously looking to try and close this and get themselves into the 5th and final set of the series. So I guess this one might take a little moment to fix. Hopefully they can just get themselves set up. Are you going to go across?
Go on.
I've got one coming one way, one coming the other. Okay, we're gonna get a ginger one first. Here we go. There's a ginger cat. There we go.
Beautiful.
Yes, there we go. Tail in my face. Oh yeah. And the other one doesn't. They hate each other, so that's just brilliant. Amazing. There we go. Well, we needed some filler content. There we go. There we had it right there.
Perfect. I love a Catio midstream. It makes my day, honestly. Very well groomed as well, I might add, D-Man. You're doing a wondrous job. Keep it up.
Yeah, that's he's not a bad looking boy. That one. He's a gorgeous little boy. But yeah, so he's literally sat here eating food. You can't quite see him, thankfully. It's he's just cut away. He's on Ark's. He's behind Ark's shoulder, right there, behind Ark's shoulder.
Maybe we can add that in post at some point.
Could you imagine a cat getting into the EUR background, by the way? Could you imagine that? All those plushies, everything there. Oh, it would be an absolute tragedy. So many things that they could chew and scratch. Oh.
And the screens and everything as well. Yeah, tell me about it. And the lights, I think, would probably be dazzling enough as it is. But there's a lot of things to climb, and I can assure them of that. So yeah, I think I'm in a good spot right now. I've got chickens, but they're not able to get anywhere near the cameras. So it's a good thing. It's a good thing.
Is that guitar got LEDs on it behind it? Like, what is it? What is the pickups? The pickups look like they got LEDs on it.
Oh, that's pretty just reflections. But there is one behind it. The connecting socket to it is not quite on at the moment, but it normally has a bit of backlight to it. Yeah, something that we'll look into. Yeah.
Oh, good lord, we need more lights. Need more lights in the background. You can never have enough. I dread to think what your power bill is.
Yeah, it's
although
modest.
actually, to be fair, I mean, I guess they're LEDs, so they're probably not too bad, right? No worse than these giant lights we have on in front of us.
Yeah, I'm able to keep them quite low because I can bring up the resonance on the cameras and stuff to make them appear brighter. So I'm actually relatively eco-friendly for the most part. But yeah, it's definitely not the normal power bill every month. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I mean, we'll check in with the players. If you just joined the stream, we had a little bit of a mishap in the last game as some server issues were obviously coming into effect. So we're just going to be waiting for them to look into that and decide if the time is right to go back in. But I don't think it will affect the players. It's not on their side of things. No brand brawlers were played. So ultimately, I feel like it's going to probably just be a replay of that one. And I'm just remembering, it was Navi, wasn't it, that took the first game as a result of some tankier choices with the roses. Also with, going in with, I think they had some Gene. I'm trying to remember the comp now. It's been a while. And your cat just made me just distract all my attention towards it. But yeah, keen to see when they do go back in what they do choose to adapt to.
Yeah, they had the Gene. I'm trying to think what they had now myself. Now you've completely caught me off guard.
Well, they were stubborn, didn't they? They went back with the same ideas, and it was Noble Elite that didn't really kind of consider that when they went in. And I think they're gonna have to probably keep the same comps, maybe. Oh, we got no one coming.
Oh, here we go. Okay, it's coming. Yeah, no, nearly. He thought about it. He actually went the other way around, thankfully. So he was looking at me as like, should I go across? Should I? Okay, so they've gone back with the yes, of course. They were stubborn. That was it. They were stubborn, and it does look like it's all going to be fine. Actually, both sticking with the exact same comp. So obviously, Stu, 8-bit, and the Gene for Noble Elite, who are chasing this game, while Jason sticks with the Piper and the Rosa, of course, coming down there, setting himself up. This is what you were talking about, though. You wanted the left and right lanes being set out. That's exactly what MMA is doing as Ruby takes down Melanie.
Yeah, and MMA's in a really good spot. Takes care of the speed zone gadget as well. Jason going really aggressive here. Does manage to get that last one off because that would have been costly if he hadn't there. And MMA is still going to hunker down. That plant lifestyle power is going to keep him healing up as well in position. in position there. And a lot of fists being thrown in the way of Andre. I really worry for Noble Elite. This is not looking very good. They are going to really struggle until they take care of MMA.
Yeah, exactly. You know, now that they've let MMA get here, this is a problem. This is a real problem. That's the way to deal with it, though. Well executed. Andre knowing just get those lines of sight shots completely just drill down, knowing he'd have to be hiding in the bushes. And Anthony landing some pretty good shots, but Jason responds once again. And while this has all been happening, Jason's just happily collecting gem after gem after gem.
Yeah, 9 of them in his pocket, and one more spawning in now, and he's in the perfect position to do it. He'll get 10, so they are split. Well, not split, because MMA's got 2, but ultimately he can go down and go on the aggressive, and it won't really matter so much. It's Jason who they need to take care of, and Rubik there to support the president in that respect. Not going to need any support, though, because that tap did connect, and a really, really good set then for Navi, and we are now going to be all tied up.
Talking about the Jason one-taps there, absolutely. He just had that tanky front line, worked out well for him. And in the end, solid stuff overall. So locking him out once again. And
you know what that means, right? Snake Prairie, 5th and final map. And that's going to be interesting because it has so much unpredictability. I've got to say, this is so back and forth. Navi have got the best chance so far, I would say, today to be able to bring this one back and get a win on the board, and that again could be quite relevant here, because ultimately if they can keep Noble Elite from rocking up at the top of the leaderboard, then they might be able to drop them out of the top 4.
Absolutely. So we said it went 3-2 last time. It went the distance. It was Noble Elite that came out on top. Navi looking good, though. We'll see whether they can do it now. This would be their first win, by the way, if they could lock this one down, if they could pull something off here. A win they absolutely need, but for Noble Elite, if they want to hope of breaking into that top 4, it's totally possible them still with 2 play days to go. You know, I think they've got around about 4 games that they across those 2 play days. If I just have a quick look, is it going to be 1, 2, 3, 4? Yes, absolutely. 4 games across those 2 play days as well, still to go. So they absolutely have the games. They've got to win it, though. They've got to win it here.
Yeah, they really, really do. I mean, to be fair, I think the Bounty and Snake Prairie is one of those maps and modes where, you know, you can have a lot of controlling aspects in it. It's an unpredictable map at the beginning, but one that you can really lock down quickly as long as you're quick to the mark. If you're not quick to the mark, then it can actually go against you, and more often than not, you can find yourself out of position, and just like someone could be lurking very close to you, and before you know that they even exist, you're gone. You've got to run in with the bows. You know, you have that super totem to hand, gain your supers quickly, get some mines placed down on one side, break open the map from the other. That's why I always think that Bo and Piper here is a great shout, as well as Tara, for anyone who is lurking to be taken care of quickly. Like spammy black hole super, don't really need to even aim it, just to literally make sure it connects, and then you have support from your team by the time that you've got to take care of that threat. But we have seen some adaptations today. We've seen some roses and some tankier brawlers coming to the mix, sometimes even Franks to really lock down the spawn traps. So it is a little bit wide open at the same time, but I would personally prefer to see probably Bo, Piper, and Tara. That's just me, but you know, the tanks could prove a problem as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's what we had earlier on, right? Snake Prairie is, like you say, the Bow, yeah, the Piper. What was the adaptions we had? Was it the Sandy? It was the Sandy, right? I feel like, was this the Sandy?
I think we saw a Rose.
I think Tara was banned, that's probably why.
Tankier choices from, I forget which team it was now that played on this particular map. But Sandy's a bit more of a problematic one. It can show up brawlers when they're in a bush if you're running Rude Sands as the star power, but so squidgy that if you're run into at close range, then it's really problematic. I think it might have been Big that played in here, was it, earlier?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, I think it was. Against Noble Elite as well, right? It was. Yeah, Noble Elite versus Big. Yeah, it was absolutely that game. So, yeah. So they played each other earlier on. And like you say, I think we did have the Rosa to start with. I think quite work out. I feel like this was the double Tara. I feel like this was the double Tara with the black. Yes, it was, because it was the double Rosa. Yes, it was the double Rosa with the double Tara. Yeah, and that was what was the difference, obviously. I remember saying, blimey. You'd think it's not that long ago. It was like 4 games ago. So, you know, brains have just gone to like just coming out my ear rolls now. If it wasn't for my in-ears, that like it'd just be leaking out right now. And just I'm done so.
Lovely image, lovely image. Keep those in-ears in for sure then. Got to have a guess? We have a guest?
No, it's my fiance is actually back. She's back from work. We ran that long. She's back from work, so she's just sat there waiting for me to go do the dinner. It's going to be a late one tonight, boys, as expected. When it runs late, when we have these big long 3-2 sessions, it does tend to go that. But you know what? As much as I can complain that it goes long, I do love the 3-2 sessions because it shows that the games are close. You know, the fact is we had the game earlier on, EXO Free Agents versus Reply Tome. It went down to the last kick in overtime, the last second within overtime. We went and the goal came in for EXO Free Agents to win that one. That's just how tight some of these games are. And you were talking about earlier, it just shows that the European competition as a whole has leveled up and everybody's got a little bit closer due to these more and more of these competitions. Obviously, the monthly finals coming up as well. You know, they're playing each other more and more regularly. So it's not like one or two teams are running away with it. Obviously, we've got Clash and SK at the top there, but they have been beaten, which is where these teams are starting to bring things closer.
This year has been like probably the most competitive year for Brawl Esports as a whole. It's just everyone bringing their A game, and especially in this region, everyone is just so competitive. Everyone wants to get in that top 4, and I don't think that Navi are going to be able to do that, but they can definitely prevent Noble Elite from doing so, especially if they can get this win in Snake Prairie. And I feel like this is a map where, actually similar to like parallel plays, that it can cater towards a team that are in a more compromised position. We are tied up in sets, of course, but ultimately, on the leaderboards, as far as they are concerned, then it's definitely Navi who are below Noble Elite, and this could really cause a difference. And that's what I like when it's this competitive, is the stories that can develop mean much more to the players and how it affects their game and their competition prospects.
Well, we are tied at 2-2 right now, but as you saw from the previous matchup, there were server issues, so it means we're going to have to go to a break because we're waiting for that server issue to get sorted out. Obviously, we've talked about how important a game this is for Navi to get themselves a win on the board, and for Noble Elite, this is a chance. I would say if they lose this game, it may well lose their chance to break into that top 4. They need to get the win here. They got 4 games after today as well to get a real chance to doing it, and this is a win that they absolutely must pick up. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we will have the final set ready to go.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The final set of the final game of the night is kind of ready to go, we think. I'm hoping it's ready to go. I'm Lee with you, Matt Smith, and joining me is Ark for this one. It is Navi up against Noble Elite, and we were talking about this game means absolutely everything for Navi. It would be their first win, something that they absolutely deserve. You know, they've taken some of these games all the way. They've challenged the best, you know, the likes of SK and Clash. They've even taken wins off some of them. And still they're yet to find a win here, which you know, when you look at a table, it kind of sucks because you see yourself at the bottom of like 0-8, 0-9 or whatever they're on right now. Yet they're actually in the top 8 top European teams right now. But the fact is that scoreline doesn't tell the story.
Exactly that, and I really feel for them. I honestly do, because at the beginning of this competition, honestly, you know, we saw how well they performed in the ladder stages, and I had really high hopes for them, and they just didn't kind of get off the mark. And there's some really difficult games in the early stages, some really big teams to play up against, and just were not able to find their footing following that. And this is a really good opportunity for them to get one on the board today, to finish things on a high, and also to cause a ruckus against Noble Elite. And they would absolutely like to do that, but you know, Snake Prairie, as we were saying before, the break is an unpredictable map, and it really can go either way. So I feel like this first comp is going to be a really, really important one for both teams.
Yeah, and I'm kind of expecting to see bog standard sort of setup. I'm expecting the bow, the Piper, and probably the Tara. That's like probably the set comp that we're going to have. It's kind of the standard for this map. Unless somebody does bring the Rosa to the table. I can't remember if it was Noble Elite or Big that did it. I feel like it was Noble Elite.
I think it may have been, yeah. I think from my sort of brain's recollection, it was on the top side of the map. I think Big were on the bottom in that game. So I think maybe I've got to say, if you're going to bring in a Rose, I think the best time to do it is in this first game. I think like having that kind of like shock element, because it can be kind of easily taken care of by a Tara. So you'll be careful in that sense to not feed. We see Clash and other teams like that utilizing Rosa here really, really well as well. So I feel like you've just got to make sure that you're able to not feed. You know, you've got to be able to come back with some of those kills for yourself and your team and make sure that you get those stars on the board. It's so important that you don't just kind of like add fuel to the fire.
Absolutely. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The final set of the night between Navi and Noble Elite. And, well, okay, it's standard. No, tell a lie. John is on the Rosa, and I thought that was what it was earlier on. It is standard, though, for Navi.
Yeah, I like this from Noble Elite, and it's going to come down to going straight to the Totem and shutting it down really nicely. But then the Unfriendly Bushes was popped, and I thought it was going to go really a different way there. I feel like if Noble Elite had Super to hand there, that could have been a different call, but as it stands, that is going to be exactly the opposite of what I was saying you need to do. You need to make sure you don't add fuel to the fire here. You need to come back with some kills, but this is so much better now with that Super to hand. And look at John going in. The support from his team was there, and the Blue Star, most importantly, has swapped hands.
Absolutely. MMA got away with 12 hit points a moment ago, so I'm kind of glad they reversed their fortunes there, and they can try and keep the pressure onto the lights, and they knew exactly where that was going in, but that was not what they planned for there. Really well played by Rubik, managing to get him in there with the black hole. And quick response from Melny. Is it going to be enough? They do quite get MMA down. They do pick him off in the end there, but they're still losing out here. Jason comes back in, and Andre needs the support of his team. 50 seconds to go. No time to panic. We know that the Rosa can work it and get around that side, and that's what we're going to expect to see once again, just charging up their super.
The challenge now is the bow mines. They're down the left-hand side, shutting the idea down. So John can't just like prance and walk through. He's going to have to just tread carefully. I wonder actually whether Noble Elite are aware of those mines and whether they saw them go down. I think, yeah, John's going to the right for that reason, and it could be the way forward if everyone just avoids the left, because although that Navi are going to be expecting that, they're going to be able to maybe make more of it than just casually try to trigger one by one. Jason's quick to the mark with shots into John, and already the advance of MMA and Ruby coming into the mix as well. Melny's going to black hole it as well. 4 stars. Ruby goes down. The Blue Star is in favor of Noble Elite. That's a huge turnaround. Can they hold on? I think they can. Noble Elite in the final stages move on to match point.
Wow, that was clutch, and it was a hit and run, and for the Rosa, it was literally step. Careful, John. Do what he can to try and avoid any of those shots from Jason to try and finish in there. This was the initial start there, and this is where MMA got away with just 12 hit points. But then they came in, they worked it well. The black hole came through, and they do manage to get the damage down, and you can see how tight it was. But with 20 seconds to go, that was go time. John gets in, gets around the side, and they get out with the blue star advantage, and Noble Elite sit themselves on match point.
It was a really nice final play. I just wonder now whether if they don't run Rosa again on the Noble Elite side, whether we might see Navi play the Rosa and adapt to that idea. I don't know, really, to be completely honest. I feel like it could have worked out by running it. If I was Navi, I would just play the same comp. Even if Noble Elite do bring in the Rosa again, it can be shut down, as you saw without that super. At the beginning, it was a very different story, actually. You know, we saw Noble Elite kind of feeding in that respect. And if they just shut down the map a little bit sooner, I feel that's the kind of thing really there for me, is if they shut it down sooner, then in the way that was in the last game, Noble Elite can't kind of run down the clock for one final push. If you have enough of a lead and kind of feed early off against that idea, you can just let the aggressiveness come from your opposition and just pick them off with the Piper. That'd be the way to play it. But I don't know. At this point, we might see some crazy ideas come through the mix. I would suggest that that's what they do, but whether they do that, I'm not too sure.
No, exactly. We don't really know how this one's going to play out. It is match point, and a very important match point for Noble Elite. Let's get it on your screens. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is a long one tonight, but here we are in what could possibly be the final game of the final set of the final series here. And Jason taking a heck of a beating already. Look at John sneaking around the side there, and already Navi forced back, but the blue star went to Noble Elite.
Well, I feel like this is the right idea, but they've really got to hold this defense because, yeah, John going in super on the aggressive. This is not the comp to be running when you're pushed back this far so early on. Realistically, Navi there really needs to establish themselves and hold firm, but now they're on the back foot and chasing stars, and already look at this, Noble Elite just hunkering down behind that super totem. Aldrin goes down there, and the pull in on John is crucial, but the pickup wasn't there, and John actually managed to get a kill out of that.
Yeah, John survives. The follow-through just wasn't really in reply. Andre did get picked off on the side there. That is an interesting place to try and put the totem down, but you know what? It may well pay off. Instead, MMA is going to be going hunting for this one. They need the kills. They need anything from this one. Andre survives with just 60 health.
And a blind shot from Jason connected onto Mounty there and showed up his position.
Oh, John
sucked in. There's 4 stars going to go over in favor of Navi. That is huge for them. They've got the blue star, but they've got the 1-star advantage here going into the final seconds. And now they're going to hunker down behind the super totem yet again to make sure they've got supers to hand. And Mounty, well, we can smell the opportunity.
Oh, yeah, look at this. The fake send out. Oh, that's backfired. They needed Melny to be alive here. John's got it all to do. He's going to try and get his punch, his fist. His super comes up. He gets one down, but it's quickly traded. MMA gets picked off. Hit and run, but not enough. Noble Elite need one more here. 20 seconds to go. Melny back on his feet. They do get it down. Melny needs to get out alive, but it's not going to happen. It goes back to Navi once again. John's got to find his opportunity. They find the mines. They're running out of time. 10 seconds. Who are they going to chase? Jason, they can't pin down. Now they have to try and focus it around there. 5 seconds. 4, 3. They're going in. John gets 1, 2. They've got it. They got it in the last ditch second. The Noble Elite will steal away the series once again, 3-2, as they did in Playdate 4.
What a timing on that Rosa super to just activate it as the Piper shot connected, and then just 2 of Navi just shoved into the corner. It was the perfect pinch at the perfect time for Noble Elite. I wasn't sure whether Mounty was going to be able to come back in time for it, but oh my goodness me, Navi again. I feel so sorry for these guys. Yet again, they're going to come just short of the mark.
John just locking them down in the corner with the support. You just felt when Melny got picked off, that was too late. They missed their chance, but they grouped on the right, and it was absolutely the right choice because obviously Jason over on the left-hand side would always be able to get away from them with the Piper. So really well played, and they just got surrounded. Oh my word. Noble Elite take it 3-2. They did the same thing. It was Playday 3. Apologies, they faced each other. That was 3-2, and Navi just cannot get a win.
Yeah, just can't get a break, can they? They are just honestly gonna be frustrated. I would say is probably the best word to describe it, because they're playing well, but they're just not making like enough of the moments that they have. I felt like they had some good choices in that game. I felt like that was the right comp to run under the circumstances. They just had to play this a little bit differently, and just wasn't their day today. And like, how many more days do we have got left for them to have a day? I mean, this is the thing now. I feel for the guys. I really, really do.
Fantastic days of results. Let's just remind you of the results. Reply taking down Tribe 3-0. EXO Free Agents winning over Reply Totem 3-2. Clash beating EXO Free Agents 3-1. Big winning 3-2 over Noble Elite. SK Gaming 3-1 over Big. SK Gaming also picking up a win there over Navi. And Navi in the end going down to Noble Elite 3-2. That leaves the leaderboard as you see it right now. Clash, SK Gaming, and look at that, a tie right now. EXO Free Agents and Big. EXO Free Agents up there on sets right now. Reply Totem, and as you can see, this is what I was talking about for Noble Elite. It keeps them in check. 4 wins, 6 losses. They've got 4 games to go. It is in their own hands, but if they'd lost that, kept themselves on 3-7, they would have been looking out of it. And Navi, oh man, oh man, oh man. How many times have they come this close, and yet they still do not get a win, Ark?
Yeah, it's just pain, isn't it, at this point? That big donut, the only donut that we can really see there, and it stands out like a sore thumb. But at the other side of things, the Clash so dominant. SK as well just continue to rain down on every team they face with just so much aggression. I'm really excited to see what happens in this like 3, 4, 5, and 6 positioning now. Tribe today, as we saw, didn't really kind of get any promise against Reply Totem, and that's going to be so costly for them. So now it really is going to be this battle between EXO Free Agents, Big, Reply Totem, and Noble Elite, really to determine who is going to join SK and Clash, because they are 9-1, 9-2. That is so good, really, isn't it?
Fantastic stuff. We will be back next Tuesday, 6th of July, with Playday 7 and 8 to follow on the Wednesday as well. And then with the final Playdays before we get to the finals. It is going to be absolutely epic stuff next week. You're not going to want to miss it. I will certainly be there along with Ark, Harry, and the guys at production that have been working hard throughout the last 6 Playdays we've had so far. We'll see you next time. Thank you very much for watching. See you next Tuesday.
Stepping into the light. No limit. Aim high. No limit. The price is mine.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. Want your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up.